Are you swimming hard but still getting nowhere fast? This one mistake is slowing down 90% of swimmers, and you might be making it too. In this video, you will learn how to fix your freestyle stroke and swim smoother and faster. See the difference? That could be you with just a few simple changes. Hi, I'm Alex Koch, former Olympian and senior swim coach. The most common mistake I see in swimmers is crossing their arm over the center line during the catch phase. This is exactly like driving your car and constantly turning your steering wheel from side to side. You actually waste a lot of energy and you're slowing yourself down. Your body actually zigzagging through the water instead of actually moving forward. By the end of this video, you'll be able to swim more efficiently, feel more relaxed, and gain more speed with less effort. I'll show you the 5 most common mistakes and exactly how to fix each one. These are simple but powerful changes that can transform your freestyle today. So let's dive in. Quick thing, if you want personal feedback, join my Ocean Swim School community on School. It's free to start and a community support and all that. We have also the premium where I actually analyze your video personally. Inside, you'll get also video analysis of your technique, complete training plans, but try for free first and see if you like it. Link in the description. First mistake, crossing the center line. Most swimmers reach across their body when their hand enters in the water. This causes your hips to drop and your body to rotate too much. It's like trying to walk in a straight line while constantly crossing one foot over the other. Awkward and inefficient. And how do we fix it? Enter your hand in line with your shoulder, not across your body. This straight entry is actually easier than you think. When your hand enters in line with your shoulder, your body stays balanced and your hips remain high in the water. When you cross over this, you create instability and zigzag through the water. But with proper alignment, your body moves forward efficiently. Let's practice this on land first. Stand with your arms extended forward, aligned with your shoulder. Notice how stable your body feels. When you cross the central line, you twist your spine and you lose power. With proper alignment, your body creates a strong and streamlined position. If you continue crossing over like this, you will waste energy, fighting to stay balanced. But with proper hand entry, you feel like you're gliding on rails. Smooth, direct, and efficient. Remember, the hand entry sets up your entire pull. Poor entry leads to poor catch and weak pull. A good entry leads to a good catch, which leads to a powerful pull. It's like dominoes. Get the first one right, and then the rest will follow. Now let's practice a drill that will help you to fix this problem. Swim freestyle, but touch your head each time your hand enters the water. Ensure that your hand is not crossing over. Focus on the feeling, that straight line from your hips to your shoulder to your hand. Do 4 25s, resting 15 seconds in between each, and think shoulder width each time your hand enters the water. For progression, try swimming with one arm extended forward while the other arm does the freestyle stroke. Mistake number 2, dropping your elbows. Many swimmers drop their elbow during the pull phase, pushing it down instead of pushing it back. This is like trying to paddle a boat by pushing the water downwards instead of backwards. You just don't go anywhere. And how do we fix this? Keep your elbow high as you pull through the water. Think of your arm as paddle that needs to catch and move the water backward, not downward. When your elbow drops like this, you push the water down instead of back. With your elbow high, you can grip the water efficiently. On land, bend from the waist and extend your arms forward. keeping your both arms fixed. Now drop your forearm only and feel how the shoulder muscle engaged. If your elbows drop, you lose that connection. That's the position you want in the water. When you drop your elbows like this, you're mostly pushing the water towards the floor. That does not help you to move forward. But with a high elbow, you're grabbing the water and you're pulling your body past your hand like climbing on a rope. The dropped elbow mainly uses small arm muscle that tie you quickly. The correct movement uses the bigger back muscles instead of just the ones from your arms. It's the difference between trying to open a heavy door just with your wrist versus using the whole body. Now let's move on into a drill that you can practice. Float face down with your arms extended forward. Now bend your elbows down to create the number 11 shape with your arm. Now move your forearms and hands back and forth like a windshield wipers, feeling the pressure on your palms and on your forearms. Do this 4 times for 20 seconds, resting about 10 between each. Focus on the feeling of the water pressure on your forearms. For progression, move from just sculling to incorporating full pulling motion, maintaining the high elbow position throughout. Mistake number 3. Poor body rotation. Many swimmers keep their body flat in the water. Swimming flat is like you're trying to row a boat using only one half of each stroke. You're missing out on the power and efficiency with this. And how do we fix it? Imagine a line running through your body from your head to toe, and you want to rotate around this axis with each stroke. Swimming flat like this limits your reach and power. Body rotation increases your reach and engages more muscles. Now let's practice this on land. Start swinging your arms one after the other, while rotating your shoulders and hips together. Notice how your whole body works as a unit. Without rotation, your movement is restricted. And in the water, we want rotation. Without rotation, you're only using your shoulder muscles, which tire quickly. But with proper rotation, you engage your core and your back muscles too. It's like the difference between pushing a car by yourself versus trying to have 3 friends helping you. Swimming flat creates extra drag and strain. Good rotation also helps breathing become smoother and reduce strain on your shoulders. It's the secret to swimming longer with less fatigue. Now let's work on a drill. Kick on your side with one arm extended and the other one by your side. Now take 6 kicks, then do 1 full stroke to rotate to the other side and repeat. For progression, you can now reduce it to 5 or 4 or 3 kicks between switches, increasing the rotation tempo. Now let's move on into the mistake number 4. A common mistake is lifting your head to breathe and look forward. This is exactly like trying to ride a bike while looking up at the sky. Your body follows your head, sinking your hips and creating drag. And how do we fix this? Keep your eye in the water whenever we rotate and breathe, and look straight down whenever your face returns back to the water. Your head should rotate with your body, not lift. When you lift your head like this, your hip sinks down. With proper head position, your body stays horizontal and streamlined. On land, stand with your head in neutral position. Rotate your head to the side while keeping it level. Do not lift it up. Lifting creates strain on your neck. Feel how much easier is this for your neck. When you lift your head like this, your hips sink like a seesaw. This creates more drag and you're essentially swimming uphill. With your head in line with your spine, you maintain horizontal position that slices through the water with less resistance. Head lifting creates a chain of reaction of problems through your body. Remember, water is 800 times denser than air, and even a slight change in your position creates a huge difference in drag. Keep your head down to keep your speed up. Now let's work on a drill. Extend one arm forward and place a tennis ball between your shoulder and your ear. Keep the other arm by your side while you're practicing the kick. While you're practicing the side kick, try to go back to the flat position and then back to the side. This way, you're going to work your rotation as well. This forces you to keep your head in the correct position as you rotate. If you lift your head to breathe, the ball will fall, and this way you will know that you have to work more on it. Do this for 425 meters with the ball focusing on rotating to breathe rather than lifting. For progression, try maintaining the same head position without the ball. Imagine it's still there. Now let's move on into the mistake number 5. Ineffective kick. Many swimmers kick from their knees instead from their hips. This is like you're trying to crack a whip using only the end part. You'll miss all the power that should come from the base. And how do we fix this? Kick from your hips with your legs relatively straight and pointed toes. Think of your legs as flippers that generates power from their connection to your core. Kicking from your knees like this creates little propulsion. Kicking from your hips generates much more effective force. On land, lay down on your back. Now practice small, quick kicks from your hip with pointed toes. Feel how the power comes from your hip flexors. When you bend it too much at the knee, you lose that power. The power should come from your hips, not from your knees. Knee-driven kicks create bubbles and splash but little forward momentum. Hip-driven kicks channels your energy into moving forward. Excessive knee bending wastes energy and creates drag. A good freestyle kick isn't about kicking harder, it's about kicking smarter, using the whole leg as a unit powered from your core. And let's focus on a drill to fix that issue. Using fins, kick on your side with one arm extended forward and the other one by your side. Now do 6 kicks on one side, then switch the arm and rotate to the other side. Focus on kicking from your hips with pointed toes, creating small and tight kick. 2 425s, switching sides every 6 kicks. For progression, remove the fins and try to maintain the same kick technique. Now let's put all these fixes together with a simple practice set. In your first workout, focus on these. 425 alignment touch drill that we spoke in mistake number 1. Then 425 sculling, transitioning to a full stroke with 15 seconds rest. Followed by 425 side kick switch. Then we move on into 425 with the tennis ball under your chin. Then 425 side kick with fins. Swim 100 meters, putting it all together, focus on one correction each 25. On the workout number 2, we're going to do a 425 with your first drill of your choice and second 25 as a regular freestyle, focusing on the same skill. Then you swim 100 easy freestyle, focus on all corrections together. When practicing, you might find it challenging to focus on all 5 corrections at once, and that's normal. Start with just 1 or 2 focuses per workout. Remember to feel the water pressure against your forearm during the pull and the connection between your rotation and your breathing rhythm. Making these simple changes to your freestyle will transform your swimming experience. You'll cut through the water with less effort and more speed. These techniques aren't just for racing, they help you enjoy swimming more and reducing your shoulder strain and making breathing easier. So whether you are training for triathlon or just swimming for fitness, this foundation will serve you for years to come. Remember, Olympic swimmers focus on these exact basics. They just do them perfectly, and that's the difference. They focus on small and consistent changes lead to big gains over time. And if you found this video helpful, check out my freestyle swimming course, which takes beginners to intermediate level step by step with over 48 lessons and personalized feedback on the group chat. So try these drills and let me know how it felt. And leave this in the comments below. Did you feel faster? Which mistakes are you making? And share your experience. Now don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so you do not miss any swimming tips. Next up, we're gonna fix your breathing rate in freestyle, another game changer for your swimming. Are you swimming hard but still getting nowhere fast? You might be fighting with the water instead of working with it. In this video, you will learn how to swim efficiently in freestyle, cutting through the water like a torpedo while using only half of your energy. Hi, I'm Alex Koch, former Olympian and senior swim coach. The biggest efficiency mistake I see in swimmers is creating too much resistance with poor body position. They swim with their head too high and the hips too low. This mistake is like driving a car with the parking brake on. You waste energy fighting against yourself instead of actually moving forward smoothly. By the end of this video, you'll swim further and faster with much less effort. You will feel like you're gliding through the water instead of fighting it. I will show you the 4 key efficiency techniques that will transform how you feel in the water right immediately. These are simple but powerful changes that can double your swimming endurance today and make you every stroke count and be more effective. Quick thing, if you want personal feedback, join my Ocean Swim School community on School. It's free to start and a community support and all that. We have also the premium where I actually analyze your video personally. Inside, you'll get also video analysis of your technique, complete training plans, but try for free first and see if you like it. Link in the description. Mistake number 1. Poor body position. Many swimmers keep their head too high in the water, looking forward instead of looking down. When your head rises, your hips and legs sink, creating massive drag. This is like trying to pull a sinking anchor behind you. For every inch your hips drop, you create enough resistance to slow you down by several seconds per length. And how do you fix this? Instead of lifting your head up, press your chest down and look at the bottom of the pool. Your body should form a straight line from your head to your heels, just like an arrow cutting through the water. Now let's practice this on land first. Lie down and feel your body in a straight line. Notice how your head aligns with your spine, not lifted up. This body position is actually easy to maintain when focusing on it. Thinking about pressing your chest down slightly while relaxing your neck. If you continue swimming with your head up, you will exhaust yourself quickly fighting that constant drag. Now let's work on a drill to fix this. Float in an 11 position. Face down with your arms extended forward, making the shape of a number 11. Gently pressing down your chest and your upper body into the water. Now feel how your hips and legs rises to the surface. Do this for 420 seconds float, focusing on the sensation of your entire body being at the surface. Make sure you press your chest down so your hips and legs are rising. For progression, add small flutter kicks while maintaining that perfect horizontal position. The second major mistake in swimming is tension in your body. Many swimmers grip the water too hard and keep their shoulders and neck too tight. Tense swimming is like running with every muscle clenched. You burn energy without gaining speed, and you tire out incredibly fast. Instead, relax your shoulders, neck, and your hands. Think of your arms as loose ropes rather than stiff boards. Your hands should be firm but not clenched. But before, let's practice this on land. Stand and shake out your arms completely. Then do a slow motion freestyle arms while keeping that loose and relaxed feeling. Swimming should feel smooth, not forced. There is a rhythm of engage and release. You engage the muscles whenever you need power, then you immediately release that tension. Tension is your biggest energy thief in swimming. When you swim relaxed, you can go twice as far with the same amount of energy. Now let's work on a drill to fix that. Swim freestyle, focusing on completely relaxing your hands and arms during the recovery. Let your fingertips lightly trail the surface of the water as your arms come forward. Do this for 625s, focusing on the contrast between relaxation during the recovery phase and the engagement during the pull. For progression, try swimming with closed fist to focus on arm relaxation without relying on a hand feel. If you want to transform your swimming even further, then check out my complete course in the description down below. Mistake number 3. Ineffective breathing. Many swimmers lift or turn their entire head when breathing, throwing them off their alignment and creating drag. Bad breathing like this is exactly like hitting the brakes every second in a race car. You lose all your momentum and you have to rebuild it with each breath. And how do we fix this? Instead, keeping one goggles in the water and roll your body to breathe. Your head should rotate with your shoulders and not lift. Now let's practice this on land. Stand with your arms at your side and practice only turning your head to the side while keeping it level, as if on an axis. Efficient breathing is about timing and minimalism. You just want enough movement to get air without disrupting your float through the water. When you lift your head, it's exactly like throwing an anchor off your back of your boat every second. But whenever you roll to the side and breathe, you maintain your speed and rhythm. Let's practice a simple drill to fix this. Kick on your side with one arm extended and the other one by your side. Practice breathing with your head half in the water, with one goggle submerged only, then roll to the other side. Do this for 425s, taking 3 breaths on each side for 25. For progression, try bilateral breathing in your regular freestyle and maintain the same minimal head movement. Mistake number 4, inefficient kick. Many swimmers kick too hard and too big, thinking that more kicking means more speed. Actually, an oversized kick creates turbulence and wastes energy. It's like flooring the gas pedal whenever you're stuck in the mud. Lots of noise and wasted energy with little forward movement. And how do we fix this? Instead of a big kick, use a smaller and a more compact kick that stays within your body line. Your kick should be subtle but steady, creating proportion. But before, let's practice this on land. Lay down on a mat and start practicing small, fast flutter kicks. Keep the movement compact and controlled. The most efficient kick is surprisingly small. Think of your legs creating a small, continuous ripple rather than big splashes. Most of your proportion should come from your arms. Your kick is mainly for balance and rhythm with little added speed. Now let's work on a drill. 6-beat cruise. Swim freestyle, focusing on steady 6-beat kick. 6 kicks per full arm cycle. Count 1, 2, 3 during one arm pull, and then 4, 5, 6 during the other arm pull. Do 4 25s, focusing on maintaining that rhythm without increasing the kick size. For progression, try a 2-beat kick. 1 kick per arm stroke, just to feel that minimal kick needed for a good swimming. Now let's put all together with these practice sets. First set, efficiency builder. 4 25s for each drills we covered in this video, and rest 15 seconds in between each 25. On the second set, we need to feel the difference. 650s as first 25s with maximal effort, but with poor technique. Head up, your body tense, big kicks, and so on. The second 25, relaxed effort with perfect technique. Now you're trying to compare how you feel and how fast you go. Rest 30 seconds in between each 50. Common issues that you might face. Feeling like you're not working hard enough. Efficiency often feels like it's too easy at first. Slipping back into old habits. Mental check your technique for every 3 or 4 strokes. Breathing panic. If you need more air, then take it, but keep the technique clean. Focus on feeling slippery in the water, like you're sliding through a tiny hole rather than plowing through a wall. The difference these changes make is incredible. Swimmers in my program typically cut 10 seconds per 100 meters just from swimming more efficiently, without getting any stronger or fitter. Remember, in swimming, less effort equals to more speed. Best swimmers aren't just always the strongest, but they are the most efficient. And try these drills from this video and let me know in the comments below which one it makes the biggest difference for you. Like this video, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell to get notified on our next tutorial. Next up, we're gonna cover and how to develop powerful catch in freestyle. The secret to truly propelling yourself through the water. Did you know that 80% of swimmers are using the wrong breathing pattern for their needs? This simple mistake could be the reason why you're struggling with your endurance and speed. In this video, you will discover which breathing pattern is truly best for your swimming style and goals. Hi, I'm Alex Koch, former Olympian and senior swim coach. The biggest breathing mistake I see in swimming is sticking to one breathing pattern because once someone told them it was the correct way, instead of actually choosing what works for them best based on their individual needs. This is like wearing your shoes that do not fit you. No matter how expensive or how well they are, if they're not right for you, then it will slow you down and it will cause problems. By the end of this video, you'll know exactly which breathing pattern matches with your swimming goals, fitness level, and technique style. I'll cover the pros and cons to different breathing patterns and help you find which one is the perfect match for you. These are practical, personalized breathing strategies that will make your swimming feel much more easier and feel more natural starting your everyday swim. Quick thing, if you want personal feedback, join my Ocean Swim School community on School. It's free to start and a community support and all that. We have also the premium where I actually analyze your video personally. Inside, you'll get also video analysis of your technique, complete training plans, but try for free first and see if you like it. Link in the description. Now let's get back to the video. Mistake number 1. one-side only breathing. Many swimmers breathe only to one side, usually the right side every 2 strokes. This can cause an imbalanced stroke and can lead to shoulder problems over time. Single-side breathing is like always carrying a heavy bag on the same shoulder. Eventually, your body develops muscles imbalance and compensations. And how do we fix it? Instead, learn to breathe comfortably to both sides. This does not mean that you always have to breathe every 3rd stroke, but being able to breathe to either side gives you a valuable flexibility. But first, let's practice it on land. On land, try to breathe on both sides while you're practicing your arm stroke. Try to breathe to the right, then to your left, keeping your head at shoulders level. Being able to breathe on either side is actually a simple skill once you practice it. Think about keeping your head at the same horizontal plane, just rotating, not lifting it. If you continue to breathe to only one side, you may develop a stronger pull to one side and a weaker pull to the other. Bilateral breathing helps you keep your stroke balanced and your shoulders healthy. And a drill to practice and to fix this: side switch breathing. Swim freestyle and breathe to your right side for one length, then to the left side for the next length. Focus on keeping the same technique quality on both sides. Do this for 450s, alternating the right side and the left side breathing for 25. For progression, try breathing to your non-dominant side for 2 lengths to develop comfort. Mistake number 2, breathing too frequently. Many beginner swimmers breathe too often every stroke or every 2 strokes. While this might feel comfortable for air, it actually disrupts your stroke rate and body position. Constant breathing is like trying to drink water while running. You get hydration, but you lose your running form and speed. Instead, develop the ability to extend your breathing pattern to at least every 3 strokes, which allows you to maintain a better position and a stroke rhythm. Now let's practice an exercise on land. Stand and swing your arms in a freestyle motion while breathing every 3rd arm movement or any pattern that you're working on. Finding your ideal breathing pattern is about balance. You need enough oxygen to fuel your muscles, but not so many breaths that you can disrupt your stroke. When you breathe too frequently, your head is constantly rotating, which can cause your hips to snake through the water. A controlled pattern keeps your body more aligned. And for the drill, it's called progression breathing. Swim freestyle, starting with breathing every 2 strokes per 25. Then try 3 strokes for the next 25. Then try 4. See how far you comfortably extend your breathing pattern. Whenever you fail building up, you stop the exercise. Do these 3 rounds of progression until you reach the highest breathing pattern. For progression, try maintaining your most challenging, sustainable breathing pattern for a full 50. Mistake number 3, rigid breathing pattern. Many swimmers stick with only one rigid breathing pattern regardless of their fatigue level or the demands of their swim. This is like trying to maintain the same running pace whether you're doing a warm-up or a sprint. It doesn't adapt to your body's changing needs. And how do we fix this? Instead, develop a flexible approach. Use different breathing patterns for different situations. For easy swimming, you might use every 3rd or 4th stroke. For sprinting, you might use every 2 or 3 or no breathing, depends on the race. And for endurance, you might use every 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. Now let's practice an exercise that you can do on land. Do arm cycles slowly with one breathing pattern. Then speed up the cycles and switch to a different breathing pattern. Think of your breathing pattern like gears on the bike. You need different ones for different situations. The key is having options available whenever you need them. Swimming only with one breathing pattern is like having a car just in one gear. Developing multiple breathing patterns gives you adaptability and control. And the drill that we're going to practice, it's called the pattern ladder or pyramid breathing. So swim freestyle and change your breathing pattern for every 25. Start maybe with every 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, and build it up. Then work your way back down. So it's something similar like with the previous exercise, but instead of stopping the exercise, now we're trying to come back down. Do this for 2 complete ladders, up and down. For progression, try matching your breathing pattern to your speed. Faster with more frequent breathing because you need more oxygen, and slower with less breathing. Mistake number 4. Not understanding your options. Many swimmers don't understand the purpose and the benefits of different breathing patterns, so they cannot make informed choices about what works for them. It's exactly like having a toolbox full of tools, but you do not know what each one does. You can select the right tool for the job. Now, how do we fix this? Now let's break this down for each common pattern so you can choose what works best for you in different situations. Every 2 strokes, breathing unilateral, so same side, it's great for sprinting and maximum oxygen. So sprinting like 50 to 100 meters. Creates some imbalance but provides the most air. Every 3 strokes alternating, so breathing on both sides, perfect for balance of oxygen and technique. It's ideal for most training. Every 4th stroke, so breathing on the same side, is better for rhythm than the every 2, but is still one-sided. Good for moderate pace. Every 5th stroke, again alternating, it's excellent for technique work and moderate endurance. Every 6th, again, is something similar to the 4, with less oxygen, but every 7 is alternating again. It's an advanced breathing pattern that you can work on refinement and hypoxic training. So anything above 7 stroke, it's good for hypoxic training. With all of this, let's practice being mindful of your breathing pattern. Stand tall and take 3 breaths while thinking about your swimming goals and what you need. Different breathing patterns serve different purposes. There is not a single best pattern for everyone all the time. Choose your breathing patterns like you choose your swimming gear, based on your specific needs for that session. And the drill we're going to work on, it's a purpose-based pattern. So we're going to swim 4 25s, each with a different purpose. First 25, we're going to do a sprint pace, and I would like you to breathe every 2 strokes. On the second 25, we're going to focus on technique, breathing every 3rd stroke, so bilateral breathing. For the third 25, we're going to moderate the speed with 4-stroke breathing. And for the last 25, control hypoxic breathing every 7 stroke. If you can't do every 7, then do 6 or 5. Mentally note how each breathing pattern feels different and serves different purposes. For progression, create a custom set that uses different breathing patterns for different segments of your swim workout. So we speed up the video. I would like you to take a screenshot of the first set and the second set. Take a good look and try to think how you're going to implement this in your next swimming sessions. The common issues you might face is feeling breathless when extending the breathing pattern, but build up gradually. Forgetting your count, and don't worry, focus more on the rhythm rather than exact counting. Side preference. Spend extra time practicing your weaker side. Focus on what I call home breathing pattern, the one that feels the most natural and most comfortable for everyday swimming. Then develop your specialty breathing pattern for different situations. Having a flexible approach to the breathing patterns will transform how you feel in the water. You'll have more control, better endurance, and more balanced stroke. Mastering multiple breathing patterns is like having a different gears on your bike. It gives you options for the hills, for flats, for headwinds, for springs, and this way you'll never feel limited by your breathing pattern again. Remember, the best swimmers are not locked into perfect breathing pattern. They are the ones who can adapt to their breathing to any situation. And if you want to take your breathing skills to the next level, then check out my Freestyle Mastery program. It includes specific workouts, how to develop your breathing, and how to progress from that. Try the drills in this video that we just covered and let me know in the comments below which breathing patterns feels most natural to you. Like this video, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell to get notified about our next tutorial. In one of the next videos, we're gonna cover how to breathe more effectively in open water swimming. A whole different challenge that builds on these pool techniques. Is your kicking draining all of your energy while you're barely moving forward? You're not alone. 90% of swimmers waste energy with an ineffective kick. Hi, I'm Alex Koch, former Olympian and senior swim coach. Today, I'm going to fix your kick so you can swim longer with less fatigue. The most common mistake I see in swimmers is kicking from their knees instead of kicking from their hips. This is like trying to walk through the deep sand with stiff legs. It takes tons of energy, but it doesn't move you forward much. This mistake creates drag and tires you out quickly, turning your legs from potential power source into anchors. By the end of this video, you'll have a kick that actually helps your swimming instead of hurting it. You will swim longer distances without getting tired, and you'll feel more balanced and more powerful in the water. Today, I'm going to cover 4 biggest kick mistakes, and I'm going to show you exactly how to fix each one with simple drills that you can practice in your next swim. These are straightforward but game-changing techniques that can transform your swimming immediately. Quick thing, if you want personal feedback, join my Ocean Swim School community on School. It's free to start and a community support and all that. We have also the premium where I actually analyze your video personally. Inside, you'll get also video analysis of your technique, complete training plans, but try for free first and see if you like it. Link in the description. Now let's get back to the video. Mistake number 1, kicking from your knees. The most common kick mistake is bending your knees too much. Many swimmers kick like they're paddling a bicycle underwater. This creates enormous drag and requires tons of energy. It's like trying to push a shopping cart with the wheels locked. You're working hard, but not getting any benefits. When you bend your knees too much, you're pushing the water down instead of backwards, which actually lifts your legs and drop your hips and torso, the opposite of what we want. And how do we fix this? Instead of bending your knees excessively, your kick should start from the hips with just a small knee bend. Think of your legs as long as whips, with the power coming from your core and hips. Your ankles should be loose and flexible, not stiff. Take a look at these 2 examples and think about kicking a ball. Do you kick it this way? Or do you kick it this way? This movement right here is exactly how 90% of beginner swimmers and intermediate swimmers as well, mainly their kick power comes from their knees. And this is where the rest of the swimmers generally kick, where the movement comes from the core and the hips, and using that to transfer the whole power into their foot. Now let's get back to kicking a ball. See how the whole movement comes from the hips and it's all transferred into the foot, so that power hits the ball with force. That's exactly how I want you to kick in the water as well. Let's practice this movement on land first. Stand tall And now try to move your legs forward and back while keeping your knees relatively straight. Feel how the movement initiates from your hip flexors, not from your knees. The correct kick is much more efficient. With a knee kick dominant, you might feel that you're working a lot, but you're actually creating turbulence and drag. With a hip-driven kick, each movement contributes to a forward motion. If you continue kicking from your knees, you will tire out quickly and struggle to swim longer distances. But with a hip-driven kick, you'll maintain energy and you actually help you to propel yourself forward. Think of your legs like flexible fins rather than bicycle pedals. The power comes from the hips, travels down your leg, and finishes with a flick of your ankles, just like how a dolphin moves its tail. And the drill we're going to work on, it's called kickboard press down. Hold your kickboard flat on the surface of the water. And as you kick, press the front of the board slightly underwater. By slightly, I do not mean this. The slight press of the kickboard position naturally engages your core and promotes kicking from the hips. Do this for 425s, focusing on the feeling of the kick initiated from your hips. Your mental cue, it's whip from your hip and flick at the top. For progression, try removing the kickboard and doing the same drill with arms extended in the streamline position. Second mistake, it's kicking too wide. The second major mistake is spreading your legs way too far apart whenever you kick. This is like trying to paddle a canoe with paddles that are way too wide. You create resistance against yourself. Wide kicks creates drag and actually slows you down while burning extra energy. They also throw you off your body alignment and makes your hips swing from side to side. And how do we fix this? Keep your kick narrow and within the shadow of your body width. On land, lay down on a mat and practice small, quick kicks while keeping your feet roughly hip width apart or closer. Notice how this engages your core muscles much more effectively. With a wide kick, you are essentially pushing the water outwards rather than backwards. This creates a lateral movement instead of a forward propulsion. With a narrow kick, all your energy goes into moving forward. If you continue with a wide kick, you waste energy pushing the water sideways and create body rotation that hurts your streamline. With a narrower kick, your body will stay aligned, and each kick will actually help you to move forward. Think of swimming through a narrow tube. Your kicks should stay within that tube rather than bumping against the sides. Your leg movement should be more up and down rather than out and in. And the drill we're going to work on, it's called a swim cap squeeze kicking or a pull buoy kick. Place a swim cap or a pull buoy between your legs just above your knees. Kick while keeping a light pressure on a cap or on a pull buoy to maintain proper width. Focus on keeping your legs within the body shadow. If you kick too wide, you will lose your swim cap or the pull buoy. This is a sign that you need to work more on your kicking technique. Now do this for 625s, alternating 25 with a cap or the pull buoy in between your legs and 25 without, maintaining the same kick width. One mental cue, it's kick through the pipe. For progression, increase the speed while maintaining narrow kick pattern. Now let's move on to mistake number 3, rigid ankles. Many swimmers keep their ankles stiff and rigid whenever they're kicking. Stiff ankles are like swimming with fins on but backwards. They catch the water in the wrong direction and creates drag instead of propulsion. Your feet should act like flexible fins, not rigid paddles. And how do we fix this? Develop ankle flexibility instead, so your feet can point slightly inwards at the end of each kick. On land, sit with your legs extended and practice pointing and flexing your feet. Then rotate your ankles in circles to increase mobility. For more advanced swimming specific flexibility, sit on your heels with the tops of your feet flat on the floor to stretch the front of your ankles. With rigid ankles, the surface area of your feet pushes against the water in the recovery phase of your kick, creating drag. But with flexible ankles, your feet slices through the water on the upward movement and then catch more water on the downward movement. If you continue with stiff ankles, you waste energy fighting the water instead of working with it. With flexible ankles, each downbeat of your kick will generate more propulsion with less effort. Think of your feet as natural flippers that bend with the water pressure. When your foot moves downward, it should be firm to push the water back. But whenever it moves upward, it should be relaxed to minimize the resistance. And for the drill, we're going to work on a vertical kick drill. Stand vertically in the water, and now we're going to practice a gentle flutter kick focusing only on the ankle movement. Exaggerate the flexion and extension of your ankles as you kick. Do this for 30 seconds, then swim for another 25 meters, focusing on the same ankle movement. Repeat this 4 times. One mental cue: floppy feet on the way up and firm feet on the way down. For progression, try using fins for a few lengths to feel the correct ankle position. Then remove them and try to maintain that feeling without fins. Moving on into the mistake number 4, inconsistent kick rhythm. The 4th major mistake is having an irregular or inconsistent kick rhythm. An inconsistent kick is exactly like driving a car by constantly slamming the gas pedal and then brake. It wastes energy and creates a jerky motion. Many swimmers kick frenetically for a few seconds, then let their legs drag, then kick hard again. And how do we fix this mistake? Instead, develop a steady and consistent kick rhythm that complements your arm stroke. On land, let's practice a metronome-like movement with your legs while standing. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're counting your kicks, but each arm cycles, so for each 2 strokes. Then you can practice the same with 4-beat kick. And then you can go down to 2-beat kick. So basically, each 2 arm strokes, so each cycle of your arms, you should have a certain amount of kicks. 6, 4, or 2, which are the most common. Find the rhythm that works for your swimming style. In general, midway will be 4 kicks. With irregular kick, you create moments of acceleration and deceleration that wastes energy. With a steady rhythm, you maintain a constant propulsion and a better body position. If you continue with this erratic kick pattern, you will experience moments of sinking and rising in the water, forcing you to work harder to maintain your body position. It should be steady and consistent, providing you continual stability and propulsion. And the drill we're going to work on, it's called counting kicks drill. Swim freestyle while counting your kicks per arm cycle. Aim for either 2 kicks per cycle, 4 or 6 kicks. Start with a 25 on focused counting. Then try to maintain that rate for another 25. Do this for 450s. And one mental cue, it's keep a steady tempo like a metronome. Now let's put all this together with some practice sets. So we speed up a bit the video. Make sure you take a screenshot. When practicing these sets, you might notice that your legs are getting tired quickly as you change your technique, and that's normal. Your muscles are learning the new movement pattern. Start with shorter distances and gradually build up. Focus on the water pressure against the tops of your feet on a downward kick. You should feel like you're grabbing and pushing the water backwards, not just moving your legs up and down. Making these 4 simple changes to your kick will transform your swimming experience. You will find yourself swimming longer distances without the burning sensation in your legs. Your body position will improve, making breathing easier and your overall stroke efficiency. One of my adult swimmers could not swim more than 50 meters without stopping before fixing his kick. He was kicking from the knees and he was creating so much drag that he was exhausted after each 2 lengths. And after working on these techniques for just 2 weeks, he completed his first continuous 500-meter swim. Remember, your kick isn't just about propulsion, it's about balance and your body position too. A good kick keeps your hips high, reducing the drag and making everything else in your stroke work better. These small technique changes compound every time. Now imagine how much more enjoyable your swimming will be whenever your kick actually helps rather than exhausts you. If you found this video helpful, check out my complete freestyle mastery course. It takes you from the basics to a more advanced techniques, step-by-step video lessons that you can follow at your own pace. Try these drills from the video in your next swimming practice and let me know down in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more swimming techniques to follow. Hit the notification bell so you don't miss any videos. Are your legs dragging behind you like an anchor every time you swim? Most beginner swimmers make one simple mistake that causes their legs to sink. But by the end of this video, you'll know exactly how to fix it and feel like you're gliding through the water instead of fighting with it. Here's what's happening. Your legs are dropping below your body line. Instead of floating behind you, they are sinking down like a dead weight. This makes swimming feeling exhausting because you're basically dragging your body through the water. And why does this happen? There are 3 main reasons. First, you're looking forward instead of down. When your head comes up, your hips drop. Second, your core muscles are not engaged. And third, your kicking is coming from your knees instead of your hips. The result, you feel like you're drowning instead of swimming. Every stroke becomes a struggle. By the way, my name is Alex Coach and I have a full course that talks all about it. It takes you step by step from a beginner to intermediate swimmer. Quick thing, if you want personal feedback, join my Ocean Swim School community on School. It's free to start and a community support and all that. We have also the premium where I actually analyze your video personally. Inside, you'll get also video analysis of your technique, complete training plans, but try for free first and see if you like it. Link in the description. Here is the instant fix. 3 simple changes that work together. First, look down at the bottom of the pool. Your head should be in a neutral position with your eyes looking straight down. This keeps your hips up. Second, tighten your core like someone is about to punch you in the stomach. Keep those muscles engaged the entire time you swim. This creates a solid connection between the upper and the lower body. Third, kick from your hips, not from your knees. Think of your legs as one long whip. The movement starts at your hips and flows down to your toes. Small, quick kicks work better than big and slow ones. Now here is the drill that I want you to do. It's called the streamline push-off with core squeeze. Push up the wall in a streamline position, arm extended, head down and body straight. As you glide, focusing on squeezing your core tight. Feel how your body stays in one straight line from your fingertips to your toes. Do this about 5 times before you start swimming. This teaches your body what the correct position should be like. Now let's recap the 3-part fix. Look down and keep your head in the right position. Squeeze your core to connect your body. And kick from your hips with a small, quick movement. Now here is the mistake I see all the time though. People try to fix everything all at once and get overwhelmed. Pick just one thing. Start with your head position. Once that feels natural, add the core engagement, then work on the kick. Your legs should be light, not heavy. If they still feel like they're sinking, then go back to the streamline drill. Master that position first. And if you want the complete system to go from struggling beginner to a confident swimmer, then check out my full course in the description down below. These YouTube videos gives you quick fixes, but the course gives you a step-by-step progression to improve faster. And next week, I'm going to show you how you fix your freestyle breathing in 90 seconds. Hit subscribe so you don't miss any of it. And your swimming is going to get much more easier. Do you hold your breath until you're desperate for air, then you lift your head up and you gulp water? You're making the same mistake as 90% of new swimmers make. But in the next 90 seconds, I'll show you a simple fix that will make breathing feel more natural and smooth. Here is what you're doing wrong. You're lifting your head straight up to breathe. Your face comes completely out of the water like you're trying to climb out of the pool. This happens because of panic and bad timing. You wait too long to breathe, so whenever you need air, you panic and you lift your whole head up. But when your head goes up, your body sinks down. Now you're fighting to stay afloat instead of swimming forward. The result, you swallow water, lose all your rhythm, and swimming becomes a battle to just survive. By the way, my name is Alex Coach and I have a full course that talks all about it. It takes you step by step from a beginner to intermediate swimmer. Quick thing, if you want personal feedback, join my Ocean Swim School community on School. It's free to start and a community support and all that. We have also the premium where I actually analyze your video personally. Inside, you'll get also video analysis of your technique, complete training plans, but try for free first and see if you like it. Link in the description. Here is a game changer. Don't lift your head, but rotate your body to breathe. Think of your body as a log rolling in the water. When you need air, rotate the whole body to one side. Your head turns with your body, not by itself. The key here is to keep one goggle in the water, and only half of your face comes out. Here, you're breathing into a pocket of air that forms right next to your head and your mouth. Your head stays in line with your spine the whole time, not lifting, just rotating. Here is the drill that makes it automatic. It's called the side kick with slow rotation. Start on your side with one arm extended forward. Kick gently to stay afloat. Your bottom goggle should be underwater and the top goggle should be above the water. This is your breathing position. Now slowly rotate your face down, then back to your side. Practice this rotation 5 times on each side. Focus on keeping your head connected to your body. Do not let it move separately. Make it rhythmic. Rotate, breathe in, rotate back, breathe out. Now let's lock this in. Your body rotates like a log. Your head moves with your body, not alone. Keep one goggle underwater when you breathe, and breathe into the air pocket next to your head. Here is where people messed up though. They try to breathe too often at first. Start breathing every 4 strokes, then work down to every 3. Give yourself some time to get comfortable with the rotation before you worry about the breathing so often. If you're still swallowing water, you're probably still lifting your head a little bit. Go back to that side kick drill. Master that rotation first. Do you want a complete system to master your swimming fundamentals? My full course in the description down below breaks down every technique step by step so you can progress faster than trying to figure it out on your own. Next week, I'm going to show you how to glide longer without kicking hard. This will save you tons of energy in the water. Hit subscribe so you do not miss it. Your breathing is about to become the biggest strength instead of your biggest struggle. Are you kicking like crazy but you're barely moving forward? You're working twice as hard and getting half of the distance. Here is a shocking truth. The fastest swimmers spend more time gliding than kicking. By the end of this video, you'll learn how to glide like a torpedo and save massive amount of energy. Here is what you're doing wrong. You're kicking constantly with no glide phase. Your legs are kicking like an egg beater the entire time you swim. You never really give yourself a chance to coast through the water. This happens because of two things. First, your streamline position is terrible. Your body isn't shaped to cut through the water smoothly. Second, you think more effort means more speed. So you kick harder and faster, which actually slows you down. The result? You're exhausted after just one length of the pool. You're fighting the water instead of working with it. Quick thing, if you want personal feedback, join my Ocean Swim School community on School. It's free to start and a community support and all that. We have also the premium where I actually analyze your video personally. Inside, you'll get also video analysis of your technique, complete training plans, but try for free first and see if you like it. Link in the description. Here is the secret. Improve your front leg posture and cut through the water like a knife. Your streamlined position is everything. Arms extended straight above your head, not wide. Squeeze your arms tight against your ears. Your hands should be stacked on top of each other. Head should be looking down at the bottom of the pool. Your whole body should form one straight line from your fingertips to your toes. Think of yourself as an arrow. Arrows fly far because they're perfectly straight and smooth. Your body needs to be the same way. Here is a drill that changes everything. Push and glide hold with your arms extended and still head. Push off the wall hard in a perfect streamlined position. Keep your arms locked straight above your head. Head stays down, looking at the bottom. Now here is the key part. Hold that position and glide as far as you can without kicking. Count how far you glide before you slow down. Try to beat that distance each time. Focus on keeping your body perfectly straight and still. No wiggling, not adjusting, just pure glide. Do this 5 times before you start swimming. Each push-off should be longer than the last. And you will be amazed how far you can go with just one push and a good posture. Now let's nail this down. Perfect streamline means arm tight against your ears, hands stacked, head down, and your body straight like an arrow. The better your streamline, the longer you glide. Here is where people mess up though. They get impatient. They push off the wall, they glide for 1 second, and then they start kicking because they think they need to. Wrong. Trust the glide. Whenever you swim, let your body coast, then start your kicking and your stroke. If you're not gliding for at least 30% of the length of the pool, then your streamline position needs work. Go back to the wall and focus on making your body perfectly straight and still. Are you ready to master every aspect of efficient swimming? My complete course in the description down below gives you a full system to swim with less effort and more speed. These YouTube videos are just the beginning, but the course gives you a complete roadmap. Next week, I'm going to show you the easiest way to stop overturning your head. This simple fix will make your stroke much more smoother. Hit subscribe so you don't miss it. You're about to discover what it feels to actually glide through the water instead of fighting with it. You feel like you're fighting with the water every time you turn your head? Here is the thing. Most of the swimmers make one simple mistake that makes breathing 10 times harder than it needs to be. By the end of this video, you'll know exactly how to fix it and swim with way less effort. The biggest mistake I see swimmers make is overturning their head when they breathe. What I mean is just instead of rotating the head to the side, they're lifting way up and they're turning past that vertical line. You're basically either looking at the ceiling or looking on top of the water instead of just looking to the side. This happens because you're scared that you won't get enough air. So you overcompensate by lifting your head as high as possible. But here is what actually happens. When you overturn your head, your body sinks and your hips drop. And now you're fighting to stay afloat instead of gliding through the water. Quick thing, if you want personal feedback, join my Ocean Swim School community on School. It's free to start and a community support and all that. We have also the premium where I actually analyze your video personally. Inside, you'll get also video analysis of your technique, complete training plans, but try for free first and see if you like it. Link in the description. And here is a simple fix that will change everything. Keep one eye in the water whenever you breathe. That's it. When you turn to breathe, only rotate your head enough so that one eye stays underwater. You should be looking to the side, not up to the sky. Think of this way. Your head should rotate from your shoulders, not lift up from your neck. It's like trying to lay on your side in bed and just turning your head on the pillow. Now here is a drill to help you master this. It's called the 6-1-6. Kick on your side for 6 beats with one arm extended. Now take one stroke and breathe. Focus on keeping that one eye in the water. Then swap sides and kick on the other side for 6 beats. And repeat this as many times as you need. During that one breath, really focus on small head roll. Don't lift up, just rotate to the side. Your mouth should barely clear the water. If you can see the pool deck, that means you're turning too far. Practice this drill and you will train your body to breathe efficiently without disrupting your balance. Let me recap the key points. Stop overturning your head too much. Keep one eye in the water whenever you want to breathe. Rotate from your shoulders, not lift from your neck. Use a 6-1 kick drill to practice small head rolls. And here is a common pitfall. Even when swimmers try to fix this, they still panic and overturn their head because they think they won't get enough air. Trust me, you'll get plenty of air with just one small rotation. Your body will thank you because now you're going to stay more balanced and you'll swim with way less effort. And if you found this video helpful, I have a complete swimming course that breaks down every technique step by step. This YouTube channel gives you what is inside, but the full course takes you through a complete progression from a beginner to a confident swimmer. Check the link in the description down below and learn more about the full program and start improving faster. And if you want to fix another common mistake, watch my next video where I'm going to show you how to fix your arm timing with this simple drill. Does your freestyle feel choppy and awkward, like your arms don't know what they're supposed to be doing? Poor arm timing is the #1 reason beginners feel like they're working twice as hard to go half of the distance. But here's the good news. I'm going to show you one simple drill that will fix your timing and make swimming smooth and effortless. The biggest timing mistake I see is when swimmers have both arms completely out of sync. What happens? It's either both of the arms pause at the front at the same time, or one arm is rushing while the other one is stuck. It looks like you're doing jumping jacks in the water. This happens because you're either pausing for too long with your arms reached forward, or you're rushing through the stroke without any rhythm. When your timing is off, you lose all that momentum. It's like you're trying to ride a bike and hitting the brakes every second. The result is that you feel like you're working super hard, but you're barely moving forward. Your stroke becomes choppy instead of smooth. Quick thing, if you want personal feedback, join my Ocean Swim School community on School. It's free to start and a community support and all that. We have also the premium where I actually analyze your video personally. Inside, you'll get also video analysis of your technique, complete training plans, but try for free first and see if you like it. Link in the description. And here is the fix. You need to learn to catch up timing with clear transitions between your arm strokes. Think of it like this. As one arm is about to enter the water, the other arm should start. No gasps, no rushing. This is exactly like a smooth relay race, where one runner hands the baton to the next runner at the perfect moment. Now here is the drill that will teach your body with the timing. It's called the catch-up drill with the finger tap. Start with both arms extended forward. Take one stroke with one arm and then the other one stays extended. When one arm comes back to the front, then tap your fingertips together. Now take the other stroke with the other arm that stays extended. Tap again at the fingertips, they meet at the front. Keep alternating like this. For progression, there is another drill that's even better and it's called bow and arrow. But for now, to fix your problem, stick with this drill. The key here is the finger tap. This teaches your body to wait for each other and creates perfect timing. You're literally teaching your body when to start the next stroke. Start slow and focus on smooth, clean transitions. Do not rush the tap. Let your arms meet gently at the front before starting the next stroke. Now let's recap what we covered. Stop letting both arms get out of sync. Learn the catch-up timing with clean transitions and use the catch-up drill with fingertip tap to practice. Focus on smooth hands-off between your arms. Here is the common pitfall. Swimmers start with their drill, but then they rush through it. They tap their fingertips quickly and immediately start the next stroke. And that defeats the whole purpose. Take your time with the tap. Pause for just a moment. This teaches your body the proper rhythm and timing you will use in your regular swimming. Smooth and control beats fast and sloppy every time. Later on, you can work on a bow and arrow drill which will further progress your stroke. If this drill helped you to understand arm timing better, you will love the complete swimming course I have. This YouTube videos gives you a taste of what is inside. But the full course walks you through every technique with a complete progression from a beginner to a confident swimmer. Check the link in the description down below to see the step-by-step program and start swimming with a better technique right away. And if you're still struggling with floating and feeling panicked in the water, in my next video, I'm going to show you exactly what to do. Are you one of those people that thinks you cannot float? That your body is too dense or you're too heavy for the water? Here is the surprising truth. Everyone can float. The reason why you're sinking has nothing to do with your body type, and everything has to do with one simple mistake you're making. By the end of this video, you'll be floating calmly without panic or fear. The biggest mistake I see with floating is that people start sinking, then immediately kick and start trashing panic. They think that they need to fight with the water to stay up. But here's what's really happening. You're making yourself sink. When you panic, your body becomes rigid and tight. You hold your breath and tense up every muscle. This actually makes you less buoyant. It's like trying to float a board versus trying to float a rock. The tense, rigid body sinks faster. Plus, whenever you hold your breath and you're tense, you create a pocket in your lungs that makes it everything to be unstable. So now you start to tip and roll, which makes you panic even more. It becomes a vicious cycle. Quick thing, if you want personal feedback, join my Ocean Swim School community on School. It's free to start and a community support and all that. We have also the premium where I actually analyze your video personally. Inside, you'll get also video analysis of your technique, complete training plans, but try for free first and see if you like it. Link in the description. And here is the fix that will change everything. Relax your body and trust the water that will hold you. I know that sounds crazy, but the water wants to support you. You just have to let it. And here is the drill that will prove this to you. It's called the starfish float. And we will do both on your back and on your front. Let's start with the back float. Find yourself some space in the pool, maybe the shallow end, where you can stand. Now lean back slowly and spread your legs and your arms like a starfish. Let your ears go underwater, and this is normal. Here is the key part. Breathe out slowly and gently through your nose. You don't have to hold your breath when you're doing a back float. Keep breathing normally, in and out with short breaths. Relax every muscle in your body like you're melting in the water. For the front float, same starfish position, but face down this time. Keep your face in the water and hold your breath. Whenever you need air, that means you should stop the float. Bring your knees to your chest and stand back up. Again, stay relaxed, and if you need it, make sure you press your chest down so your hips are coming back to the surface. Sometimes the back float is much easier than the front float. And the magic really happens whenever you breathe out. And because of that, this releases the tension and helps your body find its natural floating position. Don't fight with it, just melt into the water. And let's recap these key points. Stop fighting the water whenever you start sinking, but relax your body instead of tensing up. Breathe out slowly if you're doing a back float. Don't hold your breath, but hold your breath whenever you do face down float. Trust that the water will support you. Practice starfish float with both front and back. Here is the common pitfall. People try this drill, but then tense up to the moment they feel themselves moving in the water. Remember, some movement, very slightly movement, is normal. You might tip slightly or shift position. That does not mean that you're sinking. Just stay relaxed and keep breathing out slowly if you're doing a back float. The water will find a way to hold you up. The moment you tense up, you'll start to sink. So stay calm and trust the process. If floating has been holding you back from enjoying swimming, then my complete course covers this and every fundamental skill you need. These YouTube videos shows you pieces of the puzzle, but the full course gives you a complete step-by-step progression from beginner to a confident swimmer. Check the link in the description down below and see the full program and finally overcome your fear of the water. And once you've mastered floating, you will want to work on smooth and efficient strokes. In my next video, I'm going to show you how to fix a choppy stroke with just one simple drill. Does your freestyle look like you're slapping the water? Or are your arms splashing everywhere but you have no smooth rhythm? Here is something that might surprise you. Choppy strokes are not about your arms at all. They're about something completely different. But in the next few minutes, I will show you one drill that will transform your jerky and splashy stroke into something smooth and effortless. The mistake I see all the time is swimmers with splashy and jerky arms that have no rhythm. It looks like they're trying to fight with the water instead of moving through it. Every stroke creates a big splash, and there is no flow from one stroke to the next. This happens because of two things: too much tension in your body and poor rotation. When you tense up, your arms move in sharp, jerky motions instead of a smooth arcs. And when you don't rotate your body, your arm have to do all the work from awkward positions. And the result, you look like you're having a wrestling match with the water. You're working twice as hard by moving half as fast. Plus, that splash means you're wasting energy to pushing the water down instead of pushing yourself forward. Quick thing, if you want personal feedback, join my Ocean Swim School community on School. It's free to start and a community support and all that. We have also the premium where I actually analyze your video personally. Inside, you'll get also video analysis of your technique, complete training plans, but try for free first and see if you like it. Link in the description. And here is the fix. You'll need a smooth arm recovery and a proper body roll that works together. Think of your arm like a windmill blade. It should move in a smooth, continuous arc. And your body should roll like a log in the water, keeping your arms to move naturally. And the drill that fixes this is called single arm freestyle with body roll. And here is exactly how to do it. Start swimming with just your right arm while your left arm stays by your side. As your right arm comes out of the water, roll the whole body to your right. Let your arm swing over and high with a high elbow and relaxed arc, like you're reaching over a barrel. As your arm enters in the water, roll your body back to the left. Keep your left arm glued to your side the whole time. Take about 6 to 8 strokes, then switch to your left arm. The key here is the body roll. Don't just move your arm, but roll the entire body from side to side. This creates space for your arms to swing over smoothly instead of being cramped and choppy. Think of this. Your body roll sets up the perfect pathway for your arms. When you roll to one side, it lifts the shoulders up and creates a smooth highway for your arms to travel on. Practice this slowly at first. Focus on the roll, then let your arm flow naturally. Now let's briefly recap. Stop fighting the water with tense, jerky arms. Focus on smooth arm recovery and body roll. Use a single arm freestyle to practice the roll. And think of a smooth windmill blade and rolling log. Not slapping, not splashing. And here is a common pitfall. Swimmers do this drill but forget about the body roll. They just focus on making their arms smoother, but they keep their body flat. This misses the whole point. The body roll is what creates a smooth stroke. Without it, your arms is still fighting from this awkward position. So really exaggerate that roll at first. Roll as much that it feels weird. And that's how you know that you're doing the right thing. Remember, a smooth body roll leads to a smooth arm recovery, which also leads to a smooth and efficient stroke. And if you're tired of looking like you're fighting with the water, my complete swimming course breaks down every aspect of smooth and efficient technique. These YouTube videos only gives you a sample of what is possible. The full course takes you through a complete progression from a beginner to a confident swimmer. Check the link in the description down below for my step-by-step program and start swimming with grace and efficiency you always wanted. And if you're ready to take your swimming to the next level, then check out my next series, which is called Swim Without Struggle series, where I show you how to be calm and confident in the water. Tired of giving everything and still feeling slow? The problem isn't your fitness, it's the 5 technique flaws. In this video, you'll learn how to fix your freestyle stroke, swim smoother and faster. Hi, I'm Alex Koch, former Olympian and senior swim coach. By the end of this video, you'll swim more efficiently and feel more relaxed and gain more speed with less effort. I'll show you 5 deadly mistakes that kills your speed and simple fixes that will transform your swimming today. Do you want a complete system? My full freestyle course walks you through every stroke detail from a beginner to an intermediate swimmer, one day at a time. Check it out in the description down below. Now let's get started. First mistake is swimming flat like a log down the river. Your body isn't rotating at all. This happens because swimmers think they need to stay perfectly horizontal. But here is the truth. Swimming flat kills your power and makes you work way harder. When you swim flat, your arms cannot reach as far, and you cannot use your core muscles too. It's like trying to throw a baseball without turning your shoulders. The fix is simple. Rotate your body 45 degrees with each stroke. Think of it like a log rolling going down the hill. On land, practice this. Stand with your arms extended. Now rotate your shoulders and hips together. When one arm enters the water, roll the other shoulder up to the sky. Your body should look like a seesaw, not a surfboard. Here is why it works. When you rotate, you can reach about 6 inches or 15 centimeters further with each stroke. That's exactly like getting a longer arm for free. Plus, you engage your powerful core muscles instead of just your tired shoulders. First part, as your arm enters the water, start the rotation. And on the second part, as you pull, complete the rotation on the other side. Each part helps the next, like dominoes falling into perfect order. And now you can practice the 6-kick switch drill. So kick 6 times to one side, then do one stroke and rotate to the other side, and continue with the 6 kicks. Focus on keeping your belly button pointing to the side wall. Start with about 4 lengths of doing the 6-kick switch, then you progress all the way to 3-kick switch, then normal swimming with the same rotation feeling. The second mistake is like your kick looks like you're wearing fins made of jelly. Floppy ankles create drag instead of speed. This happens because most people have stiff ankles from wearing shoes all day. Your feet needs to be flexible like a dolphin tail, not rigid like a door. Stiff ankles act exactly like a brakes on your car. Every kick slows you down instead of speeding you up. And the fix starts on land. Sit on the pool deck or anywhere around your home and point your toes like a ballerina. Your foot should make a straight line with your leg. Now practice this. Point and flex your feet for about 20 times. In the water, kick from your hips, not from your knees. Your legs should be like whips, loose at the ankles and powerful at the hips. Kicking with stiff ankles is like you having a wooden paddles. But kicking the right way with flexible ankles that bend and snap like a rubber bands. This is crucial because flexible ankles grab the water and push it backward. But stiff ankles just put the water up and down, wasting all of your energy. On the first part, kick down with loose ankles that bend naturally. And on the second part, kick up with your ankles snapping back. The ankle flexibility makes each kick twice as effective. As a drill, let's practice vertical kick. Now let's start the vertical flutter kick on top of the surface. Kick your legs for about anywhere from 10 to 30 seconds, focusing on keeping your ankles loose and floppy. Maybe you can start with 3 sets of 10 seconds and work up to 30 seconds. Then practice a 25 meters kick sets with a kickboard, focusing on ankle flexibility. And the third mistake we're going to talk about, you're gliding like you're trying to take a nap between the strokes. That pause is killing all of your speed. And this happens because swimmers think that longer glides means more distance. But here is the truth. Pausing breaks your rhythm and your momentum. This is like trying to ride a bicycle and coasting every few pedals. You lose all your momentum and you have to work twice as hard to get it going again. And the fix is maintaining the rhythm. On land, practice arm cycles. Smooth, continuous motion with no pauses. And in the water, think of your stroke like a metronome. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Steady rhythm with no breaks. This works because continuous motions maintain your momentum. When you pause, you have to overcome the water resistance all over again with each stroke. On the first part of your stroke, as one arm enters the water, the other arm starts the catch. And on the second part of the stroke, as you pull with one arm, the other one extends forward. And third part of the stroke, as one arm extends forward, the other one starts the recovery phase. And then you repeat the cycle. No gaps, no pauses. And then the drill we're going to work on, it's called bow and arrow. You get to a bow and arrow position first. Whenever your arm is about to enter the water, you start the pull with the other one. And you complete a full freestyle stroke cycle. You get back into that bow and arrow position and you start again. Mistake number 4 is overreaching or overextending your shoulders. The fourth mistake, you're reaching out so far forward that your shoulders look like they're about to pop out of its socket. This happens because swimmers think reaching further
means swimming faster. But overreaching actually slows you down and hurts your shoulders. It's like trying to throw a ball by reaching so far back that you lose all that power. Your shoulder isn't designed to work at that extreme angle. And the fix is entering in line with your shoulders. On land, practice reaching out forward with your arm in line with your shoulder socket. Here, you can practice on the pool deck or at home. Reach forward like you're trying to touch the water. Your hand should be directly in front of your shoulder. This is important because whenever you reach in line with your shoulder, you can use your strongest pulling muscles. Overreaching uses weak and injury-prone muscles. A first part of your movement is entering the water with your hand in line with your shoulders, as we spoke about. And the second part is catching the water in this strong position. This sets you up for a powerful pull. Now you can practice various drills, but I just chose a simple one. Practice single arm freestyle. Keep your non-working arm at your side, focusing on entering in line with your shoulder. Do this for about 25 meters with one arm, and then swap to the other arm. Then try to swim regular freestyle, maintaining shoulder width entry. And mistake number 5, holding your breath. Fifth mistake is you're holding your breath like you're about to dive on the bottom of the ocean. Then you panic and you lift your head up for air. This happens because swimmers are afraid of getting water in their mouth. But holding your breath creates panic and breaks your stroke. This is like trying to run a race while holding your breath. You're going to last for about 10 seconds before you're gasping for air. And the fix here is breathing out underwater constantly. On land, practice humming a tune. That's the feeling you want underwater. In the water, start breathing out as soon as your face goes underwater. Make bubbles constantly, exactly like you're blowing out a birthday candles with your nose. This works because you only need to breathe out underwater. You only need to breathe in whenever you turn your head. No panic, no disruption to your stroke. And first part of the movement, as your face enters the water, start breathing out slowly. And on the second part, you rotate to breathe, your lungs are empty and ready for fresh air. Practice bubble breathing. Hold into the pool wall and put your face in the water. Breathe out steadily for 5 seconds, then turn your head to the side and breathe in quickly. Start with 10 repetitions at the wall. Then practice while doing it easy freestyle, focusing on constant bubble breathing. Now let's put all together, and here is a practice set that targets all 5 mistakes. Please take a screenshot. Some of the most common issues and solutions are: if you feel dizzy, you're holding your breath, but focus on constant bubble breathing. If your shoulder hurt, then check if you're not overreaching. And if you're feeling that you're sinking, then focus on body rotation and ankle flexibility. And what to feel? Feel the water pressure on your forearm as you catch. Feel your body rolling like a log. And feel your ankles being loose and whip-like. When you fix these 5 mistakes, swimming becomes completely different. You will feel smoother, faster, and less tired. These changes don't just make you faster, they make swimming fun again, and you'll have more confidence to swim longer distances, maybe join a group workouts, or even try a triathlon. Remember,
Every Olympic swimmer started with these swimming basics. You're not just fixing mistakes, you're building a foundation for a lifelong swimming success. And you want to take your swimming to the next level? Then check out my full freestyle course, and it takes beginner to intermediate level step by step with detailed drills and progression for every technique. But try these drills from this video and let me know how it felt in the comments down below. Which mistake was your biggest problem? I read every comment and I would love to hear about your progress. If this video helped you, then hit the like button and subscribe for more swimming tips. Ring the bell so you don't miss any new techniques. Next up, I'm going to speak about 4 biggest breaststroke mistakes that are holding you back and show you exactly how to fix each one.
Is your stroke out of sync? Let's fix that timing then. Most swimmers kick at the wrong time and wonder why they're working so hard but moving so slowly. In this video, you'll learn how to fix your breaststroke kick timing and swim smoother with less effort.
Hi everyone, my name is Alex Coach and I will be your swimming coach today. The most common mistake I see in swimmers is kicking while their arms are still pulling. This timing mistakes kills your glide, wastes your energy and makes you sink instead of moving forward. Your strokes becomes a constant battle against the water. By the end of this video, you'll swim more efficiently, feel more relaxed, and gain more speed with less effort. I'm going to show you when to kick, when to glide, and how to put all together. And I will show you how to fix each one. Do you want a complete system? My full freestyle course walks you through every stroke detail from a beginner to intermediate swimmer, one day at a time. Check it out in the description down below.
The first mistake on the list is kicking too early. Is this mistake killing your speed and you probably don't even know that you're doing it? The mistake is kicking like your arms are still pulling back. Watch me how I do it here wrongly. See how the kick happens before the arms finish? This is exactly like you're trying to push a shopping cart while someone else is trying to pull it backwards. When you kick early, you're fighting with your own forward momentum. Your legs push you forward while your arms are still creating drag. And the result, you go nowhere fast and you get more tired quickly. And here is the correct timing. Kick only after your arms have finished pulling and they're starting to come forward. Think of it like this. Think of a perfect time relay race. One teammate finishes before the next one starts. And watch the difference. The arms pull and then you kick. It's pull, kick, glide, and it's not pull, kick, chaos. Now let's practice this on land. Stand and trying to simulate the arm pull. And then you wait, and then you snap your legs together. In this example, I'm only showing you with one leg because there is no other way I can show you. But it's all about the timing. Feel that pause in between? That's your glide moment. The key here is patience. Your arms create momentum. Your kick continues it. And if you rush the kick, then you're exactly like a car hitting the gas and the brake at the same time. Smooth timing means smooth speed. Wrong timing makes you work 3 times harder for the half of the distance. Correct timing makes you feel like you're surfing through your own wave. And here is your timing drill. Push up the wall in the streamline. Do one arm pull. Pause for a full second, then kick. And count it out. Do this for as many 25s as necessary. Focus only on the timing. The longer you can hold the streamline, the faster you will go with less effort. Are you working twice as hard and getting half of the distance? The mistake is rushing straight from the kick to the next stroke. There is no glide, no rest, no efficiency. This is like trying to run a marathon by sprinting every other step. You will burn out fast. Watch me how I'm doing this wrong example, that immediately I start the next stroke after the kicking. No pause, no streamline, no free distance. And I'm working here constantly, but I don't go anywhere. After each kick, you should glide in streamline for at least 2 to 3 seconds. This is not about being lazy, it's about being smart. The glide is where you travel the furthest with zero effort. Think of it like riding a bike downhill. You pedal to get speed, then you coast. Now here, the coast is your free distance. And in brushstroke, the glide is your free distance. Practice this streamline position on land. Arms straight up, hands together, head in a neutral position. Hold it for about 10 seconds. This is your power position in the water in brushstroke. Now here is why the glide matters. Skip the glide and you're swimming uphill with every stroke. Without the glide, you'll be exhausted after 50 meters. But with a proper glide, you can swim 200 meters feeling fresh. The glide is your secret weapon. And the drill we're going to work on, it's called the push-off and swim with one stroke. Then glide until you almost stop. Count how far you travel. And now do it again, focusing on holding that streamline longer. The difference here is not strength, it's about patience and technique. Mistake number 3, it's weak kick recovery. This hidden mistake is creating massive drag and is making every stroke feel like swimming through the mud. And the mistake is bringing your legs back carelessly. Wide knees, drop ankles, legs dropping through the water like anchors, and nothing works. This is like trying to swim with a parachute attached. Every time you bring your legs back wrong, you're hitting the brakes. The recovery should be narrow and quick. Keep your knees close together, heels to your glutes, and make it fast. Think of it like pulling your legs up, like you're trying to avoid stepping on something hot. And now watch this. Knees stay under your body. Your heels come up straight, quick and clean. It's like folding a paper airplane, smooth, precise and efficient. Practice on land first. Bring your heels to your glutes and keeping your knees closed. Feel how much less effort it takes compared to the wide knees. Narrow recovery cuts through the water like a knife. But wide recovery pushes the water like a snowplow. Now which one sounds easier? Fix your recovery first and you'll swim 30% further with the same effort. Keep doing it wrong and you always wonder why brushstroke feels so hard and so slow. And the drill we're going to work on is called the recovery drill. Swim brushstroke and focus only on the leg recovery. Making it as narrow and as quick as possible. Do about 4 lengths, counting on how many strokes you take. As your recovery gets cleaner, your stroke count should drop. Fewer strokes means more distance per stroke. That's swimming smart, not hard. And for the practice session, please take a screenshot. And some of the common issues you might face is feeling like you're sinking during the glide. And the solution here is keep your head neutral and core tight. You're not sinking, you're streamlining. Focus on the feeling of the water pressure on your chest during the glide. That pressure means like you're moving fast and efficiently. Master this and your brushstroke transforms from a struggle to a glide. You'll swim longer distances without getting tired and you're actually going to enjoy your rhythm. One of my swimmers went from 16 strokes per length to 12 strokes just by fixing these timing mistakes. Same effort, but 25% more distance. That's the power of proper technique. Swimming is not about being the stronger person in the pool. It's about being the smartest. Small changes in timing create massive improvements in your speed and your endurance. Every great swimmer started with these basics. Perfect your timing and you will build a foundation for everything else. And do you want to master every aspect of freestyle? then check out my full freestyle mastery course. It takes you from a beginner to a confident swimmer with step-by-step video lessons. Try these timing drills this week and let me know how it felt in the comments down below. And if this video helped you, then hit the like button and subscribe for more swimming tips. Ring the bell so you never miss any technique video.
3 months ago, a swimmer who had never put her face in the water came to me with a simple goal: to swim one length of freestyle. But yesterday, she actually swam her first 50-meter freestyle without stopping and having a proper good technique, which swimmers actually train for years to develop this. But how did she do that? Using this exact 4-step progression that I'm about to share with you. If you tried to learn freestyle before but you have failed, or if you can barely swim a couple strokes without gasping for air, or if you're just starting out completely from the scratch, then this video will transform the way you think about swimming forever. I've coached thousands to swim on their first and continuous 50-meter freestyle, and I've discovered the exact sticking points that prevent beginner swimmers from succeeding. Inefficient breathing, poor body position, missed time arm movements, and wasted energy. Does this sound familiar? So in this video, I'll walk you through proven 4-step progression that helped my swimmers to go from zero experience to actually swimming a full 50-meter freestyle, often in just few weeks. As an Olympic swimmer and a full-time coach, I've refined this system through thousands of hours on the poolside. The difference between my approach and what you likely tried before is that I break freestyle down into learnable components in the exact right sequence. And what you're about to learn, it's not just theory, it's actually what it works based on measurable results from real beginners I coach. Quick thing, if you want personal feedback, join my Ocean Swim School community on School. It's free to start and a community support and all that. We have also the premium where I actually analyze your video personally. Inside, you'll get also video analysis of your technique, complete training plans, but try for free first and see if you like it. Link in the description. Step 1, the foundation, breathing control. So number one reason why beginners fail to swim is not just poor technique, it's actually poor breathing as well. So let me tell you about a 35 years old who came to me after 3 failed attempts at learning to swim freestyle. He could manage to swim 5 to 10 meters freestyle before he was panicking for air. So whenever I analyzed his swimming, I noticed that he wasn't fully exhaling underwater. So basically, he was holding his breath, creating a carbon dioxide buildup that triggered his gasping reflex. Stand in the chest deep water with your shoulders submerged. Now take a normal breath. Then put your face in the water. Exhale steadily through your nose for 3 seconds. Now rotate your head to the side, not lifting it up, until your mouth clears the surface. Take 1 quick breath in, then return your face to the water. Repeat these 10 breaths, focusing on the complete exhale. What makes this drill work? It actually establishes the fundamental rhythm of freestyle breathing, steady exhale underwater, quick inhale at the surface without the complexity of arm movement. After just 1 week of practicing this drill for 5 minutes daily, my swimmers could maintain continuous breathing for about 50 meters. His oxygen saturation level, which I measure with the pulse oximeter before and after his swimming, improved by 94 to 98% after exertions. Concrete evidence that his body was now properly processing the oxygen during the exercise. Step 2, body position, the foundation of efficiency. Now once breathing is solid, the next critical element is the body position. This is where most beginners waste 50 to 70% of their energy. So consider another swimmer, a 28 years old fitness instructor who came to me to learn how to swim because his legs were dragging in the deep water. Despite his excellent fitness, he could not swim for more than 15 meters without exhaustion. Whenever I analyzed his swimming, I saw the problem immediately. His body position created so much drag that he was essentially fighting with the water rather than moving through it. And what kind of exercise will help you to fix this? The streamline kick. Push off gently in a streamline position. Glide for a couple seconds, then start to kick. The key element here is to press your chest down slightly while engaging your core. Kick as far as possible, maintaining the kick and holding the streamline position. Whenever you want to breathe, lift your head forward, take a quick breath, place it back in the water while facing the bottom of the pool. This drill teaches you the optimal freestyle position while kicking before adding any arm stroke mechanics. By pressing your chest down slightly, your hips and legs are naturally raised to the surface, dramatically reducing the drag. Now, after practicing this drill for 2 weeks, his swim distance have doubled from 15 to over 25 meters per swim. Now, using a monitor or simply taking your heart rate the old school way, I actually measured his effort at a 25-meter distance, so his heart rate has dropped from 185 to 140 BPM, beats per minute, swimming the same 25 meters. That's a 25% reduction in effort simply from improving his body position. Step 3, the arm cycle. Powering forward. With breathing rate and body position established, now we can add propulsion through a proper arm technique. This is where most beginners get overwhelmed, trying to coordinate everything all at once. One of my young swimmers was able to swim shorter distances, but with an efficient windmill stroke that left her exhausted after 15 to 20 meters. But instead of correcting her stroke all at once, we actually broke it down using a progressive approach. The catch-up drill. And this is just one of the exercises that we actually worked on. Start in the streamline position from the previous drill we've just done. Now begin your freestyle, but with one crucial modification. Keep one arm extended forward, while the other arm completes a full stroke. Once the moving arm returns to the front, pause it with both arms extended. Then begin the stroke with the opposite arm. Focus on clean catch at the front of each stroke. And what actually makes this drill powerful? It prevents the common windmill technique by forcing you to complete each arm cycle before beginning the next one. It also reinforces the glide position where you're most streamlined. So after practicing this drill for 2 weeks, her stroke count for 25 meters has dropped from 36 strokes to just 24. That's a 33% improvement in efficiency. I measured this by counting her arm strokes per 25. Step 4. Building endurance, the 50-meter progression. The final step in reaching 50 meters is actually building endurance through a smart progression, not just swimming until you're exhausted. So let me tell you about another swimmer I had, who had a basic technique but could not put together more than 15 to 25 meters without stopping. Her goal was actually to swim a full 50 meters for a charity swim event. Now, rather than pushing her to swim longer distances right immediately, we actually used a structured interval approach. And that was the 5-5-5 interval progression. First, you need to swim on a lane that has a sidewall, so meaning the side lanes. Then swim a 5 meters of perfect freestyle technique. Rest for 5 seconds at the sidewall. And repeat this 5 times, focusing on maintaining your form. So each session increase the distance by only 5 meters. So 10, 15, 20, and so on. Keep the rest period constant at only 5 seconds. And you only progress to the next distance whenever you complete all the intervals with proper form. So this approach builds endurance while reinforcing the proper technique. So the brief rest actually prevents you from developing bad habits due to fatigue. Using this progression, my swimmer went from 15 meters to a 50 meters continuous in just a couple weeks. But more impressively, her perceived exertion rating, which I measured after each swim, dropped from 9 out of 10 to 5 out of 10 from the same distance, showing significant efficiency improvement. So by breaking her training actually into manageable chunks, rather than constantly failing at 50 meters, she actually built both physical capacity and mental confidence needed to achieve her goal. What's the furthest distance that you have been able to swim freestyle without stopping? Drop this in the comments below and let me know which of these 4 steps do you think will help you the most. Also, let's take a quick moment to check your breathing pattern right now. Are you exhaling completely or you're just taking shallow breaths? This awareness translates directly to swimming efficiency. Now let's recap the 4-step progression that has helped thousands of my swimmers to go from 0 to 50 meter freestyle. First, master your breathing rate with the rate breath drill, establishing the foundation of continuous freestyle. Second, optimize your body position with the streamline kick drill, reducing the drag and conserving energy. Third, develop efficient propulsion with the catch-up drill, preventing the energy-wasting windmill technique. Finally, build your endurance strategically with the 5-5 interval progression, increasing the distance while maintaining a proper form. This isn't just a random collection of drills, it's a proven sequence. Each step builds on the previous one, creating natural patterns and muscle memory needed for efficient freestyle. I've seen people of all ages, body types, and fitness levels transform their swimming using this exact approach. And if you're ready to master freestyle completely, check out my 5-week program that will take you from a beginner to intermediate level. Program in the description down below. It's a complete system that I use with thousands of my swimmers. And I'm also curious to know what swimming goal you are actually working towards. Is it swimming your first 50 meters? Competing at an open water event? Swimming more efficiently? Let me know in the comments below and I'll try to pick one of your goals to focus on my next video. And if you found this helpful, hit subscribe for weekly swimming tips from my coaching experience. Remember, with the right progression, anyone can master freestyle.
Running out of breath after just one length? You're fighting for air instead of finding your rhythm. In this video, you'll learn how to breathe easily and swim twice as far without getting winded. I'll show you the exact system that turns panic gasping into smooth and automatic breathing. And the Olympic secret that makes it feel effortless. Hi, I'm Alex Koch, former Olympian and your swimming coach today. Freestyle breathing is not about being desperately grabbing air. It's about creating a rhythm that flows with your stroke like an engine that runs smooth and steady. If you want to swim longer without panic, this is your foundation. Master breathing and everything else becomes much easier. By the end of this video, you'll breathe calmly, swim further, and feel more relaxed in the water. You'll learn 5 simple steps, get dryland practice for each one, and discover pool drills that lock in permanently. A timing cue that Olympic swimmers use to make breathing automatic. And do you want a complete system? My full freestyle course walks you through every stroke detail from a beginner to intermediate swimmer, one day at a time. Now let's start with the first step. Let's start with the head position in swimming. This controls everything else. Keep one goggle in the water and one goggle out. Your ear should be touching the water and your mouth should clear just enough to take air. Nothing more. And why does this matter? When you lift your head too high, your hips are dropping. This is like trying to swim uphill. You waste your energy fighting the gravity instead of gliding forward. Now something that we can work on land is lie on the floor. Put your bottom ear on the ground with one arm extended. Now turn your head just enough to look at the side. Feel how small this movement is. Practice this for 10 to 20 on each side and then you repeat to the other side. Now let's take this into the water and bring one arm extended forward and the other one by your side. Kick gently. Practice turning your head to breathe. Keep the bottom goggle underwater. Focus on minimal movement. Then return your head to the center. Do this for as many 25s as you want, but focus on 25 per each side. With this right position, you will breathe without disrupting your stroke. And if that helps you to breathe smoother, wait until you see how to time it perfectly with your stroke. Step 2, breathing timing. And here is the secret. Breathe when your pulling arm reaches at your hip. Not before, not after. This is when your body naturally rotates, your mouth clears the water automatically, and think, pull to your hip, turn and breathe. Simple, right? And why this timing works. Your body rotation creates a bow wave, like a boat cutting through the water. This bow wave creates a pocket of air right where your mouth is. That's a free breathing space for you to have. On land, start and pretend to swim freestyle. When one arm reaches to your hip, then turn your head on that side. Whenever the other arm reaches the other hip, then turn your head to the other side. Feel how natural this rotation is. Do this for about 20 times and get the rhythm in your muscles. In the water, swim slow freestyle. Count your strokes and breathe every third stroke. And for example, on stroke 3, you breathe to the right. On stroke 6, you breathe to the left. Focus on timing. Hand close to your hip equals the breathing time. Don't rush it. Swim for 50 meters this way and build your rhythm into your stroke. And once you nail this timing, here is how to get more air with less effort. And we're moving into the step 3. Exhale underwater. Most swimmers hold their breath underwater. This is exactly like trying to pour water into a full glass. Exhale slowly through your nose while your face is down. This empties your lungs for fresh air. When you turn your head to breathe, you only need to inhale, quick and easy. And why do we exhale underwater, you might wonder? When you hold your breath, the CO2 builds up, and this triggers panic. Your brain thinks like you're drowning. Exhaling keeps you calm and ready for fresh air. On land, you can practice stationary breathing like you would in the water. Or, if you want more, you can put your face in a bowl of water. Breathe out throughout your nose for about 3 seconds. Then you lift your head and breathe in through your mouth. Practice this rhythm out through the nose and in through the mouth. Do it for about 15 times. Now in the water, hold the wall. Put your face in the water. Exhale through your nose slowly. Feel the bubbles? Now turn your head to breathe in, face down, and exhale again, and count the bubbles. Do this for about 25 times. Build a habit of constant exhaling. Exhaling underwater prevents the CO2 buildup. You will need to feel calm instead of panicked. No more desperate gasping for air. Start with breathing every third stroke. This is called bilateral breathing, meaning that you breathe on both sides. You can do swim, swim, breathe. So whenever it lands on the third stroke, you always breathe. This keeps your stroke balanced. Both sides get equal practice as well. And why would we breathe every third stroke? This is like learning to write with both hands. Your weak side gets stronger and your stroke becomes symmetrical, like what we need in swimming. You're going to swim in a straight line instead of in a circle. On land, practice bilateral breathing. So try to count your stroke saying out loud, swim, swim, breathe. Get the rhythm in your head. Practice this counting before you're swimming for about 2 to 5 minutes. Make it automatic. Then swim for lengths of 25 meters, breathing every third stroke. Then, whenever you feel ready, swim longer distances, 50, 100, 200 meters, and so on. Count it loud in your head if you need to. Rest for about 30 seconds and repeat as many times as is necessary. Focus on the pattern, not the speed. If you get confused, you stop, refresh your mind, and restart. A consistent breathing pattern eliminates guesswork. Your body learns when you should expect air. Swimming becomes like a meditation instead of a fight. And here is the secret that ties all together. Step 5. Body rotation. Your whole body should rotate like a log in the water, not just from your head. When you breathe to the right, for example, your left shoulder drops down and your right shoulder comes up. This rotation brings your mouth higher out of the water. Easy breathing with less effort. And why full body rotation? Think of a corkscrew going through a cork. It doesn't just twist at the top, but the whole thing rotates. This is efficient. Just twisting your neck is like trying to open a bottle just with your wrist. It does not work. On land, lie on your stomach with one arm extended. Now roll to one side. Feel how the whole body moves together? That's the rotation you want in the water. Rolling from the stomach to the side and back to your stomach. Do this for about 10 times on each direction. Now in the water, swim freestyle with exaggerated body rotation. Breathe whenever you fully rotate it. Your mouth should be pointing at the side of the pool. Swim for about 100 meters this way and feel the power of the full body rotation. Full body rotation makes breathing natural. You will get more air with less effort. Your stroke becomes smooth and powerful like a torpedo through the water. Master these 5 steps and you will breathe like an Olympic swimmer. Now let's recap what have you learned. Head position, keep you streamlined. Timing makes breathing automatic. Exhaling underwater prevents panic. Patterns creates rhythm. And body rotation gives you power. With these 5 steps, you will swim longer distances without getting winded. You will feel more confident and more calm in the water. Swimming should feel like you're flowing, not fighting. These steps will get you there. And if you practice just one drill today, you're already ahead of most of the swimmers. You're building skills that last a lifetime. And do you want a structured coaching? My full freestyle course breaks everything down day by day, from body position to racing turns. Drop a comment if this helped your breathing today. Hit the like button if you want more swimming tips, subscribe and ring the bell so you don't miss anything. Stay tuned for the next video because you don't want to miss it. Does backstroke feel like you're flailing backwards? In this video, you'll learn 3 simple tweaks that makes backstroke feel natural and smooth. And I will share the Olympic secret that stops you from zigzagging all over the lane. Hi, I'm Alex Koch. Welcome to my channel. I'm former Olympian and your swimming coach today. Backstroke should feel like floating on a cloud while you're gliding forward. But most swimmers fight with the water instead of working with it. And if you want to swim backstroke without panic, without zigzagging through the water, and without your arms windmilling everywhere, then this video is for you. And by the end of this video, you'll float better, stroke smoother, and swim straighter. I'll show you 3 quick fixes. Each one has a simple drill that you can try today, no equipment needed. And at the end of the video, I will share you an alignment trick that helped me to stay laser straight in my swimming races. And if you want a complete freestyle breakdown, my full freestyle course includes freestyle mastery, step by step, day by day. Now available on Amazon. Get your copy today. 3 quick tips for better backstroke. Let's start with the head position. This is where most swimmers get it wrong. Your head should be still. Eyes should be looking straight up at the ceiling or the sky, not forward, not tilted back. Think of it like balancing a cup of water on your forehead. If you move your head, you will spill. Your ears should be under the water, and you will hear that bubbly sound, and that's perfect. On land, stand against the wall or on a flat surface. Now look straight ahead. Feel the natural position. That's your backstroke head. Now close your eyes and remember that feeling. In the water, float on your back. Don't kick. Don't stroke. Just float. Focus only on your head position. Stand still and steady. Eyes looking up. Try to float for about 10 seconds without moving your head. Use a pool noodle if you want, under your neck if you need some help. If not, just stay still. With just this head fix, you will float easier and you will stop that scary sinking feeling. And if that made you float better, wait until you see how to fix your zigzag problem. Problem number 2. Are you swimming crooked? If you do, here is why it happens. Your arms aren't entering the water at the same angle. One arm goes wide, the other one goes narrow. For straight swimming, both arms should enter, one at 11 o'clock, the other one at 1 o'clock. Exactly like the hands of a clock. Not at 10 and 2, not at 9 and 3. Exactly at 11 and 1. Stand anywhere around your home. Arms should be by your side. Bring one arm at 11 o'clock and you should feel that angle. And do the same with the other arm, but this time at 1 o'clock. And that's your entry zone. In the pool, do a slow motion arm backstroke. right arm, for example, enters at 11 o'clock and left arm enters at 1 o'clock. Super slow. Count 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock. Do 10 strokes and focus only where your hand enters in the water. This simple clock trick helps you to keep your swimming arrow straight down the lane. And if that stops you from zigzagging, you are going to love the rotation secret. And the third fix we have is your body rotation. Most swimmers stay flat like a board, but great backstrokers roll from side to side about 30 degrees each way. When one arm pulls, the other shoulders come up, and that's what happens on the other side. It's like a seesaw movement, one side up, one side down, always rotating from side to side. On land, practice backstroke arm strokes. And here we're trying to reinforce the body roll, the movement. Keep rolling back and forth like a boat. Now in the water, this time exaggerate the rotation. Right arm stroke, roll to the right. Left arm stroke, roll to the left. Make it big and obvious, like you're trying to show off your rotation. Do many 25s with huge rotations and feel how much easier it gets as you do it. With proper rotation, each stroke becomes stronger and you will use less energy. And here is that Olympic alignment trick I promised.
Now let's put it all together. Still head, 11 to 1 o'clock entry, and body rotation. These three fixes gives you smoother floating, straighter swimming, and stronger strokes. Now you're going to feel more confident flipping onto your back. No more panic, no more zigzagging. And one thing, if you even try one drill today, you're already swimming better than most of the people. So the secret Olympic trick I promise you, before every backstroke race I would imagine a string pulling me straight down the pool, from the top of my head to my toes. But this mental image kept me laser straight even whenever I was tired. And if you want even more secrets, then my full course breaks down every detail, from beginner panic to a confident racing. Now available on Amazon. Get your copy today. And drop a comment if any of these tips helped your backstroke today. Like the video if your backstroke feels less scary. Subscribe for more swimming tips. Stay tuned for the next video because you don't want to miss it.
Do you want more propulsion? This drill builds power. You can add 30% more speed to your freestyle without working harder. In this video, you'll learn that one kick drill that transforms weak kickers into a powerhouses. And I'll share the secret cue that Olympic swimmers use to unlock their kick. It's simpler than you think.
Hi, I'm Alex Koch, former Olympian and your swimming coach today. Your freestyle kick is like an engine of your stroke. A strong kick gives you speed, balance, and endurance. If you want to swim faster and feel more confident in the water, then fixing your kick is the fastest way to get there. By the end of this video, you'll kick with more power, less effort, and way more speed. And I will show you 3 parts of the perfect kick, a dryland version for each one, and a simple drill to lock it all in. And at the end, I will share you a mental cue that double my own kick power almost overnight.
Quick thing, if you want personal feedback, join my Ocean Swim School community on School. It's free to start and a community support and all that. We have also the premium where I actually analyze your video personally. Inside, you'll get also video analysis of your technique, complete training plans, but try for free first and see if you like it. Link in the description.
Let's start with your leg position. Keep your legs straight but not stiff. Your knees should have a tiny bend, like you're standing on tiptoes. This creates a perfect balance between power and flow. On land, point your toes like a ballerina. Now flutter your legs up and down, keeping them mostly straight. Feel that snap from your hips to your toes? That's your power source. Practice this for 30 seconds at a time. Do multiple sets. In the water, grab a kickboard and hold it at one arm length. Kick for 25 meters, focusing on straight legs and soft knees. Your toes should be breaking the surface like you're trying to paint the water with your feet. Most swimmers feel immediate power increase. Your legs will feel lighter and your kick will sound quieter. That's a sign of efficiency. And if that gave you power, wait until you see how you time your kick for maximum thrust. Now let's work on your kick rhythm. Your kick should be like a drummer's beat, steady and strong. Most swimmers kick too fast or too shallow. Instead, kick from your hips with a deep range. Think of kicking through a thick honey, not a thin air. Sit on the chair, on a bed or on a couch, and let your legs hang down. And extend your legs. Now kick like you're splashing the water, but slower and deeper. Feel how the whole body moves from the hip, and that's your targeting feeling. Back in the pool with your kickboard. This time, count your kicks. Kick for 6 beats, then rest for 2 beats, and repeat the pattern for 50 meters. Focus on the depth over speed. Your kick should go about 12 inches or 30 centimeters deep. You will notice how your kick feels more powerful and less tiring. Your legs would not burn out as quickly, and you'll move forward with each kick instead of just moving the water around. And if that rhythm helps your kick feel stronger, then you're going to love this final secret about the foot position. And let's move on to the next one. And here is a game changer. Your feet. Point your toes, but keep them relaxed. Your feet should be flexible like flippers, not rigid like boards. The secret is the ankle, and it should be loose enough to bend with the water pressure, but strong enough to push the water back. And extend your legs. Point your toes, then flex your foot, then point again. Now you do it faster. And that's the motion of the ankle you should have while kicking. Practice this ankle wave for 30 seconds with each foot. And the final drill we're going to work on is kick without the board. Hold into a pool edge with both hands. Now kick for 30 seconds, focusing on pointed but flexible feet. You should feel the water pressure bending your feet slightly, and that's perfect. Your kick will suddenly feel like it has a grip on the water. You'll move forward with less effort and your feet won't feel cramped up. And this is the feeling of efficiency and powerful kick. Now let's recap what you've just learned. Better leg position for more power. Better rhythm for endurance. Better feet for the speed. Now you'll swim faster with less effort. Your legs won't get tired as quickly, and you will feel confident knowing that your kick is working for you, not against you. Now here is the truth. If you practice even one of these drills this week, you're already ahead of most of the swimmers out there. Small changes makes big differences, and every Olympic swimmer started with these basics at one point. Just exactly what you're doing right now. And if you want structured coaching, then check out my full course. It's a roadmap from a beginner to a confident swimmer. Drop a comment down below if this helped your kick today. Like this video if you learned anything new, and subscribe and ring the bell for more swimming tips every week. And as always, stay tuned for the next video because you don't want to miss it. Butterfly feels heavy? Make it light and easy. In this video, you'll learn the secret to effortless butterfly rhythm that most swimmers never discover. I'll show you a simple drill that can transform your butterfly from exhausting to smooth. And stick around because I will share one cue that Olympic swimmers use to find their perfect timing. Hi, my name is Alex Koch. I'm a former Olympian and I will be your swimming coach today. And today we're going to talk about butterfly rhythm, the key to swimming butterfly without burning out. A good rhythm makes butterfly feel more smooth and more natural instead of feeling like you're wrestling with the water. If you want to swim butterfly longer with less effort, this is your starting point. And by the end of this video, you'll have a smooth, easy butterfly rhythm that feels natural. And I will show you 3 simple steps to build this rhythm, dryland version to practice anywhere, and drills that locks all in. And at the end of the video, I'll also share the timing secret that changed my own butterfly overnight.
Quick thing, if you want personal feedback, join my Ocean Swim School community on School. It's free to start and a community support and all that. We have also the premium where I actually analyze your video personally. Inside, you'll get also video analysis of your technique, complete training plans, but try for free first and see if you like it. Link in the description.
Let's start with your body wave, the foundation of all butterfly rhythm. Your body should move like a wave from your chest to your toes. Start the wave at your chest, let it roll through your hips, then finish with your legs. Think of it like a dolphin swimming. One smooth wave from your chest to your tail. This wave creates a rhythm that makes butterfly feel effortless. And common mistake to avoid, do not force the wave. On the second one, don't kick from your knees only. And the third one, don't hold your core rigid. Now let's practice the wave on land. Stand with your feet together, place your hands on your chest. Now push your chest forward slightly, then your hips, then bend your knees. This is like doing a gentle wave with the whole body. Practice this 10 times slowly. Feel the waves start at your chest and it rolls down to your feet. Remember here, chest, hips, knees. Some of the common mistakes to avoid is don't rush the movement. Also, don't skip your hips and you're doing only chest and knees. And the third one, don't make it jerky. Make sure you feel like you have a flow and it has a continuity from your chest that goes all the way down to your feet. Now let's try to take this to the pool. Lie on your back and we're going to try to do dolphin kicks while looking up at the ceiling or at the sky. Start the kick from your chest and let it wave through your body. Then snap your feet down. Do 25 meters like this, focusing on smooth body wave motion. If you need, you can hold a kickboard at your chest. This position helps you feel the rhythm without worrying about breathing. Some of the common mistakes to avoid is try not to kick only from your knees. Also, try not to hold your breath because you are on your back and you can breathe whenever you need. And don't rush the rhythm. Make sure you have a flow. Most swimmers think that the rhythm clicks within just a few lengths. You will notice your kick becomes smoother and more powerful, and your body will start moving as one connected wave instead of a separate parts fighting each other. And if this body wave felt smoother, wait until you see how you add your arms and create a perfect timing. Now let's add your arms to the rhythm. Your arms should enter the water with your chest pressing it down into that wave. Think of it like a seesaw. When your chest goes down, your arms goes up. And when your chest lifts up, your arms pulls and then recover. This creates a natural rocking motion that works with your body wave, not against it. And some of the common mistake we need to think about is trying not to rush your arm recovery. Also, don't enter your arms when your chest is still up. And another one, try not to pull when your chest is still pressing down. And for a drill to work on, let's practice the single arm butterfly. Try swimming butterfly with just one arm while the other one stays by your side. Focus on entering your arm when your chest presses down and pull whenever your chest lifts up. Practice this for 25 meters with your right arm, then 25 meters with your left arm. This drill helps you to perfect your timing between your chest and the arms. And the result is that you're going to feel that your stroke becomes so much more connected. Instead of fighting with the water, your arms will work together with your natural body rhythm. Swimming becomes much more easier because everything else moves together. And now that your arms are in sync, here is the breathing secret that ties it all together. The breathing rhythm. Breathing in butterfly is all about timing. Breathe when your chest lifts up naturally in the body wave. Don't force your head up. Let your chest lift, carry your head to the surface. Your chin should barely clear the water surface. Think of it like a whale coming for air. Smooth and natural, not forced. Some of the common mistakes you should avoid. Try not to lift your head too high. Do not breathe when your chest is pressing down. And don't hold your breath between the breaths. Stand and practice the body wave from earlier. When your chest lifts up, let your chin lift slightly too. Do not force it. Just let your chest carry your head up. Practice this for about 10 times or more. Your head should feel like it's floating up with your chest, not trying to make its way up on its own. And then a pull drill that you can work on. Swim regular butterfly, but this time try to breathe every single stroke, with the idea that you focus on breathing only when your chest lifts up into that wave. Keep your chin low, just to clear the water surface, enough to get air. Do this for 25 meters, counting each breath. Then rest for a good amount of time, because this drill will take some of your effort. This drill also teaches you the natural breathing rhythm. And the result is that your breathing will feel natural and easy. You also won't get tired from fighting to breathe. And your stroke will stay smooth even whenever you're going to need air. Everything works together in one flowing rhythm. And here is the Olympic secret that makes it all feel automatic.
Now let's recap what have you learned. You now have the body wave that creates effortless power. You know how to time your arms with your natural rhythm, and you can breathe smoothly without disrupting your stroke. These three pieces work together to make butterfly easy and feel more natural. You will swim longer distances without getting tired. Your butterfly will look smooth and controlled this time. And now you actually enjoy swimming with the stroke that used to exhaust you. And remember, if you practice just one drill of the drills that we covered today, you're already ahead of most of the swimmers out there. Every small improvement adds to a big changes in the water. And do you want to master freestyle with a step-by-step approach? Then check out my complete course in the description down below. It's a roadmap that takes you from a beginner to a confident swimmer day by day. Hit the like button if you want more stroke technique videos. Stay tuned for the next video because you don't want to miss it.
Your hips are killing your speed. But in the next few minutes, you'll learn how to swim 30% faster without working harder. In this video, you'll discover the 3 body position secrets that keeps you on top of the water instead of fighting it. I'll share the simple trick that helped me fix my own sinking hips with just one practice.
Hi, I'm Alex Koch, former Olympian and your swim coach today. Today we're going to talk about freestyle body position. If your hips drop, your speed dies. It's that simple. When your hips are high on the surface, you slice through the water like a speedboat. But whenever your hips are low, you plow like a barge. If you want to swim easier and faster at the same time, this is your starting point. By the end of this video, you'll glide longer, look cleaner, and you'll feel like you're floating on top of the water. I'll show you 3 parts of perfect body position, drill and drills for each one, and simple exercises that you can do later on. And at the end of the video, I'll share you a mental cue that fixed my body position almost overnight. The same one I teach to every swimmer I coach. Quick thing, if you want personal feedback, join my Ocean Swim School community on School. It's free to start and a community support and all that. We have also the premium where I actually analyze your video personally. Inside, you'll get also video analysis of your technique, complete training plans, but try for free first and see if you like it. Link in the description.
Let's start with your head position. Your head is like your captain of your body. Where it goes, everything else follows. Look straight down at the bottom of the pool. When the water line should hit right at your hairline, think of it like balancing a book on the back of your head. If you lift to breathe and look forward, then your hips will drop like a seesaw. But if you keep your head in a neutral, then your body will stay at the same level. Some of the things that you need to avoid. Try not to look forward. Don't lift your head to see what's going on in front of you. And don't press your head too deep either. Stand up tall. Now imagine that you're floating face down in the pool. Your chin should be slightly tucked, like you're holding a tennis ball between your chin and your chest. Feel that natural position? That's your swimming head position. Now let's try this in the pool. Push up the wall and glide facing down. Look straight at the bottom of the pool. Hold this position until you slow down. Do this for about 5 times. Focus on keeping your head still and neutral. Some of the things to avoid is try not to move your head during the glide. Also, try not to look up or try to look around either. Most swimmers instantly feel more balanced and glide 2-3 meters further just fixing this head position. Your whole body follows your head. And if this simple head fix helped you to glide further, then wait until you see how you engage your core and turn your body into a torpedo. Next up, your core. Your core is like the foundation of the house. Everything else depends on it. Tighten your abs like someone is about to poke you on your belly button. Pull your belly button towards your spine. This creates a rigid plank from your head to your hips. Think of your body as a wooden board floating on the water. If that board is stiff, it stays up. And if it's floppy, it will sink. Now by stiff, I do not mean tense. Some of the things that you should avoid: don't let your belly sag. Also, try not to arch your back either. Don't hold your breath, but keep breathing normally while keeping your core tight. On land, lie on your back on the floor. Press your lower back against the ground. Now tighten your abs like you're about to sit up. But don't actually sit up. Hold this for 10 seconds. That's the core engagement you need in the water. Things to avoid: don't hold your breath and don't tense your shoulders or neck. In the pool, push off the wall in a streamlined position. Keep your abs tight and your body straight like a plank. Glide until you stop. Do about 5 push-offs, focusing on keeping your core engaged the whole time. Tight belly and high hips. Some of the things to avoid: don't let your core relax during the glide. And don't let your hips sag either. With proper core engagement, your hips will stay near the surface and you will feel like you're floating on top of the water instead of sinking into it. The core engagement keeps your hips up, but there is one more secret to the perfect body position that most swimmers miss. And finally, let's talk about hips. Your hips should be right at the surface of the water, like a submarine just breaking through. If they drop, you're done. Think of your hips as a rudder of a boat. They control everything behind them. Keep them high and your legs will follow. Let them sink and you'll be dragging the whole lower body through the water. Don't let your hips drop below the water surface. And don't kick too hard or try to lift them either. That's fighting the symptom, not the cause. Lie face down on the floor in a swimming position. Lift your hips up slightly off the ground while keeping your head down and the core tight. Feel how the whole body connects. And that's the position you want in the water. In the water, push off the wall and focus on keeping your hips at the surface. Imagine a string pulling your hips towards the ceiling. And feel how your hips stays on top of the surface. Do 5 push-offs, counting how many seconds you can glide with your hips on the surface. Things to avoid: do not kick to lift your hips. And don't let your head position change when focusing on your hips. When your hip stays high, your whole body position improves, and you're gonna cut through the water instead of pushing it. Most swimmers add 5 to 10 meters to their glide distance by just keeping their hips up.
Now let's recap what a perfect body position gives you. First, you swim faster with less effort. Second, you look smooth and confident in the water. And third, you'll have more energy for longer swims. Whenever your body position is right, your swimming feels easy and you'll glide further off on every wall. You'll feel like you're floating instead of sinking. And here is the secret cue I promise. Think of a downhill skiing. Your head is down on the slope and your hips are up in the mountain. So you're always swimming slightly bit downhill. This one image fixed my body position faster than any other tip. And if you practice just one drill from the ones that we covered today, I'm pretty sure you're ahead of most of the swimmers out there. Body position is the foundation of everything else in swimming. And if you want structured coaching and daily workouts, then check out my full freestyle course. It's a complete roadmap that takes you from a beginner to a confident swimmer. Drop a comment if this video helped your body position today. And if you want more tips just like this, hit the like button, hit subscribe, and ring the bell so you don't miss anything. Stay tuned for the next video because you don't want to miss it.
Here is the world truth. I bombed my first attempt to qualify for the Olympics because the fear took over. But I turned it around and eventually competed at London 2012 Olympics. You want to know how? I'm going to share the 5 that simple skills that will crush your swimming fears. Whether it's the deep water, the breathing, or just getting started. Stick with me and you will feel unstoppable in the pool. Look, if you're staring at the water thinking I cannot do this, or you're freezing mid-lane because your brain is screaming, what if? You're not alone. I've been there. Heck, even as an Olympian, I felt the gut punch of doubt. But here is the deal. I went from choking in the warm-ups whenever I was young to setting Romanian records and coaching swimmers to medals because I've learned how to master fear. So today I'm breaking down 5 skills that have transformed me and my swimmers I've coached, from complete beginners to Olympians that I've trained. And as a former Swim England national skill coach and the guy behind Ocean Swim channel, the ones that you're just watching right now, I spent years of perfecting this. Let's dive in. You're about to own the pool.
Quick thing, if you want personal feedback, join my Ocean Swim School community on School. It's free to start and a community support and all that. We have also the premium where I actually analyze your video personally. Inside, you'll get also video analysis of your technique, complete training plans, but try for free first and see if you like it. Link in the description.
Control your breath like a pro. So rewind back to the old days in Romania to my first open water session of 5K in the Black Sea. At 9 AM, the water was really still and barely signs of any waves. But at 9:30, the start of the race, the waves were just about 1.5 meters or 5 feet tall. Because the Black Sea water is really foggy and dark, there is no visibility at all. Plus the waves at this point, Then I started to panic. The fear of unknown and what could it be under, it really started to kick in. And at this point, my coach pulled me aside and said, let's do this breathing exercise together before your race. And if you need, trying to implement it during your swim. And we did it. So studies have shown that swimmers who can control their exhale cut anxiety by 30%. I saw this myself and my heart rate has dropped beats per minute once I nailed this. Here is your move. Before your swim, stand in the shallow water, inhale deeply through your nose for about 4 seconds, then exhale slowly through your mouth for about 6. Do it this 5 times. So whenever you're swimming in the lane, exhale steadily underwater. Trust me, it's a game changer for calming your nerves. Point 2, float to fight the deep end jitters. So coaching at Camden Swiss, I had a kid who wouldn't go near the deep end, froze every time. I got in with him, showed him this trick, and in a week or so, he was swimming lengths there. It's the same float that I used to learn whenever I started swimming. Your body is 70% water and it's built to float. And if it's relaxed and you have a good posture, you're unsinkable. I've seen beginners that go from clinging on the wall to chilling in the 3 meters deep with this. So try this. Lie on your front in the shallow water. Arms out, head in a neutral position, and legs, let them drift up. And feel the water how it holds you. Do it for about a minute a day and break it down into 5 to 10 seconds per float. Fear of sinking? Gone. Point 3, kick like you mean it. So during my preparation for Olympics, I watched myself hesitate a bit. Fear of kicking harder killed the momentum. I've been there too, until I remember that countless of years I've been drilled this kick trick that made every swim feel automatic. Data said that a solid kick cuts the drag by 20% and produces speed, and my 100-meter time has dropped by a full second once I own this. It's physics and confidence in one. So next time, whenever you're at the wall, push off hard and kick like you mean it. 10 strong beats, feel that power? That's the fear leaving your body. Practice every swim. Point 4, visualize like an Olympian. So the night before my Olympic race, I couldn't sleep at all. The fear of failing was so loud. So I closed my eyes and pictured every stroke, every turn, and the whole environment I was about to swim the next day. The next day, I swam like it was just another practice. It's a trick that I still teach here at Ocean Swim. Sports psychology studies says that visualization boosts performance between 15 to 20%, and it's wired to the brain to relax under pressure, and my splits proved it. Before your next swim, sit quietly for about 2 to 3 minutes. See yourself gliding through the water, breathing easily, make it vivid, smell the chlorine if you can. Fear hates a prepared mind. And what's your biggest fear? Deep water, breathing, or something else? Drop this in the comments. Point 5, build tiny wins to crush big doubts. When I started Ocean Swim, I coached the guy who hasn't swum in 20 years. He was so terrified of failing again, it was incredible. I gave him 1 length to nail, then 2, and a month later, he swam 500 meters straight. Small wins killed the fear. My squad swimmers have improved 20% faster when we broke down the goals into chunks. Progress builds belief. Set one tiny goal today, like swimming at 25 meters without stopping. Nail it and then add 10 meters tomorrow. Watch fear shrinks as you stack those wins. So here is what it matters. Control your breath, float like you mean it, kick that fear away, and visualize success and stack small wins. I've used these to go from choking in the warm-ups to racing at the Olympics. And I've coached swimmers just like you to dominate their fears too. So master these 5 skills and the pool is yours. You've got this, I know it. And if you're ready to take this further, check out my next video and it's packed with secrets that I use with my swimmers. Or dive into my 5-week program, which is built from my competitive years and coaching days to get you to swim 50-meter freestyle like an intermediate. Links down below. And let me know your swimming goals in the comments. I'm here to help. And let's keep crushing it together.
Did you know that 90% of swimmers make at least one of these breaststroke mistakes? And it's slowing them down by up to 30%? In this video, you'll learn the top 4 breaststroke mistakes that are killing your speed and exactly how to fix them. Fix these and you're going to feel much smoother instantly.
Hi, I'm Alex Coach and I've been coaching swimmers for over 10 years and I'm here to help you improve your swimming. Now let's get straight into it. The most common breaststroke mistake I see, it's knee spread or frog legs as we also call it. And look at this example. When your knees spread wider than your feet, you're basically pushing the water sideways instead of backwards. This is exactly like trying to jump and mid-air you're trying to do the splits. I mean, it kind of works, but you work twice as hard and you're going half as fast. Now your body creates more frontal resistance because your legs are spread apart, and then you tire out much more quickly. So basically you're wasting your energy for this unnecessary movement. Your choice. So if you choose to stick around, by the end of the video you'll swim breaststroke with less effort and more speed. And you'll also feel like you're gliding through the water much more easily. We will fix these 4 game-changing mistakes. Each fix comes with a simple drill that you can do it today. Stay with me because mistake number 3 is the one that exhausts the most amount of swimmers, and we're here to fix it just in a few seconds. Quick thing, if you want personal feedback, join my Ocean Swim School community on School. It's free to start and a community support and all that. We have also the premium where I actually analyze your video personally. Inside, you'll get also video analysis of your technique, complete training plans, but try for free first and see if you like it. Link in the description.
Now let's talk about first mistake, the knee spread. Your knees are spreading wider than your hips. Now watch me here. See how the knees are going out wide? This creates massive drag. It's exactly like opening a parachute underwater. Your body drops and your hips sink and suddenly you're swimming uphill. This happens because we think bigger kick equals more power. but that's wrong. In breaststroke, narrow is powerful. And the correction is simple. Keep your knees inside a hip line. That's it. Think of squeezing something between your knees. Your feet should do the work, not the knees. The power comes from snapping your feet around and back, like you're trying to push a wall behind you. As a drill, we're going to work with the wall. On land, let's work on the wall kick practice. Stand facing the wall. Now put your hands on the wall, and we're going to try to practice the kick motion slowly with one leg. The idea is that you keep your knees narrow and turn your feet out. Do about 20 kicks, focusing on keeping the knees together. Then practice with the other leg. One mental cue to keep in mind while you're practicing on land is that you keep your knees together and let the feet do the work. Now let's try to see how we can transfer this in the water. As a drill, we're going to work with the kickboard, and we're going to try to focus on narrow kicks as we did on land. Now hold your kickboard with straight arms. We're going to do anywhere from 4 to 8 25s, focusing only on narrow knees. Count your kicks per length, and we're going to try to aim for the lowest number with the narrow knees. Rest for about 15 seconds between each repetition. The goal here is try to count your kicks and keep your knees narrow. Each length you try, we're going to try to see if we can lower the number of the kicks. Try to feel the water pressure inside of your feet and not on your knees. And the result? Look at the difference. With narrow knees, you're cutting through the water like an arrow instead of a barn door. Swimmers report 40% less tired after fixing just one thing. You will glide further with each kick and maintain a better position as well. And if that felt good, wait until you see what fixing your head position does. Let's move on to the mistake number 2. And in this mistake, you're lifting your head too high to breathe. This is the energy drainer of your breaststroke. Every time you lift your head high, your hips drop. It's physics. Head up, hips down. Now you're swimming almost at 90-degree angle, fighting the gravity and the water resistance. The idea here is to only lift about 35 to 45 degrees angle. Keep your head at neutral spine with the whole body. Just try to lift your head enough just with the momentum that your arm creates, and it lifts your upper body and your head up. Now let's try to practice this on land. We're going to place a tennis ball under your chin. Now we're swimming breaststroke arms, keeping the ball in the place. If the ball falls, that means that you're lifting your head way too high. Do several repetitions with the ball, and then try to do the same thing in the water. Now in the water, place a tennis ball under your chin. And now we're going to try to swim breaststroke, keeping the ball in place. If it falls, you lift it too high. Do about 4 to 6 25s, focusing on keeping the ball between your chin and your chest. Make sure that your head stays in line with your spine. And the result? Do you see the body position difference? The low head position keeps you a bit more horizontal. Most swimmers gain between 2 to 3 seconds per 25 meters just by fixing this. Now here is the mistake that makes swimmers feel like they're drowning. Mistake number 3, the pause problem. And the mistake is that you're pausing in the wrong place or not pausing at all. And watch this. See how I'm moving constantly and never gliding? This is like trying to drive a car in the first gear the whole time. Lots of effort, no speed. Breaststroke is about rhythm. Pull, breathe, kick, glide. You miss the glide, you miss the point. And how do we fix this with the drill? After your kick, stretch into a streamline and count. 1, 2. This is your glide phase. Your body should be like a torpedo, arms together, head between them, and legs together, and try to create a perfect line. The magic here is the timing. Pull, breathe, kick, glide. The glide is where you rest and move forward. Now we're going to practice a drill in the water where we're going to swim breaststroke, counting during each glide. We're going to do 4 50s, then you can reduce to a 2 count. And then whenever we feel comfortable, we reduce it to 1 count as you improve. Focus on stretch and glide. And an advanced drill that you can do, it's a glide contest. Basically, you're pushing to the wall in a streamline. You do 1 full breaststroke stroke and see how far you can glide. Repeat, trying to beat your distance each time. This teaches you to maximize each stroke. And the result is a night and day difference. With proper gliding, you can take 30% fewer strokes per length. You're not just swimming, you're surfing your own momentum. And last one, and this is what separates average from amazing. Your arms are pulling way too wide. Looks familiar? Arms sweeping out past your shoulders like you're doing a butterfly stroke. This creates drag and actually pushes you backward at the end of the pull. And how do we fix this? And let's not get confused here. So the initial out sweep, it is wide, but then we pull in and narrow and quick. So instead of going wide on the out sweep and then wide on the in sweep should be narrow and quick towards the body. Your hands on the in sweep should go towards your shoulders and your chest. The power comes here mainly from pressing it back in the in sweep, not the pull out way outside your body. Now let's practice with the ladder. Place your feet on the ladder and also with your arms hold up one of the steps on the ladder. Now here we're going to try to practice the arm motion. The idea is that you release your arms, your body moves back, you're going to try to do a breaststroke pull and get back into grabbing the ladder. If you cannot grab the ladder back, means that your breaststroke pull is not efficient enough. We're going to try to practice at least 30 repetitions, focusing wide out sweep and narrow in sweep, and very quick movements. Make sure you feel the water pressure on your palms and on your forearms. Now as another swim drill, we're going to practice breaststroke arms with flutter kick. Use a gentle flutter kick, and we're going to focus on the arm pull that we just did. Count your strokes per each 25 and see if you can drop that as you keep practicing each length. The narrow pull cuts through the water, and you're going to feel much more power with less effort. Most swimmers gain an instant, more or less a 10% speed boost, and report that their shoulders don't hurt anymore. Now for the practice session, make sure you take a screenshot. Common issues you might face. But Alex, I sink during the glide. Look, that means you're not stretching enough. The idea is that you really reach forward. Yeah, but my kick feels weak. Then turn your feet out more. Think of having duck feet. Yeah, but I also run out of breath. This means that you're working too hard. Use the glide to rest. You should feel the water pressure on your inner feet during the kick, your palms during the pull, and have a sense of floating during the glide. If you feel it in your knees or your shoulders, that means you're doing it wrong.
These 4 fixes transforms your breaststroke from exhausting to effortless. You'll swim further, you'll swim faster, and you're actually going to enjoy it. I once had a swimmer who couldn't swim 50 meters without stopping. After fixing her knee spread and the head position, she could swim 400 meters non-stop in her next session. Think about it. You're not getting stronger, you're getting smarter. Same effort, double the results. That's the power of good technique. And remember, we're not here to fight with the water, but we are here to work with it. These small changes creates a compound effect. Fix one thing and everything gets much easier. Fix all 4 and you will be unstoppable. But are you here to master freestyle as well? Then check out my complete course in the description down below. It takes you from a beginner to intermediate swimmers in just 5 weeks, one day at a time. Now try these fixes from this video into your next swim and tell me which one make the biggest difference. Drop a comment down below because I read every single one. And if this video helped you, hit the like button, subscribe for more swimming tips every week. Ring the bell so you don't miss out. Next week, I'm going to speak about how to fix the catch, the #1 reason why people are swimming slow. Now stay tuned because you don't want to miss it. Until then, keep swimming, stay smooth.
Are you pulling the water or you're just pushing it around? Don't waste your pull. Catch more water with every stroke.
Hi, I'm Alex Coach and I help swimmers just like you to go from struggling to strong. The most common mistake I see in swimmers is pushing the water down instead of pushing it back. And look at this example. The hand goes in and immediately pushes down like you're doing a push-up underwater. This is exactly like trying to move your car forward, but you're pressing the brake. All that energy goes down to the bottom of the pool instead of moving you forward. By the end of the video, you'll swim with a catch that grabs the water like a paddle instead of slipping it through. And if you want to go deeper, my full course walks you through every detail from a beginner to intermediate, one day at a time.
First mistake is a downward push. This mistake is pushing the water down instead of back. Now watch me here. Do you see how my hand enters the water and immediately pushes straight down? The palm faces down to the bottom of the pool. This happens because swimmers think they need to grab the water right away. And the problem here that you're pushing the water down instead of pushing it back. Now here is the fix. Reach forwards first, then catch the water. After your hand enters the water, extend it forward like you're reaching for something ahead. Your palm initially should face down on the glide. Then, as we catch, we turn it to face on the back of the pool. Try this on land first. On land, stand, bend a bit forward, and try to reach forward as you're grabbing something. Now imagine that your hand now goes over the barrel as you push. So your hand should be grabbing over the barrel and try to push the barrel behind you. And that's your catch position. Now in the water, reach forward for 2 counts. Then you rotate your hand to catch the water. And the drill we're going to work on is called the Superman reach. Push off the wall in a Superman position. Both arms should be extended forward at first. Now you pull with just one arm, but hold the reach for 2 seconds before you catch. Focus on reaching as far forward as possible, like Superman flying through the sky. Do about 4 to 8 lengths, switching arms each length. Do your count before each catch. Now look at the difference. Before, you were energy wasting while you're pushing it down. And after you work the drill, hopefully, you're going to use that power to move yourself forward while pushing the water backward. You will feel like you're grabbing solid water instead of a liquid. Each stroke moves you further but with less effort. Most swimmers drop about 2 to 3 strokes per length just by fixing this one mistake. But there is another mistake that kills your catch even more. And that's the mistake number 2, the lazy elbow. This mistake is letting your elbow drop. See how I'm dropping my elbows, pointing straight down towards the bottom of the pool? The whole arm looks lazy and stiff. When your elbows drop, the water flows around your arm instead of getting caught by it. You're trying to paddle only with your palms instead of a full arm. This is like trying to paddle a canoe with a pencil. You can move it as fast as you want, but you're not going to catch much water. Keep your elbow high and create a paddle with the whole arm, especially with the palm and the forearm. After you reach forward, bend your elbow and pointing down to the bottom of the pool. Your forearm and your hand should face it backwards like a big paddle. Think of your arm like the letter L underwater. On land, look at my palms. Question: how many palms do I have? And I'll let you think now. I've got 4. So 2 here. And 2 more here. Now grab a chair. Place your hand flat on the chair. Now we're going to practice the high elbow catch. Now push the chair behind you and feel how much power you have. And that's something you can practice with any other prop. In the water, reach forward, then make that L shape. Your elbows stay high and your forearm catches the water. Now in the water, we're going to practice a single arm with early vertical forearm, meaning that we're only going to use one arm per length, so choose one side. And as we push, we get into that L shape. We focus on catching the water with the palm and with the forearm. Keep that L shape or keep that high elbow for as far as possible as you accelerate through your hips. Now, do you feel how your forearm and your hand works together like a big paddle? Now that's the feeling you want in the water at all time. If your palm and your forearm does not feel heavy, that means you're not doing it right. They always should feel like you're catching a hard fluid and not just a liquid. Do this for as many lengths as you need, focusing on keeping those elbows high. Then try to implement this into your swimming and do about 4 to 6 lengths of slow freestyle, thinking always on a high elbow. Make that L. And the progression with single arm drill with early vertical forearm, we can move on to a catch-up drill. This time, we're working both arms. Start with both arms extended. Pull with one arm while the other one stays extended. When one hand reaches your thigh, bring it forward to meet to the other arm. Now pull with the other arm, which gives you time to focus on that high elbow catch. Do again about 4 lengths, concentrating on making that perfect L shape, the high elbow, every stroke. Then try to go back and implement it into your swim. And look at this transformation. Before, I was just slicing through the water. Then after, with the bent arm, with the paddle catching tons amount of water. Now you'll feel like you shifted into high gear. The water now feels solid in your hand instead of slippery. Study shows that a high elbow catch can increase your pull power by 40%. That's huge. These fixes will transform your freestyle. You'll swim smoother, you'll go further, and you're going to get less tired. Your shoulders will actually thank you, and you'll look forward for longer swims as well. I had a student once who couldn't swim more than 50 meters. After fixing his catch, he swam his first 400 meters non-stop within weeks. And the best part is that these changes happens very fast. Most swimmers feel the difference in their very first practice. Remember, you do not have to be perfect. Small improvements in your catch creates huge improvements in your swimming. Every stroke is a chance to practice. Every length is a chance to get better. Do you want more step-by-step help? Check out my full freestyle course
in the description down below. It takes beginners to intermediate level with clear drills and progressions just like this. Now try the drills from this video and let me know in the comments down below, how did it feel? Did you feel more power? Did you have better glide? I read every comment, so make sure you leave one. And if this helped your swimming, then hit the like button, subscribe to our channel for more swimming tips and techniques. Ring the bell so you don't miss any videos. Next up, we're going to fix your backstroke head position, the mistake that majority of swimmers do. Keep swimming, keep improving, and I will see you in the next video.
Too high or too low? Head angle makes or breaks you. And look at me here. My head position is doing something that kills my backstroke speed. In this video, you'll learn the exact head position that will make your backstroke faster and smoother. Now watch this transformation. See the difference?
Hi, I'm Alex Coach and I help swimmers just like you to fix mistakes that slows them down. This is what most swimmers do wrong with their head in backstroke. They either crane their neck up like a periscope or bury their chin into their chest. Look at me again how I demonstrated. See how my head position is tilted forward and my eyes are looking at my feet instead of straight up? This breaks the whole body. When your head position is off, everything falls apart. Your hips drop, your legs sink, and you create drag instead of speed. But if you stick around, by the end of the video, you'll know exactly how to move from bad head position to a perfect head position. We will cover 3 main mistakes that swimmers make. And I will show you the good version of each one, then I will give you simple steps to fix them. This isn't just about fixing your head. Fix your head position and the whole backstroke gets smoother. You will swim faster with less effort. So stay with me, your backstroke is about to get a major upgrade. And if you want to go deeper, my full course walks you through every detail from a beginner to intermediate, one day at a time.
Now here is the first mistake. Looking over your head. Now look at me here. My head is tilted way back. My neck is arched. My back is arched like a banana as well. And I'm trying to see what's ahead of me. My eyes are almost staring at the bottom of the pool and the wall in front of me. This happens because swimmers think they need to see where they're going to and look straight forward. They leave their chin too high and they look overhead with the whole face submerged. But watch what happens. My hips lift, my legs are dragging behind, and this is like swimming downhill and almost towards the bottom of the pool. Now here, I'm showing you the good example. Do you see the difference? My head is in a neutral position, my ears are underwater, my eyes are looking straight at the sky. The water level sits right between my eyebrows and my hairline. Only my face is above the water, not the whole head under. 3 cues to keep in mind. Eyes looking at the sky, ears underwater, water at your hairline. Now do you see how nice and smooth this looks? My body stays flat on the water. Now here is the fix for the overhead looking mistake. Practice the head position on land first. Tuck your chin slightly and imagine you're holding a tennis ball between your chin and your chest, not squishing it, just holding it gently. Now get in the water, float on your back and let your ears go underwater. Don't fight it, just relax. If you're still looking forward to see what's ahead of you, try to look at the ceiling instead, just like this. Remember, you should only cover your ears and not the whole head. Now the mistake number 2 we're going to talk about is the chin tuck. Now look at me in this example. My head is too far forward. My chin is stuck to the chest and I'm looking at the belly button or at my feet instead of looking up at the ceiling or at the sky. This usually happens when swimmers try to overcorrect from the periscope position. They think, keep my head down, but actually they're going too far. Now watch this result. My whole body curves like a banana. My head creates a bow wave that pushes the water over the face. And now I'm literally swimming against a wall of water that sits behind my neck. Now look at the correct version. The head sits naturally. There is a gentle curve from the top of my head to the lower back. The chin isn't tucked or tilted. It's neutral, like I'm standing up straight on land.
And how do we fix this mistake? On land, practice this. Stand against the wall. Now press your head back until it touches the wall. That's your neutral position. Your neck should have a natural curve, not flat against the surface. In the water, think of a long neck. Imagine someone gently pulling your head away from your shoulders. As a drill, we're going to kick on your back. This forces a good head position. Do about 4 to 6 lengths on keeping your chin neutral, not tucked. If you're still tucking your chin like this, then aim to feel your neck long and relaxed, just like this. And mistake number 3 is the head bobbing. Now watch me in this example. My head moves from side to side with heavy strokes and is bobbing up and down in all places. Watch me how I'm moving my head. It moves from side to side with every stroke. Left arm reaches, head tilts left. Right arm reaches, head tilts right. This happens when swimmers try to watch their arms. They want to see if the technique is right, so they follow their hands and their eyes. But look at this chaos it creates. My body rocks like a boat in choppy waters. I'm losing all my stability and power. Now look at the good example. The head stays perfectly still. It's like it's glued in a position while the body rotates underneath. The eye stays focused on one spot at the ceiling or at the sky. The head does not follow the arms at all. Pick up a spot at the ceiling and stare at it. See how stable the strokes becomes? The head acts like an anchor that keeps everything else in line. Now how do we fix this transition? Step 1, pick a target. Find the spot on the ceiling or at the sky. A light, a cloud, anything that does not move. Then step 2, practice a single arm backstroke. Swim with just one arm. Keep your eyes glued at your target. Don't let them follow your hand. Now add the other arm, but keep the same focus. Your arms move, your head doesn't. Now as a drill, we're going to swim backstroke with either a water bottle or a cup on your forehead. If it falls out, your head moved too much. Start with a 25 at first, then work up all the way to a 50 without dropping the bottle. If your head is still following your arms like this, then try to keep your head locked on the target like this instead. Now here is what happens whenever you fix your head position. Your body stays flat like a racing car instead of a curved like a banana. Now you cut through the water with less drag. Your stroke becomes much more powerful because the whole body works together. I had a regional level swimmer who dropped 3 seconds off her 100-meter backstroke just fixing her head position. Everything becomes smoother overnight. Now think of your head as the captain of your backstroke ship. When the captain stays calm and steady, the whole crew works better. But whenever the captain panics and looks around, everything else falls apart. This isn't about just swimming faster, it's about swimming smarter. Every length you practice with good head position, the bad habits fades away. Soon, the perfect position becomes automatic. Your backstroke confidence will skyrocket whenever you feel that smooth and effortless glide through the water. And you want to take your swimming even further? Then check out my full freestyle course. It takes beginners to intermediate level, step by step with detailed video breakdowns. Try these drills from today and let me know in the comments down below how did it felt. Did you feel any difference right away? And if this helped your backstroke, hit the like button, subscribe to my channel for more swimming fixes. Ring the bell so you don't miss any videos. Next week, we're going to tackle and how often you should breathe. I will show you why most swimmers are wasting energy every single stroke. Until then, keep the head steady and swim fast. Are you gasping for air at the end of your lap, getting dizzy, or maybe you're just holding your breath for so long that you're just about to pass out? In this video, you'll learn the exact breathing pattern that will make your freestyles feel smooth, strong, and suitable for your needs. Now look at me in this example. Struggling with every breath versus when I have a good rhythm and I could go forever like this. That could be you in just minutes. Hi, my name is Alex Koch and I've helped thousands of swimmers perfect their freestyle rhythm. A lot of swimmers think that there is one right way to breathe in freestyle. They force themselves into patterns that works against their body, and they end up exhausted and frustrated. But here's the thing. Breathing is not about getting air. It's about timing, balance, and efficiency. And I'm going to show you why most swimmers pick the wrong breathing pattern and exactly how to find yours. By the end of this video, you'll understand why your current breathing pattern might be holding you back. And you'll have a step-by-step system to find your rhythm that makes freestyle feel effortless. We will cover 3 things. First, the problem with following generic breathing rules. Then second, why your body needs a different breathing pattern than other swimmers. And then the third, the solution, how to test it and how to find your perfect rhythm. This is not just theory. You'll get practical drills that you can try today. Are you ready? Now let's dive in. I've been reading a lot of comments lately in the past months, and I've noticed something. You ask amazing questions about technique, but YouTube comments are not the right place for improvement. Questions get buried, and I cannot give you the detailed help you need, and there is no way to track the progress over time. So because of that, I'm building something special for swimmers who are serious about improvement. Starting with a free community with calculators, training tools, and talk all about my swimming content and how can I help you there. So this is a place that you can connect with other swimmers enthusiasts around the world. I'll be launching free first, then soon adding a standard membership with complete courses worth over $1,000. And for the ones who want more personalized coaching, there will be a premium membership as well, with a more one-to-one mentorship approach and custom training plans. Start with the free tier now and start the conversation. Link in the description down below. The problem number 1 we're going to talk about is following every third stroke rule. Now here's what I see constantly. Swimmers forcing themselves to breathe every third stroke because a coach told them that is balanced. Now this is true because we as coaches do encourage the swimmers to breathe on both sides because it keeps the balance on the stroke. But stay with me because I'm going to explain this. Look at me in this example. I'm turning my head at exactly third stroke, even though some of the beginners at this point might be screaming for air. By the 6th stroke, a beginner swimmer is super desperate. And by the 9th stroke, maybe they're just breaking their form to just get oxygen desperately. Without a lot of oxygen, you might feel a lot of tension in your shoulders. The stroke rate slows down, the head lifts so high because they're so hungry for air. Now, if this sounds familiar to you, you're probably following the rule, but you're feeling like you're drowning with air right there. And let me explain you this. The every third rule does not apply to everyone because we all have different lung capacities, different fitness level, and different stroke rates. This is basically like saying that everyone should take the same size steps whenever they walk. Someone with short legs versus someone with long legs. They need different strides to feel comfortable, right? Your breathing pattern needs to match your body and your fitness level. A beginner might need to breathe every 2nd stroke, and an elite swimmer might need to go 5 or 6. Neither is wrong, they're just different. The every third rule also assumes that your stroke rate never changes. But whenever you sprint, your stroke rate is faster and you need more oxygen. When you swim easy, you might need less oxygen, so you can go every 6 or 7. But the idea is, instead of following this rule, let's find your pattern instead. Now start with a simple test. Swim one easy 25, count how many strokes it takes, then swim again. Breathe whenever you feel. Just breathe whenever the body asks for it. Now count. Was it every 2? Was it every 4? And that's your natural rhythm at easy pace. And the next swim, at medium effort, again, breathe whenever you need to. Count the pattern. Finally, swim a fast 25. Let your body decide when to breathe. Now, you probably notice a different breathing pattern for different speeds. And that's perfect. Write them down. This is your breathing map. The correct pattern is the one that lets you maintain a good form while getting enough air. Period. But what if you're still getting out of breath? And that brings us to the problem number 2. Holding your breath underwater. Now check out what I'm doing wrong here. My cheeks are most probably puffed out. I'm holding my breath between the breaths. This creates a traffic jam in my lungs. The old air stays in and the new air cannot get in properly. By the time you turn to breathe, I'm desperate and I gulp instead of breathing smoothly. This is like trying to pour new coffee in a coffee that is still full. It doesn't work and it just makes a mess. Whenever you hold your breath, the carbon dioxide builds in your lungs. This triggers your brain panic button. So then you rush with your breathing, you lift your head too high, you hold your breath for longer for the next cycle because you're behind on oxygen and it becomes a vicious cycle. Now think of your lungs like a bellow, like the device that usually you're trying to make fire. Those bellows work constantly by moving air in and out, not by holding in it. Your lungs wants to do the same. Now here is the fix. Exhale slowly and steadily while your face is in the water. Practice this on land first. Take a breath in and let it out through your nose for about 6 seconds. Don't hold it. Just let it flow out. Now try the same thing in the water. Face down, breathe out through your nose in a steady stream. You should see bubbles coming out constantly. When you turn to breathe, your lungs are empty and ready for fresh air. The breath feels easy and natural at this point. And the drill we're going to work on, now exhale slowly through your nose for about 6 seconds. Turn and take one breath. Face down again, exhale again for 6 seconds, and then you repeat. Do this for about 10 times. Notice how easy everything becomes whenever you're not holding old air. Now you're breathing regularly, but what if you're still off balance at this point? The problem 3 is about timing. Problem 3, poor breathing timing. Now look at my timing in this clip. I'm starting to turn my head either too early, before my arms are ready to support me, or I'm turning my head too late, when my supporting arm is already coming out of the water. Basically, in both cases, my head ends up tilted towards the ceiling instead of to the side. Breathing in freestyle is like dancing with a partner. You need to move out in sync with your stroke, not to fight against it. When you turn your head too early, your supporting arm isn't there for you to help you. It's exactly like trying to lean on a chair that isn't there yet. And we all know what happens next. Whenever you turn too late, your supporting arm is leaving. So you have to lift your head up to find air. This creates drag and throws you off your body position. The timing needs to match your stroke like a key fitting in the lock, perfectly aligned. Now here is the perfect timing sequence. First, your hand enters in the water on your breathing side. As your hand enters in the water, start to turn your head. Your opposite arm, the supporting arm, should be pressing down and back. Take your breath, and then whenever your supporting arm is directly under your shoulder, this is when you have the most support. Now start turning your head back to the center as your supporting arm finishes its pull. Now practice this timing with a side kick drill. Kick on the side with one arm extended. Hand in the normal position. Practice turning to breathe and back without changing your body position. In the rhythm with your supporting arm pull. Do several 25s. Focus only on the timing. Don't worry about speed. Just get the rhythm right. Now let's put all together with 3 simple practices sets. And please take a screenshot. And you should feel balanced, not tilted. Your head should turn to the side, not lift up. And then you should never feel desperate for air. Now some of the common sticking points. If you feel dizzy, then you're probably breathing too little. So increase the frequency. And if you feel rushed, then you're probably breathing too much. Try every 4 instead of every 2. Now if you feel unbalanced, then you have to check your timing. See if you're turning with your stroke rhythm. Now here is what happens whenever you get the breathing rhythm right. Your freestyle transforms from a battle to a beautiful dance. Instead of fighting for each breath, now you're working with your stroke. Your shoulders are relaxed. Your pace becomes steady and suitable for your needs. Your breathing rhythm is like the foundation of a house. Get it right and everything else becomes easier. Your stroke becomes smoother, your endurance improves, and your confidence grows. Every time you practice with the right breathing pattern, and you're building on a habit that will make you swim even better. Every 15 minutes of focused breathing practice will change your freestyle at some point. And if you want to master not just breathing, but every aspect of freestyle, then check out my complete full course in the description down below. Now let me know, which of these breathing problems do you struggle the most? Is it every third stroke feeling forced? Is it that you're holding your breath? Sign up for my community because I'm going to answer to every comment in there. And if this video helped you to find your breathing rhythm, then hit the like button, subscribe for more swimming tips that actually work. Now get in the pool and find your perfect breathing rhythm.
Hey, are you just kicking with your legs instead with the whole body? Today I'm going to show you the butterfly kick drill that actually builds the real dolphin power from your core. Now check this out. Are you struggling with weak and tired kicks versus this one that is smooth and powerful with undulation that pushes you forward? That's exactly what you're going for. Hi everyone, my name is Alex Koch and I'm here to help swimmers find their flow in the water. Now hear me out. Most swimmers think that butterfly kick is about hammering the legs up and down as hard as you can. But they're actually totally missing the secret. It actually starts from your core and flows down through the whole body in an undulation motion. So today I'm going to break down into 3 super clear stages. What happens before, during, and after each kick. So then you can actually feel the difference between just kicking with your legs and actually moving like a dolphin. And if you want more from yourself and from swimming, then join my community and the link is down below. Now by the end of this video, you're going to know exactly what to do before, during, and after each kick that builds real power from your core. And here is what we're covering. Before, it's how to set your body position. During, the undulation itself that actually creates power. And after, how to reset and get ready for the next powerful kick. Now make sure you stick around for the practice session because that's exactly what I put all together with drills that you can literally use into your next swim. Now let's break down the butterfly kick. And what do we do before? Now think of your body like a whip. Now your head and your chest is like the handle, which stays pretty steady, and then the rest creates that snap. And that's exactly what you wanted to get out of the kick. You have that snap just there at the end. Now here is what you need to set that up. So before the kick, keep your head in a neutral position, just looking down at the bottom of the pool. Then next thing, we're going to try to engage your core muscles like someone is about to tickle you. Then your hips should float near the surface of the water. Now keep your legs together and straight, but not stiff. Now the mistake I see all the time is that people start with bent knees or super tight and rigid body. This is like trying to crack a whip with just a rope. It just doesn't work as well, right? You need a smooth connection from your core and all the way to your toes. Now let's move on, and what do you do during? The undulation. Alright, so during the kick, I want you to think of undulation, not the legs. The power actually starts from your chest and your core, and it flows down to your hips and then your legs. Now here is a sequence that actually works. So during the kick, you need to press your chest down just slightly to start the undulation. Then your hips will follow by lifting up. Your knees starts bending naturally as the undulation passes through, but you're not forcing this. And then you finish snapping down like a whip crack. So what's the wrong way? The wrong way is just bending your knees and kicking with your feet up and down. That's the wrong way. And then the right way, the undulation flows from your chest to your legs to your feet and all connected. And here is what you need to remember. Your core creates the power. Your legs, they just deliver it. Now what do we do after? How do we reset that for the power? So after each kick, you're going to reset the undulation for the next one. Think of it like a bouncing ball.
the energy from one bounce actually sets up for the next bounce. And here is what happens. After the kick, you let your chest rise back naturally. Your hips are going to drop naturally as your chest rises. Then you keep your legs together and ready. And this creates a perfect setup for your next powerful kick. Now you see, after becomes your before for the next kick. It's all in one smooth, continuous undulation motion. Can you see this isn't just kicking? Is the whole body becomes a smooth undulating machine? Now how do we put all together, right? Let's connect all three stages. Now before, body position set and core engages. During, the undulation flows from your chest to your hips to your feet. And after, the natural reset that becomes the next before. You should feel like you're actually a dolphin that moves through the water, not just a person that is trying to kick really hard. Okay, let's practice this with 3 simple drills. And please take a screenshot. So some important things that you should look for. Smooth undulation, not choppy and jerky kicks. The power is coming from your core, not just from your legs. Now you should feel a forward movement that actually feels effortless. So whenever you finally connect these stages, amazing thing happens. Your kick becomes way smoother and so much more powerful. You will move forward with less effort and the whole stroke just feels more connected. Now in a simple way, think of it like learning to ride a bike. At first, you're thinking about pedaling, steering, balancing, all separate things. But once it clicks, it's just one smooth motion. Now this butterfly drill does the exact same thing. It connects all the body into one powerful swimming machine. And every time you practice this before, during, and after sequence, you're building that dolphin power from your core. And pretty soon everything is going to become automatic and you'll be like, why did kick ever feel so hard? So if you want a bit more swimming, I just built a community that you can sign up down below. Just look around, join for free, and enjoy the content there as well. And here, just let me know which part was the trickiest for you. The setting up before the kick, the actual undulation during, or resetting after. Drop a comment below. And if this thing helped you to make a difference, then smash the like button, subscribe to my channel for more swimming tips. Hit the bell so you don't miss anything. See you in the pool. I've coached hundreds of triathletes and I see the same problem every time. You spend 60 to 90 minutes in the pool, swimming at the same pace you swam 6 months ago. And here the problem is not your fitness, but is your workout structure. And I'm going to show you the 30-minute session that I use with all my triathletes. Less time, better results. And here's how. Look, I get it. You're struggling with 3 sports, a full-time job, maybe a family, and you cannot spend 2 hours in the pool. But here is what I've learned from coaching triathletes for the past 10 years. After swimming at the Olympic level myself, I just realized that the more pool time is not the answer. Most triathletes approach swimming like they're approaching running and cycling. Volume, volume, volume. But swimming is different. In Olympic training, we never just put junkyards. Every single stroke had a purpose. And here is what happens. You get into the pool, you swim for about 45 minutes, maybe an hour, continuous laps. Then you get tired afterwards and you feel like you're working hard. But watch what's happening to the stroke. Maybe by length to 4 to 8, the form is falling apart. The breathing is getting desperate, the catch is collapsing, and you're swimming another 40 to 50 minutes just like this. You're not practicing good swimming, you're practicing tired swimming. You're literally training your body to swim inefficiently. So here is what I do with every triathlete I coach. We cut time in half and we structured every single minute. This 30 minutes workout is based on Olympic training principles, but adapted for exactly what triathletes need. Efficiency under fatigue, breathing control, and technique that holds up on the race day. And here is what we're covering. First, the workout structure. 3 blocks that replace random
lap swimming. Second, the triathlete specific adjustments and why this works even whenever your legs are dead from yesterday's bike. And the third, how to track the progress without a coach watching. By the end of the video, you'll know exactly how I used to work with athletes training for Ironman, Olympic distance, and everything in between. And in the third block, it's where most triathletes completely fall apart under the race pace. But there is a simple fix for that. Okay, so this is what I see constantly. A triathlete gets in the pool and he thinks, oh, I need to get my meters in. So maybe you swim 1,000, 1,500, or maybe 2,000. One pace, moderate effort, form gets worse every lap, but they push it through because they're tough, they are triathletes, and they can handle discomfort. But here is the problem. If you learn to swim as an adult, or you're self-taught, you have motor patterns that need fixing. And you cannot fix motor patterns if you're tired. Every length you do with a bad form is actually reinforcing the bad form. In Olympic training, we did thousands of short, perfect reps with rest, not long, degrading reps with no rest. And there is a reason for that. If you finish every swim session exhausted, but not faster, then this is why. And here is the science. The motor learning happens whenever you repeat the movement perfectly, not whenever you repeat the movement under fatigue. Every stroke you swim with collapsed form, your nervous system says, okay, this is how I'm going to swim. So you're literally programming inefficiency in your body. And this is why you plateau. You're not getting worse at fitness. You're getting better at swimming badly. Elite swimmers do short reps with long rests because they want to perfect the form every single time. And that's how you build speed over time. And this is how you can swim with a bad form 10,000 meters a week and still be at the same speed 6 months later. Now here is your 30-minute structure. 3 blocks, very specific focus on each, and adequate rest built in. The block 1, the front quadrant focus. 6 to 10 minutes. This is where triathletes lose all their proportion. The hand enters in the water and immediately pulls back. And we're going to fix that timing. We're going to do 6 sets of 50 meters with 30 seconds rest. The rest is critical here. It lets you execute perfect form every rep. On the block 2, the breathing efficiency. 5 to 8 minutes. Triathletes panic breathe. I see this constantly. And we are going to teach your body how to breathe calmly at intensity. 4 sets of 50 meters, building pattern, and rest 20 seconds. And the block 3, the race pace reality, about 4 to 6 minutes. This is where it matters. Can you hold the technique at race pace? 3 sets of 50 meters, building to 90% effort with only 15 seconds rest. If your stroke count collapses here, that means you're not ready for the race day. Then 2 minutes cool down, the total time should be around 30 minutes. Plus another 5 to 15 minutes to get changed and get a shower, and basically under an hour you're out of the door of your swimming pool. These 3 focus blocks beats 60 minutes of randomness every single time. And here is what you're aiming for during the block 1. You should feel an extended glide before each pull. You're reaching for the wall before you. And if you feel like you're pulling immediately whenever your hand enters in the water, that means you're doing it wrong. During the block 2, the breathing should feel controlled, almost lazy. You're exhaling underwater the entire time. And if you're holding your breath and gasping for air, that means you need to fix that first. Block 3. Here is the test. Can you hold up your stroke count within the 2 strokes of block 1? If your stroke count jumps by 5 strokes whenever you go faster, that means you're not holding up your technique. You're just rushing harder. Count your strokes every single length and write them down, and that's gonna be your truth. At your next practice, here is exactly what I want you to do. I'll put this workout on the screen and I'll also upload it on my swimming community, so please join now. Now this is you, 42 years old.
You're training for Ironman. 4 weeks into your workout, swimming 3 times a week, same pace, 145 per 100 meters. But look at your stroke count, from 22 strokes per 25 to 18. Same speed, way less effort, and that's efficiency. But here's the thing. If you have tried this with dead legs from a hard bike day before, it wouldn't have worked out. So here is what I want you to be, and let's talk about the triathlete specific adjustments. So the reality, the majority of triathletes are not specialist swimmers. Maybe you biked yesterday and you're going to run tomorrow, and whenever you get to the pool, your legs are dead tired. And that's the reality. Standard swimming coaching says kick more and build your leg strength. But watch what happens whenever a triathlete with dead legs try to kick hard. They're sinking, they're exhausted, they're fighting with their own body. And they leave the pool thinking that they suck at swimming. But the reality is that you don't suck, you're just using the wrong approach. And I've learned this by coaching young athletes who did 3 sports. And if you ever left the pool thinking, why is it so hard for me? And this is probably why. You're doing 3 sports. And here's what's happening. You're putting your energy into kick that's not going to improve you in 30 minutes anyways. Adult swimmers, especially triathletes, do not have the ankle flexibility that competitive swimmers developed as kids. You're fighting biology, but in the meantime, you're ignoring where triathletes are actually strong. Core endurance, body rotation, and pain tolerance. You have the engine, you just need to connect it to the right propeller. Even at the Olympic level, distance swimmers use way less kick than you think. It's about timing and position, not power. And this is why swimming feels that it's so much work. You're using the wrong muscles for the job. And here's the adjustment I want you to do. This workout minimizes the kick emphasis. Quiet and compact kick, just enough for the body position. All your power comes from the front end, the catch, the pull, and the rotation. And then watch this. See how my legs are barely moving? But look at my rotation. The hips drive the rotation, rotation loads the catch, and the catch provides propulsion. The kick is just there along for the ride. This works with your tired legs, not against them. You're using your triathlete's strengths, the core stability, and endurance. And you're not wasting energy on that kick that won't carry you on the race day anyway. In the block 1, in the front quadrant, you're learning how to hold your hand in front while the other one finishes. This loads your catch without requiring kick power. In the block 2, which is about breathing, the rotation naturally comes from the breathing, which sets up for a good catch. In the block 3, even at race pace, the instructions is to maintain your stroke count, not to kick harder. We are teaching efficiency, not power. Think about like this. Save your legs for the bike and run. As simple as that. Swim from your core and your catch. That's it. And here is what you should feel like. Your legs should almost feel lazy. You're not trying to kick yourself forward. You're trying to stabilize your body while your arms do the work. Whenever you rotate to breathe, you should feel your hip drive the rotation, not your shoulders. And if you feel like you're pulling with your arms only, then you're missing the rotation. The catch itself should feel heavy, like you're pulling against solid water, not slipping it through. And if your legs are burning after the block 1, that means you're kicking too much. They should feel almost fresh. Your lats and your core should be working. And if you want to prove this to yourself, then grab a pull buoy. Do 150 swimming normally, and then a 50 with the pull buoy, focusing only on the catch and rotation. Make sure you time both. And I bet the pull buoy 50 is the same speed or even faster. And that's a proof that you don't need to kick whenever you think you need. After that, go back to your regular swimming, but keep the same feeling. Quiet legs, powerful front end. Try this during the block 1 of work. The pull buoy 50 should feel easier even though you're going the same speed. Now you see that? Same speed, way less effort. And that's what we're teaching your body to do with the pull buoy. Now how do you know if these are actually working? let's talk about tracking progress without a coach on deck. And here is what most triathletes do. Finish the workout, look at their watch, see a 1500 meters, 32 minutes, cool. They might think they are getting faster, or they may be just thrashing harder with worse form. And there is no way to tell because they're not measuring the right things. And I see this every time. Triathletes will train for months, then show up to the race day, swim at the same time as last year, and they have no idea why. In Olympic training, we used to track everything, not just time. Stroke counts, stroke rate, perceived effort, technical execution, heart rate, and so on. These data used to drive the improvement. And if you ever wonder, why am I not actually getting better? Or you're working too hard, is because you're not tracking the right metrics. Now here is the problem. Without objective feedback, you have no idea if the work is paying off. Swimming feels hard every time. You cannot tell if you're more efficient or you're just more tired. So then motivation dies. And then you think, oh, I'm not a good swimmer. And then you start dreading the pool. But the truth is that you might be improving, you just cannot see it because you're not measuring correctly. And this is why self-coached triathletes plateau. They're flying blind. Now here are the 4 things you need to track. This takes about 30 seconds after workout. Literally 30 seconds of objective data on whether you're improving or not. The metric number 1 I want you to write down is count your strokes per 25. This is your primary metric. During the block 1, count your strokes every length. Write down the average. Week to week, this number should go down. If you're getting more efficient, that means you'll take fewer strokes at the same pace. And this is pure technique improvements. If your strokes are lower and at the same speed, that means your swimming efficiency gets better. The metric 2 I want you to track is breathing comfort. This is more subjective but important. Rate your breathing during the block 2 on a scale to 1 to 5. Basically 1 is I'm panicking, I'm dying, and 5, I could do this for the whole day. Now over the 4 to 6 weeks, this number should go up, and you're teaching your nervous system to stay calm. And the metric 3 I want you to take notes, it's form maintenance at intensity. In the block 3, compare your stroke count to the block 1. And if the block 1 was at 18 strokes, for example, then the block 3, 20 is acceptable. If the block 3 is 25, that means you're not holding up your technique. Now track the gap and it should narrow over time. So metric 4 is recovery time. How much rest do you need between intervals to execute it perfectly? Whenever you start, you might need every second of the 30 seconds rest. Maybe by the week 6, you may feel like you're ready after 20 seconds, even though you're still staying the 30 seconds. And that's adaptation. That's your fitness building while maintaining the technique. Numbers do not lie. And if your stroke count isn't dropping, your technique isn't improving. Simple as that. Without a coach watching, here is your best tool. Film yourself. Even about water footage with your phone on the pool deck actually helps so much. Now compare these videos and wonder if your hands are still entering while the other one is extended, or are you pulling too early? Is your head rotating to breathe or lifting? You can see this stuff even if you're not a swimming coach. Every 2 weeks, not every day, give yourself time to adapt. You should see smoother strokes, less splashing, and more glide between the pools. And this is you again, 38 years old, training for Olympic distance. 8 weeks of this workout, 3 times per week again, and look at this data. Hopefully, fewer strokes, breathing went from panic to control, and your pace has dropped from 8 to 12 seconds per 100, without swimming longer workouts. Here is where you swim smarter, and I hope this is you. And here is what I want you to do in your next practice. I've got the full PDF, which you can download if you join my swimming community. Look, in the past 10 years, I've been coaching several triathletes. Some of them started as terrible swimmers. I mean, really struggling. Some of them are now qualifying for Kona, And some of them just wanted not to be in the water for 90 minutes during the half Ironman. Either way, this will work. You don't need more time in the pool. You just need to get better at what you have. Now give this workout 3 weeks. Just 3 weeks. 3 times per week, and you will feel the difference. Your stroke will smooth out, your breathing will calm down, and I bet that your swim split will drop. And here's the best part. You will get the 30 minutes extra back in your day. What triathlete doesn't want that? And also, I want to meet more triathletes from whom I want to learn from them as well. But in the comments, this is what I actually want to know. Drop a comment and tell me which block you think is going to be the hardest for you. And let me know, because that will tell me what kind of videos I could make next. And if you have any questions about adapting this workout, then please join my community where I can answer to all your questions there. That's it for now. See you in the pool. So watch this if you cannot swim, and you will thank yourself later. So last summer, a 58 years old grandfather came to me with a simple goal, which was to swim with his grandkids in their own swimming pool. After just 5 sessions using this method I'm going to show you, he was confidently playing in the deep end with them. And if you spend years avoiding the swimming pools as well, lakes or beaches, or if you're tense about the thought of the deep water, or you tried lessons before and given up, this video could change your relationship with the water forever. And trust me, your future self will thank you for watching this until the end. So the truth is that every week I work with adults who have spent decades believing that they cannot swim. They've tried traditional swimming lessons, YouTube tutorials just like this one, or even private coaches, but nothing struck. The problem isn't you, it's the approach. And in this video, I'm sharing the exact 3-step system that helped over 2,000 of my adult students that go from complete non-swimmers to comfortable, confident swimmers, often in weeks. No more embarrassment, no more sitting on the sidelines. As an Olympic swimmer and coach for over 10 years, I refined these techniques that works specifically for adults with water anxiety. And what makes my approach different is that I focus on psychological barriers first, then build the technical skills in the sequence that actually makes sense for beginners. This isn't just theory, it's what it actually works based on thousands of real transformation I witnessed on the poolside. Conquering the water anxiety. The number one reason adults fail to learn how to swim isn't physical, it's psychological. Let me tell you about one swimmer, a 45 years old, who could never put her face in the water without panicking. She had tried 3 different swim programs before coming to me. So each time the coaches have rushed her into floating exercises that actually has triggered her intense anxiety. So in our first session, I actually noticed something that was very crucial. She was holding her breath the entire time, her face was near the water, essentially triggering her body panic response. And let's work on the face splash progression. Standing in shallow water position, face just above the water, and gradually lower your face to touch the water or close to the water while exhaling and creating bubbles. You can also scoop the water, put your face in the water that you scooped and try to blow bubbles slowly. And what makes this drill different? It actually creates controlled environment where you associate the water that you put on your face with a calm breathing rather than panic. It's about rewiring your instinctive response. And just after 3 sessions practicing this drill, she could submerge her entire face in the water without anxiety. And 1 week later, she was floating independently. The transformation wasn't just physical. She described it as finally feeling free around the water. And the key insight here is that comfort precedes skill. Before worrying about your stroke or technique, we need to reprogram your relationship with the water. That's supported float. And once you're comfortable with the water on your face, the next critical step is learning that the water will support you if you let it. This is where most adult beginners struggle. They fight against the water instead of working with it. And meet a 38 years old who came to me after years of failed attempts to learn how to swim. And despite being fit, he would immediately sink whenever he was trying to float, creating a cycle of frustration and tension. Whenever I analyzed his attempts, I noticed that unconsciously he was tensing his neck and shoulders and essentially forcing himself down rather than allowing the water to support him. The wall-assisted float drill. Stand in the shallow water. Hold the wall with both hands and arms extended. Take a deep breath and lean forward, allowing your feet to lift off the bottom. Focus on relaxing your neck completely. The water should support your head. Progress to holding with just fingertips and then one hand and then briefly let it go. And this progressive approach actually builds trust in tiny and manageable steps. It's completely different from just let it go and float. Advice that leaves many adults feeling like failures. And after practicing this drill for just a few sessions, he experienced what he called his eureka moment. He just realized that the water was actually trying to push him up, not pull him down. And within 2 weeks, he could float independently for over 10 seconds. So I measured his progress by tracking his heart rate during the floating attempts. Initially, his heart rate will be somewhere around 120 beats per minute from anxiety. And after mastering this drill, it remained at 75 beats per minute, objective proof of his newfound comfort, the beginner glide. Once you can float comfortably, we can move to actual forward movement. And this is where traditional lessons often fail because they immediately jump into a complex stroke mechanics. Consider another adult swimmer that came to me after giving up on countless swimming sessions. She could barely float, but she was very determined to swim during her upcoming beach vacation. And instead of overwhelming her with freestyle techniques, we actually focus on most fundamental movement in swimming, the glide, the push and glide drill. Stand in the shallow water with one foot on the wall and the other one down. Place your arms straight ahead, one hand on top of the other. Now take a big breath, put your face in the water and push off gently. Keep your body straight and allow yourself to glide until you slow down. Only then stand up and breathe and don't lift your head during the glide. This drill teaches you the fundamentals of principles of swimming. Moving through the water efficiently requires streamlining your body, not just moving your arms and legs. And after practicing this drill for just a couple weeks, she could actually glide for about 5 to 7 meters with one single push, triple her initial distance. The actually breakthrough moment came whenever she realized that she could cover more distance by doing less, not more. And several weeks later, she was confidently moving through the water using basic freestyle strokes. By her vacation, she was actually being able to swim in the ocean along her children or her family, something she would dream for decades. And before I share the final piece of this system, I would love to know what's your biggest fear whenever it comes to learning to swim. Drop this in the comments below and I might address your specific concern in my next video. And also take a quick moment to notice your shoulders right now. Are they relaxed or tense? This awareness of tension is exactly what we need to practice in the water as well. Now let's recap this 3-step system that helped thousands of my adult students to go from fear to freedom in the water. So first, we need to master the relationship with the water using the face splash progression, creating this positive association with the water on your face. So second, we need to develop the trust with the water support with the wall assisted float. And you just need to learn that the water will actually hold you up if you allow it. Third, we need to experience this efficient movement with push and glide. Understanding that swimming is about working with the water, not against it. This isn't just a collection of random drills, but it's a proven psychological and physical progression. So each step builds on the previous one, creating confident swimmers without the frustration of so many adults. I've seen people of all ages, sizes, and fitness levels transform using this exact approach. And if you're ready to finally learn how to swim properly, check out my 5-week adult beginner program in the description below. It's the complete system that I've used with thousands of adult learners with detailed progression and support for each stage. Also, I'm very curious to know what kind of water experience are you most looking forward once you can learn how to swim confidently. Is it a beach vacation? Swimming with your kids? Let me know in the comments below and I will pick one goal to focus into my next video. And if you find this video helpful, hit subscribe for weekly swimming tips from my years of coaching experience. Remember, it's never too late to become a confident swimmer with the right approach. And your future self will thank you for starting today. Touching the wall and pushing off might feel safe. But here is the truth. Every flip turn that you're not doing costs you about 3 to 4 seconds per each lap. That's 30 to 40 seconds in a 500 meters. You're literally swimming an extra lap of effort just because of your turn. Hi, I'm Alex Coach, I'm former Olympian, and I will be your coach today. Now in the next 10 minutes or so, I'm going to show you how to master the freestyle flip turn, even if you've never done it before. And by the end of this video, you'll know 1. How to approach the wall with perfect timing. 2. The exact flip turn technique that prevents water getting up your nose. 3. How to push off faster than you ever thought is possible. 4. The breathing pattern that Olympic swimmers use. And 5. How to connect your flip turn seamlessly into your stroke. I'm going to break down the 5 biggest mistakes that keep swimmers from mastering flip turns. And I'll give you land drills that you can practice right now at home before you even get in the pool. Plus, at the end, I'm going to show you the Olympic secret for explosive push-offs that most coaches never teach. And if you want to transform every aspect of your swimming, check out my swimming community that you can sign up in the description down below. Now let's jump into it. Mistake number 1, the hesitation approach. Basically, you're slowing down as you get close to the wall. Most swimmers do this. They see the wall coming, they panic a little, and then instinctively they slow down their stroke rate. They're trying to measure the distance perfectly. So they end up gliding, counting strokes, and sometimes even doing a weird half stroke. This is exactly like trying to hit the brakes just before the green light. You've got the momentum, you've got the speed, and then you throw it all the way right before you need it the most. And the consequence? You lose about 2 to 3 seconds just in this approach. You arrive at the wall with zero momentum, and basically your flip turn has no power, and your push-off starts from basically zero speed. Now here is the secret. Keep swimming at full speed all the way into the wall. Olympic swimmers maintain their stroke rate. Sometimes they even increase it as they approach the wall. They trust their distant judgment because they practice it so many times before. Whenever you keep your speed, you carry the momentum into the flip turn. That momentum becomes rotational energy. Think of it like a figure skater. The faster they're moving when they pull in, the faster they spin. So instead of slowing down to measure, you're swimming through the turn. The wall is not a stopping point. It's actually a speed multiplier. This actually feels easier once you trust it, because you're using the momentum instead of fighting physics. Now let's practice this timing on land first. Stand about 10 to 15 feet away from the wall. Start jogging in place, then jog towards the wall while counting your steps out loud. Don't slow down. Jog at the same place all the way. Do this for about 20 times until you can consistently hit the wall at the same step number without slowing down. Your body is learning to trust the distance. Now, some of the common mistakes to avoid is stuttering your steps near the wall, looking down at your feet, or decelerating in the last 3 steps. Now in the water, we're going to work on speed approach drill. Swim freestyle from the flags or 5 meters out, focusing only on maintaining your stroke rate all the way into the wall. Don't flip turn yet, just touch the wall with your hand. Do 4 25s, 20 seconds rest between. Now some of the things you have to focus is count your strokes from the flags to the wall. Don't add a glide before touching. And your last stroke should feel fast as your first. And for progression, once you're comfortable, try increase your tempo slightly as you enter into the flag zone. Elite swimmers often do their faster strokes right before the turn. And the result is that you will feel that you're attacking the wall instead of arriving at it. Most swimmers immediately shave 1 to 2 seconds of their lap time just by fixing this alone. And if maintaining your speed helped, then wait until you see how the flip turn itself needs zero effort when you do it right. Now mistake number 2 is the head first flip. This is like trying to dive with your head down to start the somersault. I see this constantly. Swimmers either try to tuck their chin to their chest or even leave it open and try to dive down like they're doing a forward roll in gymnastics. Basically, they're pulling their head down first, expecting their body will follow. This is like trying to flip a coin by actually pushing the top down instead of flicking it with your thumb. You're basically applying force in the wrong direction. And the consequence is that you get water up your nose because your head goes down before your body rotates. You waste energy fighting buoyancy. And the worst of all is that you're gonna end up with a banana position where your back hurts and you can barely push off. Study shows that this technique creates 40% more drag during the turn. And I believe it's even more than that. Instead, here is what Olympic swimmers do. Press your head down and at the same time pull your knees to your chest and let your head follow afterwards. The flip turn is a tuck, not a dive. You're creating a tight ball, and the tighter the ball is, the faster the rotation will be. This is physics. Smaller radius equals faster spin. Think of it like pulling your knees just before you want to do a cannonball jump. Your core does the work, not your neck. Your head is just along for the ride. When you pull your knees towards your chest, your hips rises automatically and the momentum does the flip turn. Your head will naturally tuck and it will keep the water out of your nose. This actually feels easier if you're using your powerful core muscles instead of your weak neck muscles. Now let's practice the tuck on land. Lie on your back, on a mat or a carpet. Extend your arms overhead. Now in one motion, throw your hands down towards your hips while pulling your knees into your chest as hard as you can. Do this for about 25 times. You should feel that your lower back is lifting off the ground and your momentum wanting to roll you over your shoulders. Some of the mistakes you want to avoid is leading only with your head or your chin, keeping your legs straight and pulling your knees slowly instead of explosively. Now in the water, we're going to work on a tuck and roll drill. Float on your front, somewhere in the middle of the pool. Arms extended overhead. Now pull your knees explosively to your chest while you're throwing your arms down. Let yourself flip. And don't worry about the wall yet. Just feel the rotation. Do about 10 reps in the middle of the pool. And focus on your knees to your chest as fast as possible. Throw your arms down simultaneously. Exhale through your nose as you flip. This prevents water from entering your nose. Now as a progression, whenever you feel comfortable, try this drill while swimming towards the wall. Then integrate the flip right as you reach it. And the result is that you're going to get 0 water in your nose, 0 neck strain, and the flip will feel effortless. And that's what you want, right? Your body naturally wants to rotate whenever you tuck properly. But here is where people mess up next. They flip perfectly, then immediately kill all their speed by doing the next mistake. And the mistake number 3 is the flat foot plant or extended legs. This is basically putting both feet on the wall at the same time, but pointed straight behind you. Most swimmers finish their flip turn and their feet land on the wall like they're standing on the floor. Flat and parallel. This is exactly like you're trying to jump while standing on ice, versus like jumping on a solid ground with your legs cold beneath. There is no spring, no power transfer, no explosion. And the consequence is that you push off slowly because you have no leverage. Your knees are bent at a weak angle and you're pushing mostly sideways instead of streamlining forward. This will cost you about 2 to 3 seconds of glide time that you'll never get back. The fastest part of your length should be at the push-off, that you're just wasting it if you're doing this. Now here is the secret. Plant your feet on the wall with your knees bent and your body on your side, ready to twist into a streamline as you push off. Olympic swimmers land at the wall at about 45 degrees angle, still on their side from the rotation. Their feet are slightly staggered, one higher than the other, knees bent and they're coiled like a spring. Think of a sprinter on the starting blocks. Their legs are not straight, they're loaded, compressed, and ready to explode. That's your position on the wall as well. When you push off from the side, you're naturally rotating into a streamline as you extend your legs. The rotation itself adds the speed through the water. You're not just pushing, you're co-screwing yourself forward. And this will feel more powerful right immediately, because you're using your quads, glutes, and the core all together. Now let's practice the push position on land. Find a sturdy wall. Stand facing away from it. Now rotate onto your side and place your feet on the wall with your knees bent. Your right shoulder should be pointing at the wall and your left shoulder should be pointing away. Now hold this position for about 10 seconds, then switch sides. Do about 15 reps on each side. Some of the common mistakes to avoid: trying to be flat on your back, straightening your legs too much, and keeping your feet parallel instead of slightly staggered. And the water drill we're going to work on is called side push-off drill. Start by standing on the wall in the shallow end, or holding the wall into the deep water. Position yourself on the side with your feet on the wall, knees bent one hand extended and then the other one holding the wall. Push off as hard as you can while rotating into your stomach into a perfect streamline. Do about 425s like this, 30 seconds rest. Something to focus on is feet planted firmly but stay on your side. Rotate into a streamline as you push, not before. And fully extend your legs and point your toes as you push. Hold the tight streamline for about 5 full seconds. For progression, time your glide. Try to beat your previous distance before taking your first stroke. Elite swimmers can easily glide for 5 to 7 meters just from a good push-off. And the result, you'll feel like you have been launched from a cannon. Most swimmers add about 2 to 3 meters of freestyle distance right immediately from fixing their push-off position. Now, if you're thinking that this is starting to come together, here is where the breathing patterns makes and breaks everything. Mistake number 4, breathing at the wall. Taking a breath right before and during the flip turn. I see swimmers do this all the time. They panic slightly as they reach the wall, then they take a huge gasp of air and they're trying to hold it throughout the turn. Or worse, they're trying to breathe during the somersault itself. This is exactly like trying to drink water by doing a backflip on a trampoline. The timing is impossible and you're going to choke. And the consequence is that you tense up the whole upper body, which slows your rotation down. You inhale at the worst possible moment, and sometimes you get water in your lungs too. And you waste energy because you're holding your breath through high exertion movement, which spikes your heart rate as well. Elite swimmers know that poor breathing timing costs about 1 to 3 seconds per turn, and they exhaust most probably by 30% faster over the distance. Now here is what Olympic swimmers do. Take your breath about 2 to 3 seconds before the wall. Then exhale through your nose during the flip turn, and then breathe immediately after one stroke after the breakout. And the pattern is breathe, swim, flip while you're exhaling, push off, break out, and then breathe again. During the flip, you're gently exhaling through your nose, which will create a positive pressure that prevents water from entering your nose. When you exhale during the flip, your body stays relaxed and you're not fighting to hold your breath so your core can work efficiently. And since you breathe right after the breakout, you're never actually oxygen deprived. This will feel natural after just a few reps because your body realizes that it gets air quickly and there is no need to panic. Now let's practice this breathing on land. Stand comfortably, take a breath in, hold it for about 3 seconds, then do about 10 jumping jacks while exhaling slowly through your nose. Do this for about 15 times. And here, you're teaching your body that it's okay to exhale during the movement and the next breath will come just quickly after. Some of the common mistakes to avoid is holding your breath during the jumping jacks and exhaling through your mouth and breathing in just before you finish the movement. And in the water, we're going to work on breathing pattern drill. We're going to swim freestyle, focusing only on the breathing rhythm. Now count your strokes out loud in your head. Do about 625s, maybe from the middle of the pool, with 20 seconds rest. Some of the things that we can focus is last breath is 2-3 strokes before the wall. Gentle exhale through your nose during the entire flip. First breath happens immediately after the breakout, within 2 to 3 strokes. For progression, once you feel comfortable, try spinning into the wall with this breathing pattern. The faster you go, the more critical proper breathing becomes. And the result, no more water up your nose, no more panic, and you'll feel smooth and control to every turn. Most swimmers say that fixing this alone makes flip turns feel easy for the first time. And if that breathing pattern helped, then wait until you see how elite swimmers connect and turn back to their stroke. And this part is the Olympic secret I promised. Mistake number 5 is the dead glide. Pushing off the wall with perfect streamline, then just floating and waiting and gliding until you slow down before you actually start swimming again. I see swimmers push off the wall beautifully, hold their streamline, and then wait and wait until they basically stop before they take in the first stroke. They think they're being efficient by maximizing the glide. This is exactly like trying to coast downhill on the bike and then wait until you stop before you start paddling again. And you're just throwing away all your momentum. And the consequence is that you're reaccelerating from near zero speed, which requires massive amount of energy. Study shows that reaccelerating from a stop position uses 3 times more energy than maintaining the speed throughout the transition. So you're working harder for slower results, and over 1500 meters, this will exhaust you. And here is the Olympic secret. Break out of streamline and start your first stroke before you're slowing down your swimming speed. Elite swimmers push off the wall at about 2 to 3 seconds per second, literally faster than they can possibly swim. They can hold the streamline through the fastest part of the glide, usually 3 to 5 meters. But the moment they slow down to around their swimming speed, they transition immediately to their stroke. Now think of it like merging onto a highway. You don't wait until you're going 30 miles per hour to merge with a 65 miles per hour traffic, right? You time your merge for when the speed match. And when your breakout is at the right moment, you carry your push-off momentum directly into your swimming speed. There is no gap here, and there is no reacceleration, no wasted energy as well. This actually feels faster immediately because you're surfing your own momentum. Now let's practice this timing on land. Find a smooth floor, get into a plank position, place your feet near a wall, and gently push your feet towards to simulate the glide. Do this for about 20 times. Common mistakes to avoid is waiting until you completely stop, breaking streamline too early before the glide peaks, and starting your stroke with weak and uncertain movement. Now in the water, we're going to work on breakout timing drill. Push off the wall in a streamline. Count. When you feel like your speed is slowing down to your normal swimming pace, then immediately start your stroke. Begin with a dolphin kick underwater, then your first pull after the breakout. Do about 425s, 30 seconds rest. Some of the focus points to think about: it's holding your streamline through your peak speed. Start your first dolphin kick when your speed drops to your swimming pace. Your first arm pull should be powerful, not weak. Know that spaces between the glide and the stroke. And for progression, film yourself and have someone film you. Your goal here is to break out whenever you're still moving fast, and you should feel like you're catching your speed, not restarting it. And the result is that you feel like your turns are actually make you faster swimmer instead of breaking your rhythm. Most swimmers drop about 3 to 5 seconds per 100 meters by just fixing their breakout timing. Now let's put this all together so you can practice with confidence. Now here is the 2 complete practice sets that you can use in your next swim. So take a screenshot of this. Some common issues you might face. First one, which means that you're not excelling soon enough or hard enough during the flip. Start excelling the moment you initiate the tuck, not halfway through. The problem 2 is that you end up too deep after the pushing off. The solution is that your flip turn is too vertical. Make sure that you're pulling your knees to your chest, not diving with your head down. This keeps your rotation horizontal. The issue number 3, I can't judge the distance to the wall. Then count your strokes from the flags every single time. Within 5 to 10 practices, your body will memorize the distance, or it should at least. And what you should feel. A good flip turn should feel smooth, almost lazy. If you're exhausted after each turn, that means you're using too much effort, and you have to revisit the tuck and the push-up position. And whenever you fix these 5 mistakes, flip turns transforms from intimidating to automatic. You will save about 3 to 5 seconds per lap just from approach speed and push-off power. Swim more efficiently, because you're not wasting energy fighting the poor technique. And you're going to feel more confident at the wall instead of dreading the turn. And you look like a competitive swimmer because the flip turns now are what separate casual from serious swimmer. So I had someone that I work with that came to me who avoided before flip turns for 2 years because he was terrified of getting water up his nose. After practicing just the breathing pattern for 1 week, he did his first flip turn in practice. Now he's doing them in all of his training for open water races. Now he told me that he cannot believe that he wasted 2 years for training with slow turn in practice. Here, you're not just learning to flip turn, you're unlocking speed, efficiency, and confidence that will transform the way you feel in the water. Now it's your turn, literally. Try these drills in your next practice and let me know in the comments which mistake was holding you back the most. Now if you want to master every single aspect of swimming with the same systematic approach, stroke technique, breathing, starts, pacing, race strategies, and other resources, then check out my community, which is free. You can sign up, we can have a chat, and I can help you exactly as you want. And I'm going to approach you exactly how I used to coach my swimmers from complete beginners to Olympic trialists and everything beyond. And if this video helped you, hit the like button, subscribe for more swimming tips, and ring the bell so you don't miss any of it. Keep swimming, I'll see you in the pool. So you're grinding at freestyle and practicing the same stroke over and over again. But somehow you're not getting faster. But here is the truth. 69% of you have voted that you want to improve at freestyle. I'm not sure to what extent do you only want to focus on freestyle, but that singular focus might be exactly what's holding you back. Hi, I'm Alex Coach, I'm a former Olympian, and I will be your swimming coach today. Today, I'm going to show you why the fastest freestylers, for example, do not just swim freestyle. In the next few minutes, you will discover the 5 game-changing benefits swimming all 4 strokes. These benefits will transform not just your technique, but your speed, your endurance, and your injury-free longevity in the water. And by the end of the video, you'll understand why swimming backstroke will make your freestyle rotation about 30% more powerful, and how breaststroke unlocks a breathing pattern that adds 200 plus meters to your distance and beyond, and the butterfly secret that cuts about 15 seconds of your 100-meter freestyle. So whenever I was young, I ignored this advice for about 3 years. All I was focusing was on a freestyle, stubbornly focusing only on that. And the moment I started training all 4 strokes, my freestyle dropped by a good 30 seconds in the 1500 in just about 2 months. And later on in my career, I actually became a butterflyer, which I was the most successful at. And at the end of the video, I will share the exact weekly training split that Olympic coaches use to build complete swimmers, even if you're only competing in 1 stroke. The benefit number 1, rotation and core power. So most swimmers treat freestyle like it's all about their arms, and they pull, pull, pull again with their upper body while their core stays relatively still, like they're paddling a canoe with just their arms while they're sitting rigidly in the seat. And here is what happens. You're generating maybe about 40% of your potential power. Elite swimmers generate about 60 to 70% of their stroke from the core rotation, not just from their arms. But if you only swim freestyle, you will never unlock the rotation because freestyle lets you get away with weak core engagement. And the result is that you're working harder to be slow, and you're exhausting your shoulders, and you're building a terrible habits that actually prevents you from getting faster at swimming and swim easier too. Now here is the secret. Backstroke is the ultimate core rotation teacher. Keep that in mind. When you swim backstroke, you cannot cheat. Your face is out of the water, so you can breathe anytime, which means that there is zero excuse not to rotate fully from hip to hip. Backstroke forces your body to learn how a 45 degrees rotation feels like on every single stroke. Now think of it like learning to swing a baseball bat. If you only practice the swing with your arms, then you're never gonna hit a home run. But once you learn how to rotate your hips and the core, and suddenly the ball just flies. Now backstroke teaches your nervous system that rotation pattern. And whenever you return to freestyle, your body already knows it, how to generate the same power. And why this thing works. Backstroke isolates the rotation movement without breathing complexity like you're doing in a freestyle. So your core learns the motor pattern in a low stress environment. Then transfer it directly to your freestyle whenever you need it. Now let's practice this rotation awareness right now on land. Now stand with your feet shoulder width apart. Now rotate your shoulders and hips together, right shoulder back while left hip drives forward. Then you switch to the other side. Do you feel how the obliques engage? And that's exactly where we're after. Do this for about 20 times, slowly, feeling the connection between your shoulder rotation and your opposite hip. Some of the common mistakes to avoid: do not rotate just your shoulders. Hips and shoulders move together. And also, do not hold your breath. Breathe naturally throughout. Do not speed through. Slow and control builds the pattern. Now in the water, we're going to work on a drill which is called the backstroke rotation count. Now push off the wall in backstroke. Now count how many strokes it takes to reach the other end. And now repeat. But this time, focus on rotating your body about 45 degrees on each stroke. Imagine that your shoulder is trying to touch your chin. Do this for about 4 25s, resting 20 seconds in between each. And some of the focus points we need to think about. Feel your hips and shoulders rotating together. Each shoulder should come out of the water slightly on the recovery, and your head stays completely still, eyes on the ceiling. Now for progression, once this feels natural, try 25 meters backstroke, then immediately a 25-meter freestyle without stopping. And notice how your freestyle rotation suddenly feels much more powerful and natural. And the result is that most of the swimmers will feel that their freestyle becomes about 30% more effortless within just a few pull sessions of adding backstroke. Your shoulders will also thank you too, and the times will for sure drop. And if that improves your power, then you have to wait until you see how the next stroke fixes your breathing problem all at once. So benefit number 2 is the breathing mastery and endurance. Now here is what I see constantly. Swimmers who can sprint 50 meters of good freestyle, but then completely fall apart at 100, 200 and anything beyond. Their stroke gets choppy, their head lifts higher and higher, and they're gasping for air like they're running out of oxygen. And the real problem here is that they never learn the independent breath control. Freestyle breathing is complex. You have to turn your head, you need to time your breath with your stroke, and then trying not to disrupt your body position too. This is like trying to learn how to breathe while juggling. Study shows that 80% of swimmers develop inefficient breathing patterns that limit their distance capacity. And the consequence is that you cannot swim more than few lengths without getting exhausted. Not because your muscles are tired, but because your breathing system is fighting against you. Now how do we fix this? Now here is where breaststroke becomes your secret weapon. In breaststroke, you lift, you breathe, and then you return to streamline in a predictable and repetitive pattern. Here, there is no head turning complexity. You learn how to take a full breath, complete the breath, and then exhale slowly during the glide. This teaches your body the rhythm of efficient breathing. Full inhale, control exhale, without the coordination challenge of freestyle. Now think of it like learning to ride a bike with training wheels first. Breaststroke is your training wheels for breathing. Once you master the breathing pattern in this simple environment, your body will know exactly what to do and when to add the complexity of freestyle rotation. Now why this thing works? So breaststroke teaches you how to breathe with your diaphragm, the deep belly breathing, rather than shallow chest breaths. This increases your oxygen intake by up to 40% per breath, which directly translates that to a better endurance freestyle. Now let's practice the breathing pattern on land. Sit or stand comfortably. Take a deep breath through your mouth in 1 second. Now exhale slowly through your nose for about 3 to 4 seconds. Now repeat this pattern 15 times. Quick inhale, slow exhale, feeling how your belly expands on the inhale. Some of the common mistakes to avoid: do not breathe only from your chest. Feel how your belly rises. Do not hold your breath between inhale and exhale. It should continuously flow. And do not rush to exhale. Slow and controlled is the goal. And in the water, the drill we're going to focus is breaststroke breathing reset. Swim breaststroke, focusing only on the breathing rhythm. As you glide forward, exhale slowly through your nose, creating a stream of bubbles. When you lift to breathe, inhale quickly through your mouth, then immediately return to the glide and start slow exhale again. Do this for about 625s, resting about 15 seconds in between each rep. Some of the things to focus on: it's count up to 3 during your underwater exhale. Inhale, the inhale should only take 1 second, and feel how your body relaxes during the glide. For progression, you can swim a 50 meters, 25 breaststroke, focus on the breathing, then immediately a 25 freestyle using the same breathing rhythm. Your freestyle this time should feel like you have unlimited endurance. And the result? Hopefully swimmers will be able to swim twice as far, adding 200 meters plus to their distance capacity, just by mastering this breathing pattern. You'll go from gasping and exhausted to a smooth and controlled. But here is where it gets really interesting. The next benefit actually makes you faster without trying harder. Now let me pause for a second. If you're serious about transforming every aspect of your swimming, then join my swimming community. This is where I break down the exact progressions, talk everything about your swimming, and improve your training, build swimming technique in all 4 strokes, not just in one. And if you only care about one, that's fine too. This is designed for swimmers who want a complete system, not just tips. So check it out in the description down below. Now let's get back to it. The benefit number 3, functional strength and injury prevention. Swimming only freestyle is like going to the gym and only doing bench press. Now sure, your chest will get stronger, but your back stays weak and your shoulders become much more imbalanced, and eventually something gives out. Shoulder injuries plague about 50% of competitive swimmers. And let's do not talk about master swimmers, which the percentage are so much higher. And this is not because swimming is dangerous, but it's because of the repetitive single stroke training that creates muscular imbalances. Your internal rotator, the muscles that pull your arm forward in freestyle, get overdeveloped, while your external rotator, the one that stabilizes your shoulders, stays weak. This is like trying to build a house with a strong front wall but no support beams. Eventually, the structure will collapse. But you might not feel this at first, but after months and years of only swimming freestyle, you're tightening the spring that eventually will snap. Now, how do we fix this? Think of Butterfly like it's your injury prevention insurance policy. Butterfly also uses the complete opposite muscle groups compared to the freestyle. While freestyle mainly emphasizes on pulling and internal rotation, on the flip side, Butterfly also emphasizing in pressing down and external rotation as well. The butterfly arm recovery, the arm swing forward over the water, which is probably one of the hardest movements for most swimmers to do, actively straightens your posterior deltoids and external rotators. By training the opposite muscle groups, you'll create structural balance. Shoulders will become stable in all directions, not just strong in one pattern, and your butterfly undulation body wave strengthen your entire posterior chain, the lower back, the glutes, the hamstring, which improves your body position in every single stroke. Now let's feel this movement pattern on land. Stand with your feet hip width apart. Place your arms straight down to your side. Now press with both arms backward, like they're trying to push two doors behind you. Squeezing your shoulder blades together, then swing them forward, up and overhead. Repeat this 20 times, feeling how your upper body muscles engage during that backward press. Some of the common mistakes to avoid: don't shrug your shoulders up. Keep them down and back. Do not bend your elbows. Arms stays relatively straight, and don't rush. Control the full range of motion. And the water drill we're going to work on, it's single arm butterfly with balance. So swim freestyle with your right arm while your left stays extended forward. Every 3 to 4 strokes, take one full butterfly stroke with both arms, then return to the single arm freestyle. Do this for about 425 meters, alternating which arm does the freestyle, resting 20 seconds in between. And some of the things to focus on is feeling the pressing down sensation during the butterfly arm recovery. And notice how your chest lifts slightly as your arms recovers over the water, and your hips should pulse up as your arms enter in the water. Now for progression, build up to 2 to 3 butterfly strokes in a row between freestyle intervals. By the end of 8 weeks, you should be able to swim a 25 meters of continuous butterfly, and your shoulders will feel bulletproof. And the result is that swimmers who add butterfly can train up to 30 to 40% more volume per week without injury. Your shoulders will become resilient, balanced, and powerful. Now here is the benefit that most swimmers never discover until it's too late. The benefit number 4, neurological learning and skill transfer. Whenever you only practice one stroke, your brain gets really bored. Neurologically, repetitive single pattern movement creates something called motor habituation. Your nervous system stops paying attention because there is nothing new to learn. This is like driving the same route to work every single day. After a while, you arrive without even remembering the drive. Your brain goes on autopilot, which means that you stop improving. You just plateau. Research in sports shows that focusing only on one specific area, so in this case, who can only train one stroke, hit technical plateau 3 times faster than multi-stroke swimmers. So you're not stuck because you maximized your potential, you're stuck because your brain has checked out. And the consequence is that you practice and practice, but nothing changes. Your time stagnates, your technique stops evolving, and your swimming starts to feel like a grind instead of a challenge. Training all 4 strokes keeps your brain in learning mode. Every stroke presents a different puzzle. How do I time my breaststroke kick with my pull? How do I maintain my butterfly rhythm? How do I rotate properly in backstroke? Each question forces your nervous system to problem solve, to stay engaged and keep building on neural pathways. And here is the magic. The skills you learn in one stroke transfers to the other. The hip-driven kick you developed in butterfly improves your freestyle kick. The streamlined discipline you build in your breaststroke makes your freestyle push off more with more power. The body awareness from backstroke makes your freestyle rotation more natural. Think of it like being a musician. If you only practice one song over and over, you will play that song well, but you won't become a better musician. But if you practice different songs in different styles, every new piece makes you better at all of them because you're building on a musical understanding, not just muscle memory. And why this thing works? Your brain thrives on variety. The new movement patterns keep your ability to learn active. This means that you keep improving across all your strokes, including your primary one, because your nervous system stays sharp. Now let's practice skill transfer awareness on land. Do 10 freestyle arm circles, standing and simulating the arm motion, and notice the feeling. Now do 10 backstroke circles. Now 10 breaststrokes, arms sweeping out and around. And now return to freestyle arm cycles. Does your freestyle motion feel different? More aware? That's neurological learning. Exposure to different patterns makes you more conscious on each one. Repeat this rotation 3 times. Some of the common mistakes to avoid: do not rush through each stroke. Try to feel the difference. Also, don't judge yourself. This is an exploration, not perfection. And don't skip the return to freestyle, because that's where you feel the transfer. Now in the water, we're going to work on a medley order. Swim 25 meters of each stroke in this order: butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke, and freestyle. And then you repeat. 30 seconds rest between each repeat. So do about 4 rounds, which is 400 meters in total. And something to think about is notice how each stroke makes you aware of different body parts, and feel how your backstroke teaches you rotation, which improves your freestyle, and feel how your breaststroke teaches you breathing rhythm, which calms your freestyle as well. How your body wave shows in your freestyle hip movement. For progression, eventually work up to a full 100 meters IM. This is the ultimate brain engaging workout. And the result is that multi-stroke swimmers improve 2 to 3 times faster than single strokes specialists, because their brain, they're staying engaged and their skills are keep compounding. You do not plateau, you just keep evolving. Now for the final benefit, this one makes swimming truly enjoyable for life. Now benefit number 5, sustainable enjoyment and longevity. Now here is the truth. Nobody talks about swimming the same stroke every single workout and being mentally exhausting. This is not just boring, it's a motivational killer. I've coached thousands of swimmers who started swimming with passion and excitement, only to quit within years because every length after length of the same stroke turned swimming into a monotonous chore. They didn't quit because swimming was hard, they quit because it became repetitive. But that was by their choice, not by mine. And here is the physical cost. Single-stroke swimmers have 60% burnout rates and quit competitive swimming within 2 to 3 years earlier than multi-stroke swimmers. When you overuse the same movement patterns day after day, months after months, your body breaks down and your mind checks out. And the consequence is that you either push through and risk injury, or walk away from swimming entirely, losing all of your fitness, skills, and joy that you work so hard to build. Plus, to be honest, variety is the key to stay longer in the sport. Just like cross-training prevents injury in runners, multi-strokes training prevents overuse injuries in swimmers. You can train 5 to 6 days per week for decades without breaking down, because no single muscle group is getting hammered constantly. Think of it like eating. Do you want to eat the same meal every day for an entire year? Of course not. You'll get sick of it. Your body and your mind need variety to stay motivated and healthy. Swimming all 4 strokes is like having a full menu instead of one dish that you repeat. And why this thing works? Variety triggers dopamine release, the motivation chemical that is in your brain. Each time you change the stroke, you're giving your brain a small reward, which keeps you coming back to the pool excited instead of dreading of the monotony. Now let's practice something on land. This is more mental than physical. Close your eyes and imagine your next swim workout. If it's a 60 minutes of straight freestyle, notice how your body feels. Probably some resistance or dread. Is that right? Now imagine a 15 minutes of freestyle, 15 minutes of backstroke drills, 15 minutes of breaststroke, and 15 minutes of butterfly. And notice how that feels different. More interesting, more like play than work. And that feeling, that's exactly what keeps swimmers swimming for life. Now in the water, we're going to work on variety pyramid, which is here on the screen. Rest 20 seconds in between each 50. And notice how much more fun and engaging the workout feels comparing to a straight 400-meter freestyle. Some of the focus points: stay relaxed. This is not about racing. Enjoy the variety. Let each stroke feel like their different challenge. And notice which stroke energizes you and which stroke challenges you the most. And for progression, create your own variety pyramid. Mix distances, mix strokes, make every workout different. The key here is that you're not always doing the same thing over and over again, and you're doing something new. And the result is that swimmers who train all 4 strokes constantly report enjoying their swimming workout about 3 times more and training 2-3 years longer than single stroke specialists. Swimming becomes a lifelong practice instead of a short-term sprint. Alright, now let's put this all together. And here are the 2 complete practices sets that you can use. One for beginners and then the other one for intermediate/advanced swimmers. Take a screenshot of these sets and try one this week. The key here is consistency. Aim to include all 4 strokes at least twice per week, or at least start with one and then improve that throughout the weeks. Some of the common issues you might face whenever you're starting a multi-stroke training. So first one, I can barely do butterfly. Should I skip it? No, do not skip it. Even 25 meters of single butterfly or butterfly kick is building the strength and pattern. So stay there and build it gradually. How much time should I spend on each stroke? If freestyle is your main stroke, then aim for 50% freestyle, maybe about 15 to 20% on each for backstroke and breaststroke, and maybe about 10 to 15% of butterfly. But just adjust based on your goals. I get exhausted switching between strokes. Is that normal? Yes, your body is learning new patterns. Stay with longer rest intervals, 30 to 40 seconds, and gradually reduce as your fitness improves. And what are you going to feel? Initially, you will feel awkward and tired, and that's your nervous system learning. Within 3 to 4 weeks, you'll notice each stroke starting to inform the others. Your freestyle rotation improves, your breathing calms down, and your body feels more balanced. So when you commit to training all 4 strokes instead of just one, swimming becomes completely different. You'll develop 30% more core rotation from the backstroke, twice the breathing and endurance from the breaststroke, the injury-proof shoulders from the butterfly, faster skill development from neurological variety that you're going to do, and sustainable enjoyment that keeps swimming for decades. This is not just about technique. It's about building a complete swimmer who wants to swim fast, who wants to swim easy, resilient, and in love with the sport. Here, you're not just fixing technique, you're building on a foundation for swimming excellence that it will serve you for life. Now try at least one of these into your next set and let me know in the comments down below. Are you team butterfly? Are you team backstroke? Are you team breaststroke? Or you're staying with team freestyle? And if you're ready to master everything about swimming, then please join my group, which is in the link down below. And if this video helped you to see swimming differently, then hit the like button, subscribe for more evidence-based swimming tips that actually work. And ring the bell so you don't miss any of my videos. Keep swimming and stay smooth. And remember, the fastest swimmers are not specialists, but they are masters of variety. See you in the pool.
Do you think butterfly is too hard? Here is the truth. Most swimmers who can learn butterfly never try it because they think they're not good enough yet. But hear me out. Butterfly is not hard at all. It's just a rhythm that you can learn right now. And I'm going to show you exactly how. Hi everyone, my name is Alex Coach. I'm a former Olympian and I will be your swimming coach today. In the next few minutes, I'm going to show you 5 signs that mean you're ready to butterfly today. You will learn one simple drill that you can do it right now in just about 2 minutes. And by the end, you will know how you should start butterfly today or what you should practice first.
Stay with me because the sign number 3 surprises everyone. Sign number 1. And the mistake is that thinking you need big and strong shoulders. Most swimmers look at butterfly and think, oh, I need to get stronger shoulders first. Then they see strong swimmers doing butterfly and they think it's all about power and muscles. So they wait and they keep swimming freestyle and they never try butterfly, and then the story ends. This is like trying to think you need to run a marathon before you can learn to jog. You are waiting for something that you can actually learn by doing it, not by waiting. Now here is the truth. Butterfly isn't about strong shoulders. It's about rhythm. Yes, your arm pulls, but most of your power comes from your body moving like a wave in an undulation movement, not just from your shoulders. The best butterfly swimmers are not using tons of muscles. They're riding the wave they make with their hips. And instead of you waiting until you get strong enough, ask yourself, can you do 10 push-ups? Can you hold a plank for 30 seconds? If you say yes, then you're strong enough to start learning butterfly. The stroke will make you stronger as you learn it. And why this thing works? So whenever you learn the wave, the body undulation motion first, your shoulders do way less work. You're not waiting to get stronger to do butterfly, but butterfly makes you stronger while doing it. Think of it like learning piano. You do not lift weights to make your fingers stronger first. You play piano and therefore your fingers get stronger from playing. Butterfly is the same. Now let's test if you're ready right now. Get on the floor or on a mat like you're going to do push-ups. Hands under your shoulders, body straight like a board. Now lower yourself down slowly while counting to 3 and then push back up. And that's 1. Do about 10 of these. Keep your body straight, no dropping hips and no butt in the air. If you can do 10 good push-ups like this, then you're strong enough to start butterfly. Can't do 10 yet? That's okay. Practice until you can. Most people get this in about 2 to 3 weeks. Some of the things to avoid: letting your hips drop down, sticking your elbows way out, keep them closer to your body, holding your breath, breathe out when you push up. Now here is a test drill. Push up the wall with your arms stretched out in front. Keep them straight in a streamline. Now kick with your legs together, moving them like a dolphin. So basically the butterfly kick. Now here we're going to try to create a wave. But first try to glide for 10 meters without arms dropping. Do this for about 4 25s, rest 30 seconds in between each one. And what do we need to focus on is keep your shoulders pushed forward the whole time. And then pretend that you're trying to reach for the wall in front of you. Next step, once you can do the whole 25 meters, that means you're ready to do arm pulls. Now see, you don't need to wait for a magic moment. You're probably already strong enough. Most swimmers are shocked that butterfly feels easy once they learn the rhythm first. You will get stronger in the right places as you learn. Now wait until you see sign number 2. It's all about your kick and it's not what you think. Moving on to the sign number 2. And the mistake here is that you're thinking that you need to be perfect at freestyle first. I hear this all the time. I need to fix my freestyle kick before I can try butterfly. Swimmers spend months working on their freestyle kick, thinking that they need to be good at it first. This is like practicing guitar before learning piano because they're both instruments, but they're totally different. Now here is the truth. Freestyle kick and dolphin kick are completely different. Freestyle kick, you only kick with one leg at a time, while dolphin kick is with both legs together, making a wave. And they use different kind of movements. Now yes, they do have some sort of similarity because they both kick up and down, but hear me out. Having a weak freestyle kick tells you little about whether you can do dolphin kick. Some of the best butterfly swimmers I've coached couldn't necessarily kick as well in freestyle, me included. And if you keep waiting, you will never find out if your dolphin kick might be actually easier for you than the freestyle kick. Now, instead of working on freestyle kick for months, ask yourself, can I make the wave or the undulation with my body on land? Can you move like a wave from your chest down to your toes? If the answer is yes, then you can do dolphin kick right now. And you're ready to do butterfly. And why this works? Dolphin kick is about the undulation, the wave, not about the leg strength. When your hips lead and your legs follow, you move forward easily. So think of it like a whip. And in freestyle, you do have a whip, but think of butterfly being times stronger whip than in the freestyle. Now here, you don't necessarily need a strong whip, you just need to connect it and flow smoothly. Now stand, place one hand on your chest, and then from the chest, where your hand is placed, try to undulate all the way into your feet. And that's the butterfly body wave. Do this for about 20 times, making it smooth and feel the wave. Some of the things to avoid: moving your chest and hips at the same time. They should take turns. Having a bit of a choppy movement. Make sure you have a flow. And the question is, can you feel the wave? If your answer is yes, then you can do dolphin kick. Now in the water, this is your test. Go to the deep end where you cannot touch the bottom. Cross your arms over your chest. Now use only dolphin kick to keep yourself and your shoulders above the water for about 20 to 30 seconds. You don't need to push and jump high. You just need to stay floating with your shoulders at water level. Basically doing a vertical butterfly kick. Do this for about 3 to 5 times for 20 to 30 seconds each. Rest for 60 seconds in between each one. And what you should focus on. The wave starts at your chest, goes through your hips and finishes with a small leg snap. Your knees should only bend a little bit. And once you can stay up to 30 seconds, your dolphin kick is ready for the butterfly. And the result is that now you can see that you do not need to master the freestyle kick first. Butterfly has its own special movement and now you might be good at it. A lot of swimmers are actually surprised to learn that their body wave, the undulation, is actually naturally strong and they never just tested it. Now if your dolphin kick is ready, and the sign number 3 is about breathing, and most swimmers don't even know this is a test. And if you're ready for butterfly and learn other strokes as well, including freestyle, because most of you are freestylers, then check out my community, which is down below, where I can answer to your questions, where I upload resources in order to help you to achieve whatever goals you might have. So please sign up in the link down below. Now let's move on to the sign number 3. The mistake is that thinking butterfly breathing is impossible. Now here is what stops most people. They try butterfly once, they can't figure it out when to breathe, they panic, they swallow water, and they decide butterfly is too hard for me. They think that butterfly breathing means that they need to lift the whole body out of the water like they're a dolphin jumping in the ocean. So they give up because it's hard. And they stick with freestyle where breathing is easier. And they miss out on learning butterfly, which could actually help their breathing in all 4 strokes. This is exactly like thinking that you cannot learn how to dance because you don't know the moves yet. You're letting your fear stop from learning something that actually gets easier when you practice it. Now here is what's really happening. Butterfly breathing isn't about lifting high. It's about timing. Your head should barely come out of the water, and only when your body naturally brings your shoulders forward. Good butterfly swimmers just nod their chin forward just a tiny bit. It's like a 2-inch movement, not a big jump. And if you avoid this, you will never learn that butterfly breathing is actually more predictable than freestyle breathing. And instead of being scared, ask yourself, can you swim a 50 meters of freestyle without gasping for air? Can you hold your breath comfortably for about 10 seconds? If your answer is yes, then you can breathe enough for butterfly. You just need to learn when. So why this thing works? So in simple words, in butterfly, you breathe at the same time every single stroke. Pull, breathe, arms come back every single time. No timing complications like in freestyle. It's actually simpler once you learn the timing. Now think of it like walking up the stairs. You do not think of each step, you do. You trust the rhythm. Butterfly breathing is the same. Trust the wave and the breathing happens naturally. Now let's practice the breathing movement right now. Stand up, bend forward at your waist like you're doing a dive into the pool. And let your arms hang down. Now stay bent forward and just lift your chin forward. Not up to the ceiling, but forward like you're trying to peek over a fence. That's it. Your chin moves forward just 2-3 inches. Your eyes look forward, not up. Do this for about 15 times. Chin forward, chin down, chin forward, chin down. Simple as that. Stay bent at the waist the whole time. And see how small the movement is. That's butterfly breathing. Now some of the things to avoid is lifting the whole chest up. Only your head moves, not the whole body. Looking up at the ceiling. The idea is that you're looking straight ahead and standing up straight. Stay bent forward. Now in the water, this is your breathing test. Do butterfly arms, both arms together, but in this case with regular freestyle kick to keep it easy and flat on the surface. Every time you want to breathe, lift your chin forward, take a breath and face back in the water. Your face should barely break the water surface. If you want to make it easy, please use fins as well. Do this for about 4 times, 25 meters each, rest about 45 seconds to a minute in between each one. And what we should focus on? Breathe whenever your hands are finishing the pull, when your body is naturally at the highest in the water. Your head comes forward, not up, and imagine there is a low ceiling and you cannot lift high, only forward. And the next step, once breathing every single stroke feels okay, then try breathing every second stroke. And the result is that now your breathing in butterfly isn't scary anymore. It's just a rhythm that you can learn. And you will find out that breathing every single stroke is actually optional. Many butterfly swimmers breathe every other stroke whenever they start. And many swimmers are relieved to learn that they do not have to hold their breath until they can't anymore. And if this breathing felt doable, then wait until you see the sign number 4. And it's all about the core and it takes about 30 seconds to test it. Sign number 4, and the mistake is not checking your core first. Most swimmers never test their core strength before trying butterfly. They just jump in and try it, and they wonder why their body feels wobbly and jerky at first. They think, I just need to practice more. But they're actually trying to build on a weak foundation. This is like trying to build a house on sand, then wondering why the walls are keep falling down. Now here's why. Butterfly needs to keep your body flat while also making an undulation, the wave. And that's hard because of your stomach muscles. If your core is not strong enough to keep your hips near the surface, then your body will bend in the middle, and that creates drag and slows you way down. And what happens? Every stroke feels like tiring because you're fighting the drag you're making with your own body, and you lose 4 times more energy that you need to, and you think butterfly is too hard for you. And then the fix, instead of guessing, test it. Can you hold the plank position for about 45 seconds with your body straight? If yes, that means your core is strong enough for butterfly. If not, that's what you need to work on first. And why this thing works. The butterfly waves flows through a strong, stable center. Your core is the steady part. When your core stays strong, your chest and legs can wave freely without your body folding into half. The wave flows smoothly through a stable middle part. Think of it like a jumping rope. The handles stay pretty steady while the rope waves between them. If the handles wobble everywhere, then the rope just flops around. Strong core equals smooth wave. And let's test your core right now on land. Get on your forearms on the floor, elbows under your shoulders, body straight like a board from your head to your feet. Now hold this position for about 45 seconds. Your hips should stay level, not dropping down or sticking up. Your stomach should feel tight, like you're getting ready for someone to poke you in the belly. And if you can hold a good form for about 45 seconds, then means you're ready. And if not, practice this and add 5 seconds every other day until you get to 45 seconds. Some of the things to avoid is that holding your breath, try to breathe the whole time. Letting your hips sag towards the floor. Make sure you tighten your stomach. And sticking your hips way up. Make sure you keep a straight line. And in the water, your core is the test drill. Push up the wall with your arms stretched out in front and head in between your arms. Now try to make the body wave from your chest to your hips and all the way to your feet. Your arms should stay locked straight the entire time. And let's not confuse this with the exercise we did earlier. Here we're focusing on the body wave, not necessarily on the kick. Do this for about 4 times, 15 meters each, and rest about 30 seconds in between. Some of the things that we can focus on: your hips stays near the surface. And if your hips sink, your core is getting weak. The wave should flow through your body, but your arms never move. And next step, once you can keep your hips for a full 25 meters, then add small pulls to your body wave. And the result is that most swimmers feel more in control once they realize their core is the anchor point. Your butterfly stops feeling like a crazy splashing and it starts feeling like a smooth wave. You're not fighting your body, you're controlling it. And if that makes sense, the sign number 5 is the mental test. And it might be the most important one for you. Sign number 5, and the mistake is waiting until you feel confident. And here is what stops most swimmers than anything physical. I'll try butterfly when I feel ready, whenever I'm gonna feel more confident, whenever I'm sure I'm not gonna look silly. So they wait, and they wait, and they watch others do butterfly, and they keep waiting, and the dream dies. This is like waiting to feel brave before doing something scary. But that's not how it works. Confidence does not come before you try. It comes after you try. You don't feel ready, then you do the thing. You do the thing, even if it's messy, then you feel ready. And here is what Olympic swimmers know. Every single butterfly swimmer once looked bad at first. I looked bad at first. Your favorite swimmer looked bad at first. There is no feeling ready. There is only willing to try. The stroke rewards you for trying, not for waiting. And what happens if you wait for confidence? You never start. Months turn into years, and you watch beginner swimmers pass you because they were willing to look silly for about 20 minutes. But instead of waiting to feel confident, ask yourself, am I willing to look awkward for about 3 practices? If yes, then you're mentally ready for butterfly. And that's the only mental requirement. Be willing to be a beginner. That's it. And why this thing works. Butterfly is hard for the first several weeks. Then suddenly will click. It's not a slow and steady improvement. It's a hard, then boom, breakthrough. But you only can get to breakthrough if you actually keep trying through the hardest part. Confidence comes after the breakthrough, not before. Think of it like riding a bike. First, you wobble, then you fall, then you wobble less, then you're riding. You felt confident the moment you stayed up, not before you got on the bike. So how can we work on mental readiness check? This is not a drill, it's a decision. Ask yourself these 3 questions. Am I okay with swallowing water while learning this? Am I okay with looking less graceful than usual for a few practices? Am I willing to try something 5 times even if the first 4 times felt wrong? If you said yes to all, that means you're mentally ready. And if you said no to any, that means you need to work more. Not on your body, but on your mind. Similar thoughts changed everything for me too. Whenever I stopped asking, am I good to learn to do butterfly? I started asking, am I curious enough to learn the butterfly? And being curious is way better than being confident. Now I want you to make a promise to yourself. I will try butterfly for 3 full practices before deciding, am I good at it or not? 3 practices, not 1. Not until I feel comfortable. 3 complete practices where I focus on my wave, even if my stroke looks messy. But why 3? Because practicing 1 is confusing. Practicing 2 is frustrating, but you improve a little. And practicing 3 is where it clicks and you start thinking, oh, now I get it. And the result is that now you will stop being frozen at waiting to start, being powered at actually trying. And around the world, you will join a small group of swimmers brave enough to be temporarily bad at something to become permanently good at it. Most swimmers find out their confidence show up exactly 1 practice after they stopped waiting for it. And here is the beautiful truth. You do not need to be perfect at butterfly. You just need to start it. Getting better is the goal, not being perfect. Now let's put all together, and here are 2 complete practice sets that you can start this week. And take a screenshot of this screen. Try the drills from today right now and let me know in the comments down below which of the 5 signs surprised you the most. Did you pass the test or did you find out which skill will work for you first? And if you want to learn more about swimming, not just butterfly, and sign up to my community down below, wherever I can answer your comments, I can provide resources, and I can help you move forward with your progress and whatever goals you might have. And if this video helped you to realize whenever you're ready for butterfly, and hit the like button, subscribe for more swimming tips that makes hard stroke feel simple. And ring the bell so you don't miss any of my next videos. Keep swimming, stay smooth, and remember, you do not need to be perfect to start. You just need to be willing to try. That's it for now. See you in the pool. You can swim more than few lengths without getting tired? Then no worries. Most swimmers try to build their endurance by just swimming more. But here is the truth. That's the exact reason why you're stuck. In this video, I'm going to show you the 3 training mistakes keeping you from swimming 1 kilometer without stopping, and the simple fix that will double your distance today. Hi, my name is Alex Coach. I competed at 2012 Olympic Games, and as a national skill development coach for Swim England, I've coached distance swimmers and open water swimmers for over 10 years. And I know that the distance needs different plans, and for some of you, going far matters most than going fast. And that's why I made this video. And by the end of the video, you will learn why swimming random laps keeps you tired, the exact training plan that builds real endurance, how to use rest breaks the right way, and the 3-step system that I use to help hundreds of swimmers to go from 200 meters to swimming 1 kilometer in just few weeks. I say this a lot, but this is not about swimming harder, but it's about swimming smarter. And I'll give you 2 complete practice sets that you can take to the swimming pool today. Now stay with me, because one of the mistakes is actually the one that surprises everyone, and fixing it changes everything. The first mistake that we're facing is just swimming random laps without plan. Most swimmers do this. They jump in the pool and they just swim. Maybe they try to do 10 lengths or maybe 15 tomorrow. They push hard whenever they feel good. They stop whenever they're tired. There is no pattern, no plan, just swimming. Get to the pool and swim. Get out, that's it. This is like trying to get stronger by lifting random weights at random times. One day you lift heavy, the next day you lift light. You never know what you're going to do. Your body gets confused, and it can get better because it doesn't know what to get ready for. And the result is that you stay stuck. You can swim further, you just get tired faster, and next time you might even swim less time because you're so exhausted. Your body needs a plan to build endurance. Random swimming does not build anything. Now here is the secret. Your body needs a pattern to build endurance. We call this base training. So base training means swimming the same distance every time for a while. Now let's say you can swim 400 meters before getting tired. The base training says swim 300 meters over and over again, not 400 meters. Not trying to push to 500 meters, just 300 meters. Same distance, multiple times, with rest in between. And why this thing works? Your body learns, it says, oh, we're doing 300 meters. I need to save energy for that. Over time, the 300 meters feels easy. Then you add a little bit more, maybe 350 this time. Then that gets easy. Then you add 400 meters, step by step, pattern by pattern. When you train with a plan, your body knows what to expect. It builds the right muscles. It learns to use oxygen better, and you swim further without feeling tired. Now let's plan thinking about your training plan on land first. Stand up, imagine you're going to pool today. Now ask yourself, what distance will I swim each lap? How many laps? How much rest? Write it down before you go to swimming. Do this before every swim. Make a plan. Pick a distance. Pick your rest time. And stick to it. This is how you build a pattern your body can learn from. Now here is your drill in the water. The base builder. Pick a distance that you can swim comfortably. Not your maximum. Something that feels easy. Let's say a 200 meters. Now swim that distance 4 times with 30 seconds rest in between each one. Focusing on keeping the same speed every time. Don't go fast for the first one. Save your energy and make them all feel the same. If your 200 meters is too much, then start with 100 meters. If it's too easy, then use a 250 or a 300. It's up to you. Write it down. 4 times 200 meters or whatever distance you might do. 30 seconds rest at easy pace. And the result is that your body learns what a 200 meters feels like. It gets better at swimming the distance, and in 1 week or 2, your 200 meters will feel easier than today, right? And that's whenever you know it's working. Now, if that helped you, wait until you see the mistake number 2, because this one wastes more energy than anything else. Mistake number 2 is taking the wrong kind of rest between swims. And here's what most swimmers do. They swim on length, then they get to the wall, they're breathing hard, so they stop completely. They grab the wall, they stand there, and they wait. Their breathing is totally normal again. This is exactly like walking up the staircase, and every 3 steps, you sit down. You rest so much that your heart rate slows way down and your body cools off. Then you have to warm up all again when you start swimming. And this is the same thing. And the result that you're never going to build endurance. Your body keeps starting from 0 every single time. You're not training your heart to work better. You're just swimming one length at a time with big breaks. And that's not endurance training. And that's just swimming one distance over and over. Instead of resting until you feel totally normal, use active rest. So active rest means you just rest enough to catch your breath. Not so much that your heart rate drops all the way down. About 20 to 45 seconds. That's it. If you're still breathing a little hard when you start the next lap, then means your heart rate is working. Now why this thing works? So your heart rate learns to work at higher level for longer. It's like keeping your car engine running instead of turning it off and on. It stays warm and is ready to go. Over time, your heart rate gets stronger. Your body learns to swim while slightly tired, and that's real endurance. The magic number, 30 seconds of rest for most swimmers. Not 3 minutes. Just 30 seconds or less if you can. Long enough to catch your breath, short enough to stay warm. Now here is the drill that we're going to work on. It's called the active rest builder. Swim 400 meters at easy pace. Rest exactly for 30 seconds, then stay in the water. Don't grab the wall with both hands. Just touch with one hand and stay ready. Swim another 100 meters and repeat this 6 times. Now the focus is that the 30 seconds, like I said, should feel like enough rest, but not too much rest. If it's too hard, use 45 seconds. If it's too easy, you use 20 seconds. Now write this down. 6 times, 100 meters at 30 seconds rest. And the result is that your body learns to recover faster. After 2 weeks, 30 seconds will feel a lot of rest. That means that your heart rate is getting stronger. You're building a real endurance. And now, here is the biggest mistake. The one that makes swimmers give up completely. Now let's pause here for a second. Now, if you're practicing these sets, and if you do have questions, do not swim alone. I created a free community called Ocean Swim School, where swimmers like you can share their progress, ask questions, and get direct feedback from me. In the future, I will do live Q&A session, wherever you can ask me about anything, about your training, about your race, about your swimming progress, and so on. The link is in the description down below. It's completely free to join, so please join now. Now let's get back to it. The mistake number 3 is trying to swim your goal distance right away. Now let's say that the goal is to swim 1 kilometer. Most swimmers try this. They get into the pool and they try to swim 1 kilometer in one day. They push and push, their arms get tired, their legs get heavy, they stop at 400 meters, they feel frustrated, and they think, I can't do this. This is exactly like trying to lift the heaviest weight in the gym on your first day. You're not ready yet. Your body hasn't learned. You're just setting yourself up to fail. And the result is that you feel bad about swimming. You think you're not good enough, and you might even stop swimming because it feels too hard. But here is the truth. The problem isn't you, but the problem is your plan. So instead of trying to swim your goal distance right away, use what I call the interval progression. Now here is how it works. Break your big goal into small pieces. You want to swim 1 kilometer, then start with 10 100s with rest. That's 1 kilometer in total, but in small chunks. Easy, right? Then do that 3 times this week. Next week, do 5 times 200 meters with rest. And that's again, still 1 kilometer, but bigger chunks. Week after, do 4 times 250s. And keep making chunks bigger and the rest shorter. And in 1 month, you go from swimming 100 meters at a time to swimming 1,000 meters without stopping. And that's 1K. You never tried to do too much. You just took small steps. And why this thing works? Your body builds on strength slowly. Small steps feels easy. Easy steps keeps you swimming. Before you know it, you're doing things that you couldn't do before. And that's the magic of progression. Now let's try to practice breaking down a big goal on land. Now think about your swimming goal, whatever that is. Let's say again, that is 1 kilometer. Now break it into 10 pieces. 10 times 100 meters. That's it. Now picture yourself doing just one piece. That's easy, right? And that's the secret. Make each piece so easy that you cannot fail. But do this goal for anything you do in swimming. Make a plan that breaks it into small pieces that you can actually do. And that's why we actually do drills in swimming, because we break them down and we focus only on the smallest part of each stroke or whatever you want to fix. And this is the same idea. And let's take this to the water. And here is your progression set. On the week 1, you do 10 100s at 30 seconds rest. On the week 2, again, 5 200 meters. On the week 3, 4 250 meters. And then on the week 4, you do 2 500 meters. Week 5, try to swim 1,000. If this thing doesn't work, then try to break it into chunks that's more manageable for you. This is just an idea. Some of the things to focus on: each swim should feel easy, not hard, and not pushing. Easy. It feels too hard, then you're going too fast, and then you need to slow down. And the result is that hopefully that in 5 weeks you could swim 1 kilometer without stopping. You didn't push hard, you didn't hurt yourself, you just follow the plan. Most swimmers who do this are actually shocked to see how easy it feels. And that's because they train smart, not hard. And let's put this all together now. Here are the complete 2-second practice sets that you can take today to the pool. So screenshot these right now, bring them to the pool, follow the plan exactly. Do not change it. And if you do, make sure you have a reason. Don't try to go faster. Just do what it says. And what you should feel? Your breathing should feel steady, not gasping. Your arm should feel like you can keep going, and you should finish each swim thinking that I could do one more. And if it feels too hard, that means you're doing too much. Make it easier. The goal is to finish feeling good, not destroyed. Now, whenever you fix these mistakes, then swimming becomes completely different. Instead of random swimming with no plan, now you can follow a pattern. Your body knows what to expect, and then this is how you build real endurance. Instead of resting too long, you use active rest. Your heart rate gets stronger and you recover faster. Instead of pushing yourself too hard, you use small steps. You progress without pain, you actually reach your goal. And here, you're not just fixing mistakes, you're building a foundation for swimming any distance you want in the future. And this is how every distance swimmer starts, with a plan, patience, and small steps. Obviously, all of these coming from a swimming coach. And that's exactly why I created Ocean Swim School Community. That's a free space where swimmers can have questions, can share progress, and get direct feedback from me. Inside, you'll find training tips, practice sets, drill videos in the future, and a supportive group of swimmers working on the same goals. Whether you're training for distance swimming, triathlons, master meets, or just swim further, you'll find swimmers and guidance to help you improve faster. And it's completely free to join. And honestly, swimming feels so much better whenever you're not training alone. The link is down below, and I would love to see you there and hear about your progress with these sets. Now, before you go, let me know in the comments down below. What's your current distance without stopping, and what's your goal? I read every comment, and I would love hearing from your swimming journey. Your answers will help me make better videos for you. And if this video helped you, hit the like button, subscribe for more swimming tutorials like this, and ring the bell so you don't miss any of my next videos. So if you haven't watched it yet, check out my 5 freestyle mistakes that are killing your speed and costing you the energy on every single lap. Even if you cannot swim 1 kilometer now, and these mistakes are probably making it harder than it needs to be for you right now. You definitely don't want to miss that one, so please watch that video next. That's it for now. Keep swimming, stay smooth, and I will see you in the next video. What if I told you that your sinking legs has nothing to do with your kick? 80% of swimmers I coach try fixing legs by kicking harder, which actually makes the problem worse because it lifts your head up. And this is not because you need stronger legs or more flexibility, but because your head position controls your hip position, and your hip position controls your legs. This is physics and not fitness. And in the next few minutes, I'm going to show you your head position and what happens to your body angle in each one. And in your next swim, you're going to feel like your legs are rising up and you're going to swim easier. Hi, I'm Alex Coach, I'm a former Olympian, and today I'll be your swimming coach. So today I'm breaking down the 3 biggest head position mistakes that sinks your leg and exhausts you. These are the same mistakes I see every single day coaching swimmers. And by the end of the video, you'll know exactly how to position your head correctly, and how to feel that your hips are rising immediately, and how to swim flat without fighting the water. I use these techniques to help swimmers to fix their body position in just one session, and I will help you as well. And let's start with the mistake number 1. Mistake number 1, looking forward. This mistake is when a swimmer lifts their head, they look forward to see where they're going. Now imagine a seesaw. If your head position go up, your legs is going down. And whenever you swim, you're facing a lot of frontal resistance as you move. And the result, obviously, you're always swimming uphill instead of swimming flat and move through the water nice and easy. Now here is how you fix it. Instead of looking forward, look straight down at the bottom of the pool, and for the guidance, look at the black line on the bottom. This works because whenever your head is in a neutral position, your body forms a straight line from your head to your toe. When you look forward, your hip sinks and you create massive drags, as I just mentioned before. But whenever you look down, your hips rise and you glide flat through the water. Now in the water, we're going to work on a streamline head position drill. Push off the wall in a streamline position. Glide as far as you can, looking straight down at the bottom of the pool. Push as far as you can and try to maintain the position. Do this about 4 times with as much rest as you want. And focus on keeping your eyes looking down the entire time. That's it. And you should feel a bit of a change from your previous swim. You should feel like your legs are floating higher behind you this time. And for progression, once this feels natural, add slow freestyle arms while keeping your head still. And the result is that your legs float up immediately without any extra kicking. Most swimmers feel less tired in just one lap. Now you're going to glide 5 to 10 meters further before needing to kick. And if that helped your body position, wait until you see the mistake number 2. It's the one that is secretly killing your breathing. And the mistake number 2 is your head bobbing. And this is when a swimmer lifts their head up and down with every breath. This is exactly like a rocking chair. Constant motion, going anywhere. This wastes your energy just fighting the vertical movement. Your hips drop with every breath and then they struggle to rise again. Now here is the secret. Instead of lifting your head up to breathe, press your chest down and rotate your head to the side instead. This works because by pressing your chest down creates a lift of your hips. This is just basic physics. Because whenever you lift your head, your entire body tilts and it sinks. But whenever you press your chest down and you rotate, you stay flat and balanced. Now think of it like opening a door. You don't lift the whole door, right? You just rotate on its hinges and therefore it opens. And this is the same. Now in the water, the drill we're going to work on is called the chest press breathing drill. Swim freestyle, but every time you breathe, press your chest down before rotating your head. Now you should feel like your hips are staying high even when you breathe. Now for progression, count your strokes per each length. Now, whenever you fix this problem, you should feel like you need fewer strokes as you get flatter on the surface. And the result is that your breathing becomes smooth instead of choppy. And most swimmers immediately feel more balance in the water. You'll add 10 to 15 meters to each lap before getting tired. But there is one more secret, and that ties this all together. And most swimmers completely miss it. And the mistake number 3 is the tense neck. This is when a swimmer holds their neck rigid and tight. And this is exactly like holding the steering wheel really tense during a road trip. This creates tension that travels down to your spine and stiffens your entire body. And the result is that you cannot rotate properly. Your tight neck prevents your hips from rolling, which kills your body position. And here is how to fix it. Instead of holding your neck tight, let your head rest heavy in the water like it's on a pillow. This works because relaxed muscles let your body move naturally to its full range of motion. When your neck is tense, your whole body becomes rigid and it fights the rotation. But whenever your neck is relaxed, your body flows and rolls smoothly. Now think of your head like it's a bowling ball resting on a shelf. Heavy, but stable. Now before that, now let's practice this on land. Lie on your side, on the floor, with your bottom arm extended overhead. Now let your head rest completely on your arm. No tension in your neck at all. Now gently roll from your side to your stomach, keeping your head heavy and relaxed the entire time. Now you feel how your body rotates smoothly whenever your neck is not fighting? Do this 10 to 15 times for each side. And some of the common mistakes to avoid is don't actively turn your head. Let it follow your body rotation naturally. Now in the water, we're going to work on a slide glide relaxation drill. Push up the wall with one arm extended and the other one by your side. And let your head rest completely on your shoulder, looking down at the bottom of the pool. Now hold this position anywhere from 3 to 6 seconds. Take one stroke and then rotate to the other side. And focus on letting your head heavy in the water. And you should feel that your entire body becomes more fluid and relaxed. And for progression, add breathing while maintaining that relaxed and heavy head feeling. Now look at the difference. Your whole body moves smoothly through the water. And most swimmers feel less neck pain immediately. You will rotate easier and glide further with less effort. Now let's put all together into 2 practice sets that you can use. And please take a screenshot of this so you have it into your next swim session. And when you fix these 3 mistakes, swimming becomes effortless instead of exhausting. Your legs will flow naturally without kicking harder, and you will finally glide flat through the water instead of fighting to stay horizontal. Now here is the thing. These techniques work even better whenever you're not learning alone. And that's why I created a free Ocean Swim School community. And inside you're gonna get technique tips, practice resources, and direct feedback from me. It's completely free and the link is down below. I would love to see you there and see how these drills work for you. But before you go, let me know in the comments down below. Which of these 3 mistakes was your biggest problem? I read every comment and I try to respond to all of them. And if this video helped you, then hit the like button, subscribe for more swimming tutorials just like this. And in the next video, I'm going to show you 10 drills for open water. So stay tuned. And if you want to learn not just freestyle, then watch the next video. You drill your catch, you work on a rotation, you do aerobic sets and threshold sets and sprint sets all equally every single week. And you're still hitting the same times you hit 3 months ago. And this is not because you're missing some technique, it's because you're training everything equally instead of emphasizing your progression. Hi, my name is Alex Coach. I represented Romania at London 2012 Olympics. And as a senior coach for more than 10 years, I helped hundreds of swimmers to improve their freestyle. Today I'm breaking down 5 mistakes that trap intermediate swimmers. These are the same traps I see every day coaching competitive swimmers who work hard but don't get faster. Let's get into it. Trap number 1, equal everything training. Now this is where swimmers split their training perfectly. 25% aerobic, 25% threshold, 25% speed, and 25% technique. Everything in a single week forever. This is exactly like you're trying to improve your bench press, the squat, deadlift, and overpress equally in the same week. You maintain everything but master just a bit. This actually prevents your body from creating deep adaptation in any of your energy systems. And the result is that you're working hard on everything but getting better at nothing, because adaptation requires emphasis, not balance. Now here is the fix. Instead of equally training, follow a 4 to 6 week emphasis block where 60 to 70% of the volume focuses on one primary adaptation, while the 30 to 40% maintains the other system. This works because your body needs concentrated stimulus to adapt deeply, but you cannot completely abandon the other energy systems because then you will detrain. When you train everything equally, nothing gets enough stimulus. But whenever you emphasize in one energy system while maintaining the others, that means you're building a new capacity without losing what you have. Think of yourself as a gardener. You water all plants, but you fertilize one section at a time. And this is the same thing. Now grab a piece of paper and write down your last 4 weeks of training and estimate what percentage of aerobic, threshold, speed, and technique you've done. Most swimmers see 25, 25, 25, 25 every week. Now plan the next 4 weeks, pick one emphasis out of those the ones that you have, 60 to 70%, and 2 maintenance systems, 30 to 40% in total. Do this planning now and it takes 3 minutes. Something to avoid, don't go 100% in one system and 0 in the others. So basically, don't just train endurance for the full week and you never work on the speed, on threshold, on any technique or anything else. Now do this based on your goals as your training plan requires. A really simple example might be 2,500 aerobic swim that week, maybe 800 threshold intervals, and maybe 200 sprint work, and maybe another, 600 technique work. Do 3 workouts per week. Track your aerobic pace, improving week by week, and that's your primary metric. Focus on the feeling of aerobic capacity expanding while the speed doesn't disappear. You should feel stronger at easy pace while maintaining your top end speed. And then for progression, after 4 weeks, switch emphasis to threshold, for example. 60 to 70% as we spoke about, while also maintaining the aerobic and the speed that you worked on already. And the result is that your body finally gets enough stimulus in one system to adapt deeply. Most swimmers see their emphasized system improve by 5 to 10% within 4 weeks, while the other system stays strong. You'll most probably drop about 5 to 10 seconds per 100 meters in your emphasis zone. And if that emphasis structure makes sense for you, then wait until you see the trap number 2. Is the progression mistake that makes swimmers repeat same workout forever. Trap number 2. No progressive overload within blocks. This is when swimmers pick an emphasis, let's say aerobic, but then they do the same aerobic workout every week for 4 weeks straight. This is exactly like trying to lift the same weight for the same reps every gym session and expecting to get stronger. Now, of course, this creates an initial adaptation in the week 1, then stagnation in the week 2 to 4. And the result is that you improve the first week, then plateau, because your body adapted to exact stimulus. And now it needs a new challenge. Here's the fix. Instead of repeating the same workout, progress one variable every week within your emphasis block. Increase the volume by 10 to 15%, decrease the rest by 5 to 10 seconds, or increase the pace by 2 to 3 seconds per 100 meters. This works because progressive overload forces continuous adaptation. Your body must keep responding to increasing demands. Whenever you repeat the same workout, the adaptation stops after first week. But whenever you progress systematically, your body keeps building the capacity. Think of yourself as climbing stairs. Each week is one step higher than the last. Now pick one main set of your current emphasis. Now write down the baseline. 6 to 100 meters aerobic at 3 minutes per 200 meters. 20 seconds rest. Now plan 4 weeks of progression. Now the distance can be changed. This is based on your goals and based on your swimming level. So there can be any distance, the idea stays the same. And do this planning now. Some of the common mistakes to avoid: don't change multiple variables all at once, just one per week. Now do exactly what you wrote down and focus on feeling each week challenge you slightly do more than the last. You should feel the adaptation happening, and what's hard in the first week feels easy by week 3. For progression, after 4 weeks, start with new emphasis block with a different main set. And the result is that you force continuous adaptation instead of stagnating after week 1. Most swimmers feel noticeably stronger after each week, and you should too. You will improve your main pace well after week 1 to week 4. And if that progression surprised you, wait until you see the trap number 3 is the intensity mistake that burns out 80% of intermediate swimmers. Trap number 3, the middle intensity dead zone. This is when a swimmer trains at medium to hard effort for everything. Aerobic sets feels kinda hard, threshold sets aren't truly painful, sprint sets are not actually fast, and they think they're training hard. This is exactly like trying to drive a car at 400 RPM constantly on the 3rd gear. You're wearing out the engine without actually going anywhere efficiently or fast. This accumulates fatigue faster than you build fitness because you're too hard to recover and it's too easy to adapt. And the result that you're always tired but you never swim fast because swimming only at medium effort does not create polarization your body needs. Now here is the fix. Now, of course, there is a time to swim at medium pace, but instead of just at medium pace everything, but follow also the 70 to 30 intensity rule. 70% of the training volume at generally easy pace where you could hold a conversation, and maybe 30% of truly hard intensity where you can barely breathe. Now it can be 60 to 40 or 80 to 20. You get the point. This works because easy training builds aerobic capacity without the fatigue accumulation, while hard training creates stimulus your body needs to adapt to. Whenever you train at medium constantly, you're too tired to go hard whenever it matters. But whenever you polarize, easy is easy, hard is hard, your body gets a clear signals. Now think of yourself only having 3 gears: easy, medium, and hard. Now I want you to do something right now. Calculate your easy pace. Take for example your time trial of 1000 meters. Now add 20 to 25 seconds per 100 and it should feel almost too easy. Conversational breathing. Now calculate hard pace. Race pace minus 5 to 10 seconds per 100. This should hurt by rep 3. Write them down and see how much actually you're doing of these extremes versus where you're stuck in the middle. Some of the common mistakes you avoid is don't let your easy pace drift to medium just because you feel good. Now in the water, let's do an oversimplified main set of training. On Monday, for example, you can do a 2000 meters continuous aerobic at easy pace. You should be able to talk during this. Break this down at 60-second rest per 500. On Wednesday, for example, you do 10-100 at hard pace, threshold to VO2 max effort. So basically anywhere between 80 to 95% effort. 20 to 30 seconds rest. On Friday, you do 1500 continuous aerobic at easy to medium pace. Do this structure weekly with tweaks with your emphasis block. Now, of course, you do this based on your main goals and your swimming level, so you can tweak the sessions exactly as you want. And here, you focus on keeping, for example, Monday and Friday truly easy to medium, and if you're breathing hard, that means you're going too fast. And you should feel fresh enough on Wednesday to genuinely suffer. Now, for example, for progression, you can increase easy volume by 500 meters or less every 2 weeks. Keep hard session at max quality and play around with easy and medium speeds. And the result is that you recover between the hard efforts and you can actually push whenever intensity matters. Most swimmers feel less chronically tired within 2 weeks. You will increase intensity by 5 to 10 seconds per 100 while you maintain higher easy volume. And if that intensity separation makes sense, then wait until you see the trap number 4, which is the recovery mistake that prevents your body from absorbing training. Trap number 4, no planned recovery weeks. This is when swimmers push progressive overload week after week after week with no plan to deload. This is exactly like studying for finals every single week for the whole semester. Your brain will burn out by October. This prevents your body from absorbing and consolidating training adaptation. And the result is that you're accumulating fatigue faster than you're actually building fitness because the adaptation happens during the recovery, not during the hard work itself. Now here is the fix. Instead of constantly pushing, follow the 3-to-1 training ratio. 3 weeks of progressive overload, then 1 week of 50 to 60% volume of the third week. This works because supercompensation happens during the recovery. Your body builds stronger when the stress is removed. And whenever you need to recover, you accumulate damage without repair. But whenever you cycle hard weeks and recovery weeks, your body absorbs the work and adapts. Think of yourself as a tearing muscle fiber during training. They only grow back stronger whenever you give them time to rebuild. Look at your training calendar for the next 4 weeks. Week 1 to week 3 should show a progressive increase. More volume, less rest, at faster pace each week. But week 4 should drop by 50 to 60% of the week 3 totals volume without easy swimming and technique work. Mark week 4 as a recovery week, in big letters. Plan this now for your next training. Some of the common mistakes to avoid: don't train hard during the recovery week just because you feel good. Trust the process. Now in the water, practice exactly what you wrote. And by week 4, you should feel almost restless by the end. And that's a signal that you recover and ready to go for the next cycle. And therefore progression after recovery week, start the next block by 10 to 15% harder than the previous cycle. And the result is that your body finally absorbs all that hard training that you did in the weeks 1 to 3, and more swimmers feel stronger and faster after recovery week than they ever did before. Now you will come back on the week 1 of your next cycle, swimming 5 to 10 seconds per 100 faster than you started the previous cycle before. And if that recovery timing surprises you, wait until you see the trap number 5. It's the block switching mistake that erases all your hard work. Trap number 5, no maintenance volume between emphasis blocks. This is when a swimmer finishes 4-week aerobic emphasis block, then switches to 100% threshold work with zero aerobic maintenance. This is exactly like building a house foundation, then you abandon it completely when you're trying to build the walls. The foundation cracks and you have to start over again. This causes detraining in the previous adaptation while you're building the new ones. And the result is that you lose your aerobic capacity while building on your threshold. Then you lose your threshold while you're building speed. Then you're always rebuilding what you've lost. Now here is the fix. Instead of abandoning previous energy system, maintain them at 20 to 30% of the training volume while you're emphasizing in the new system at 60 to 70%. This works because maintenance of volume is much lower than building the volume. You only need 20 to 30% to preserve an adaptation you already built. But whenever you drop to zero, you actually detrain the 2 to 3 weeks. But whenever you maintain your previous system while emphasizing in the new ones, you stack adaptation. Now think of yourself as a pyramid. You keep the base while you're adding the higher levels. You do not remove the bottom layers to build on top. And the result is that you stack adaptation instead of trading them. Most swimmers train 90 to 95% of previous emphasis performance while building the new capacities. You will improve your threshold by 8 to 12 seconds per 100 meters, while your aerobic pace only slows by 2 to 3 seconds. And that's how you build complete fitness. Layer by layer, not start over every month. Now let's put all together in these complete training plans that you can use. So please take a screenshot. Whenever you face these traps, your training becomes strategic instead of random. Your body stacks adaptation instead of trading them. And you finally break through plateaus you've been stuck for months. Now here's the thing. These principles works even better whenever you're not doing this alone. And that's why I created Ocean Swim School Community. Inside you'll find anything that will make you a better swimmer. It's completely free and link is down below. I would love to see you there and see how can you break through your own plateaus. But before you go, let me know in the comments down below which of these 5 traps was keeping you stuck. And if this video helped you, hit the like button and subscribe for more swimming tutorials just like this. Learn breaststroke in minutes. And here is a timing that makes this stroke powerful instead of exhausting. Hi, I'm Alex Koch. I swam at 2012 Olympics. And look, I'm going to show you 5 steps that builds on each other. We're starting with a glide position and we're going to go all the way to the full stroke. This is the foundation. Get these things down and breaststroke becomes smooth and powerful instead of a constant fight. 5 steps, underwater video, super slow so you can see everything. You can try this into your next swim. Now let's get into it. Alright, step 1, the streamline glide. So here is where you learn how to hold that long, tight position between the strokes. And here is where you rest and let your momentum carry you. That's the foundation for everything. And here is what we're going to do. Streamline push-off. Now push off the wall on your stomach. Arms extended in front of you. Your hands are stacked on top of each other, arms squeezed tight against your ears. Now here is the key. Squeeze everything tight. Your arms should be pressing against your head, and your head is down between your arms looking at the bottom of the pool. Your body is completely straight, not bent at your hips. Legs together and straight behind you. Now hold this position and glide as far as you can. Think about making yourself as narrow as possible, like you're sliding through a tube. The tighter you squeeze, the further you glide. Quick check. If you're gliding far and your body position feels tight, you've got it. If you slow down fast, then squeeze tighter, especially your arms against your head. Once you get the streamline locked in, then you've got a position to return after each single stroke. Now let's add the arm pull that sets up everything else. Step 2, the arm pull. So now we're adding the pull that catches the water and brings your head up to breathe. Think about pushing a beach ball apart. Your hands should be pressing wide, then scoop back together, small and controlled and not huge. Now here's the drill that I want you to do. A breaststroke pull with the pull buoy. Now put the pull buoy between your legs so you can focus just on the arms. Now you start in that streamline from step 1. Arms extended forward and hands together. Now your hands are pressing out and slightly down, like you're pushing a bit sideways. Your hands should go out, your elbows should stay high. Don't let them drop. Then sweep in your hands back together under your chin or at your chest. This is like you're trying to scoop water back and towards your face. Your hands come together in like a prayer position under your chin. Your elbows should stay close to your body at this point. From this position, we shoot your hands forward and back into the streamline. Arms extend fast and straight. Now you're back in that streamline position again. In an easy way, think about making a heart shape with your hands. And your hands should come back together under the chin before shooting forward. Once you get this pull rhythm, then you've got the timing whenever you need to breathe. Alright, so you got the streamline and the arms. Now let's add the kick to this power. Step number 3, the breaststroke kick. So here is where you generate the most amount of power. Think about drawing your heels up to your butt, then snapping your feet out and around. Your feet should push the water back and not down. And here is what I want you to do. Breaststroke kick on your back. So lie on your back, arms by your side, or with a kickboard holding on your chest, and this position lets you see exactly what your legs are doing. So pull your heels to your butt, then your knees stays about hip width apart. Don't let them come way too wide. Your feet should flex and toes should be pointing to the side. Then snap your feet out and around in a small circle. Your feet should push the water backwards as they sweep around. Think about pushing the water with your inside of your feet and lower legs. Finish by snapping your legs together straight. Legs come together fast, and this is where the power happens. You should feel a strong push as your legs straighten and come together. Now quick checks. Your knees should stay about hip width, and if they're coming way too wide, then keep them narrower. And you should feel that your feet are pushing the water backwards and not towards the bottom of the pool. And once you get this kick down, you've got that engine that powers your breaststroke forward. Now let's add the breathing and timing. And this is where it all comes together. Step 4, breathing and timing. So here is where you learn how to breathe without messing up your streamline. Think about this rhythm. Pull, breathe, kick, glide. Everything happens in that order. Now here's the drill. Breaststroke with an emphasis on timing. Swim breaststroke, but we're going to break down the timing. First, your hands are pressing out and starting to scoop back. As you start to pull back, then your chest and head come up naturally. This is whenever you breathe. Quick breath through your mouth as your hands are under your chin. As your arm shoots forward back into the streamline, your head goes back down. Your face goes in the water as your arm extends. This is critical. Your head goes down before your kick. Then your legs kick. Your arms are already extended in a streamline whenever you kick. So heels up, feet out and around, snap them together. The kick happens while you're still in a streamline position. Then you glide. Hold that streamline and let the momentum from your kick carry you forward. And this is the glide where you rest. And the rhythm is pull and breathe together. Arm shoot forward and the head goes down. Then you kick. Then you glide. Really emphasize on that glide. And here your head should be going down before you kick. If you're breathing while you kick, that means you're breaking your streamline. And make sure that you're actually gliding. If you feel like you're starting to the next pull right away, then hold that streamline longer. Once you get this timing down, breaststroke stop feeling frantic and it starts feeling controlled. Alright, so on the last step is putting all together with body position. And this is what it makes it feel effortless. And step 5 is the body position and flow. And this is where you add a subtle up and down body movement that makes breaststroke have a flow. Think about riding a wave. Your body comes up to breathe, then it slides down into the streamline. Everything stays connected here. And here is what we're going to do. Full breaststroke with a body wave. Swim full breaststroke with all pieces from 1 to 4. You've got the timing, the pull, breathe and kick and glide. So as you pull and breathe, your chest and shoulders come up out of the water. Your hips stays near the surface. Don't let them drop too much. And think about coming up and over the water, not just lifting your head. And as your arms shoot forward into that streamline, then your body slides down and forward. Your chest is pressing down and slightly as you reach forward, and you're diving into your own streamline position. And as you kick, your body levels up. You're flat and streamlined as your legs are snapping together. And this is your fastest moment in breaststroke. You're like an arrow shooting forward. Then you glide into that flat streamline position. Your body stays level and straight. No extra movement. Just glide and rest. And here, think about riding a wave. Up and forward to breathe, and down and forward into that streamline. Level out and glide. Here should feel like a flowing motion, not a choppy one. And your hips should stay near the surface the whole time. And if you're dropping whenever you breathe, then keep your core tight and don't lift your chest too high. And you should feel the rhythm up, down, level and glide. And once you get this body position flow, breaststroke becomes this beautiful, powerful, rhythmic stroke instead of exhausting chaos. And that's the complete stroke. Streamline, pull, kick, timing and flow all together. Alright, so here is how you put all together. Here you're gonna make sure you feel comfortable with each level before moving on. So honestly, I spent years perfecting breaststroke. These 5 steps are compressed to what it took me months into 3 weeks of focused practice. Now get these 5 steps down and you'll swim breaststroke with a powerful rhythm and long glides. And you'll actually rest during the stroke instead of fighting with the frontal resistance. But the big difference between just knowing these steps and actually mastering them, it's feedback. Having someone to show you what you cannot see. And because of that, I run a free swimming community on Skool, where you can ask me questions, get feedbacks, tips, and much more. It's completely free, link down below. Now let me know in the comments down below, which of these 5 steps are you actually going to try this week? Is it the streamline, the kick, or the timing? I read every single comment and I would love to see how you guys are progressing. And if this thing helped you to understand breaststroke technique, then hit the like button and subscribe for more swimming tips just like this. Now that you got the backstroke foundation down, next week watch how I'm breaking down how to swim backstroke and see you then. Learn backstroke in minutes. Here is the body position that keeps you straight and fast. Hi, I'm Alex Koch. I competed at 2012 Olympics. And look, I'm going to show you 5 steps that build on each other. We're going to start with the backstroke body position and we're going to go all the way to the full stroke. This is the foundation. Get these things down and backstroke becomes smooth and easy instead of wobbly. 5 steps, underwater video, super slow so you can see everything. You can try this in your next practice. Let's get into it. Alright, so step 1, the body position. So here is where you learn how to float on your back without sinking. Your hips needs to stay up and your head needs to stay still. And that's the foundation for everything. Now here is what we're going to do. We're going to practice the back float practice. So stand in the shallow end or in the deep end, wherever you feel comfortable. Head back in the water, ears underwater, and then your eyes looking straight up at the ceiling, and spread your arms and spread your legs
and make a starfish. So here is the key with this float. You need to press your chest up towards the ceiling and your hips will gonna come up. Think about keeping your belly button close to the surface of the water. Don't let your hips drop or you will sink. Make sure that your head stays still and your body as well, and you're not looking at your toes because that will make your hips sink. You're looking straight up. The water should be right at your hairline. Now think about lying on a table, your body flat, not sitting on a chair. Try to hold this position for about 10 seconds and do this 5 times as a starfish position. Just focus on keeping your hips up, head still, chest up, belly button up. Now a quick checkup. If your hips stays at the surface, that means you're not sinking. You've got it. If your hips drop, then try to press your chest a bit up, look straight up and not at your feet. Once you've got the body position locked in, then everything else becomes way easier. Now let's add the kick that keeps you moving. Step 2, the flutter kick. So now we're adding that consistent kick that keeps you moving and keeps your hips up. Think about kicking from your hips with straight legs. Small, fast kicks, not big and slow ones. Now here is the drill we're going to do. We're going to do backstroke kick. Now you've got that body position from step 1. Hips up, head back, looking straight up. So now your kicks start from your hips, not from your knees. Legs stay pretty straight, just a tiny knee bend. Your feet should just break the water surface. And you want to see a little splash, but not a huge one. Make sure you kick fast and small. Think about kicking through the water, not splashing everywhere. So your ankles will stay loose and floppy, not stiff. The rhythm that I want you to keep is constant, like a motor running, not stopping between the kicks. So make sure you keep it continuous. Quick checks. Make sure that your legs are pretty straight. If your knees are bending a lot, then straighten them out and kick from your hips. And you should have small splashes at the surface, not big ones. Now once you got this kick rhythm, that means that you've got the engine that will power your backstroke swim. Alright, so we got the position and the power. Now let's add the arms. So step 3, the arm recovery. Now this is how we bring your arms back over your head without throwing you off balance. We're going straight back, arms close to your ears, thumb up, nice and relaxed. Now here's what I want you to do. I want you to try single arm backstroke. Start on your back and we're gonna try to recover with one arm while the other one stays by your side. So as your hand exits the water by your hip, the thumb comes out first, your arms swing straight back over the shoulder and think about reaching the wall behind you. Keep your arms straight but not locked tight. As your arms goes back, then it passes close to your ear. Thumb is pointing up all the way midway recovery. And from this point, we're trying to turn your pinky because the pinky finger is going to enter first in the water by the time it passes the ear. Your arm should be reaching straight back and not to the side. Your hand enters in the water pinky first, right in line with your shoulder. Not outside and definitely not crossing over your head. Straight back in line with your shoulder. Now a quick check. If your arms is going straight back and entering in line with your shoulder, that means you're doing it right. But if your arm is going out to the side or crossing over, then you need to bring it closer to your ear. Once you nail this recovery, you will stop zigzagging all over the lane. Now let's add the underwater pull. This is where you're actually going to grab the water.
So step 4 is the underwater pull. And here is where you grab the water and you push yourself backward. So think about drawing a question mark underwater. The hand goes deep, then it bends, then pushes it down all the way to your hips. And here is the drill that I want you to do. So again, we're going back to the single arm. But this time, we focus what we do underwater and not over the water. As one arm extends above your head and it enters in the water from the recovery, first, your hand reaches down and deep with pinky finger leading. Your arm is straight at first, reaching down towards the bottom of the pool. And this is the catch. Next, bend your elbow and pull your hand down and back towards your hip. Your elbow stays high. Don't let it drop. Your hand pulls in a curve like you're drawing a question mark and feel the water on your palm and your forearm. Last, push your hand down past your hip. Your palm pushes down and back, and the thumb touches your thigh as you complete the pull. Now quick check. Your hand should go deep first, then bend, then accelerate through that pull. And you should feel the pressure on your palm the whole time, especially during that mid-pull phase. Once you get this pull pattern, then you're actually moving through the water instead of just waving your arms around. Alright, so let's move into the last step, which is the rotation and timing. And this is where you add the body rotation to your stroke without losing the straight line. Now think of it like rolling from side to side. When the right arm pulls, then your right shoulders drops as well. Now here is what I want you to do. I want you to go back to the single arm backstroke, but focusing on rotation. As your right arm enters in the water and pulls, then your right shoulders rotates down. Your body rolls to the right side about 30 to 45 degrees. Your left shoulder comes out of the water slightly as your right arm finishes at your hips. Your body rolls back to the flat position, then your right arm recovers over the water and your left shoulder starts to drop for the next stroke. It's a constant rolling motion back to back. Your head stays still the whole time. Your head in backstroke never moves. It stays looking straight up at the ceiling or at the sky in my case. The rotation comes from your shoulders and core, not from your head. And the timing is, as one arm pulls underwater, the other one recovers over the water. They work as opposite to each other. When the right arm pulls, the left recovers. If you're staying flat, then you're not rotating enough. And really drop that pulling shoulder. And make sure your head is staying still. And if it's turning to side, then try to lock in place, looking straight up. This is very important. Once you get the rotation and timing down, backstroke starts feeling robotic and starts flowing. Alright, so here is how you put all together. Make sure you feel comfortable with each level before moving on. So honestly, I spent years perfecting my backstroke technique. These 5 steps compress what it took me months into about 3 weeks of focused practice. Get these 5 steps down and you'll swim backstroke in a straight line with smooth rotation. You'll move much more easier through the water and you'll stop zigzagging all over the lane. But the big difference between knowing these steps and actually mastering them is feedback. Having someone to show you what you cannot see yourself. So because of that, I run a free swimming community on Skool, where you can ask me questions, get feedbacks, tips, and much more. It's completely free, link in the description down below. Now let me know in the comments which of these 5 steps are you going to work this week. Is it the body position, the kick, or the rotation? I read every single comment and I will love seeing you how you guys are progressing. And if this thing helped your backstroke technique, hit the like button, subscribe to my channel for more step-by-step tutorials just like this. Now that you've watched this backstroke tutorial, watch how I'm breaking down the breaststroke as well. See you then. Learn freestyle in minutes. Here is the body rotation that makes this stroke effortless instead of exhausting. Hi, my name is Alex Koch. I swam at 2012 Olympics, and look, I'm going to show you 5 steps that build on each other. We're starting with the body position, and then we're going to go all the way to the full stroke. This is just the foundation. Get this down and freestyle becomes smooth and fast instead of a constant fight for air. 5 steps, underwater video, super slow so you can see everything, and you can try this into your next practice. Now let's get into it. Alright, so step 1, the body position. So here is where you learn how to stay flat and streamlined in the water. Your head needs to stay down and your hips needs to stay up, and that's the foundation for everything in freestyle. We're going to do streamline kick on your stomach. Push off the wall with arm extended in front of you. Kicking on your stomach, face looking down. Your hands are stacked on top of each other and arms are squeezed against your ear. Now here's the key. Your head stays down and looking at the bottom of the pool. The water should hit right at your hairline. You're not looking forward because that will make your hips sink. Your body position stays completely flat from your fingertips all the way to your toes. Now here, you keep your core tight and belly button pulled in. Think about keeping your belly button close to the surface. And if your hips drop, then you will create drag and swimming gets way harder. Now, easy way to think is think about swimming downhill. Your head should be slightly bit lower than your hips, not lifted up and looking forward. If your hips stays at the surface and you're streamlined, that means you've got it. But if your hips sink and your legs are dragging, then we need to look more at the bottom of the pool and tighten your core as well. Once you get this body position locked in, everything else becomes way much more efficient. Now let's add the flutter kick that keeps you moving. Now here we're going to add that consistent kick that keeps your body position and gives you a forward drive. Think about kicking from your hips with loose ankles. Small, fast kicks that just break the water surface. And here is the drill that we're going to focus on. It's freestyle kick with the kickboard. Now hold the kickboard with straight arms in front of you. Whenever you got that body position from step 1, head looking down at the bottom of the pool, and make sure you keep your hips up. So your kicks will start from your hips, not from your knees. Your legs should stay pretty straight, just a slight knee bend. Your ankles are loose and floppy, and not stiff like you're wearing fins. Here, your feet should just break the water surface. You want to see a little bit white water behind you, but not huge splashes. Think about kicking through the water and not through air. The rhythm is steady and constant, like a motor running. Quick checks. Make sure that your legs are pretty straight. And if your knees are bending a lot, then straighten them out and kick from your hips. And again, your ankles should be loose and floppy, creating that flutter motion. And once you get this kick rhythm, you've got the foundation that stabilizes the whole stroke. Alright, so you got the position and the kick. Now let's add the catch. And this is where you're actually going to grab water. So step 3, the catch position. So this is where you set up your hand and arm to grab water and pull. Think about reaching over a barrel. Your hand goes down while your elbow stays high. And this is the most important part of freestyle. And here is what we're going to do. The catch drill, standing in place. You can practice this inside the water or out of the water on land. So stand in a chest deep water. Lean forward, so your arms extend forward at the surface, like you just finished reaching. Your fingertips are pointing down towards the bottom, like you're reaching over a big barrel. Your hand goes down, while your elbow stays high, closer to the surface. Your forearm becomes vertical. Think about making an L shape with your arm, elbow high, forearm and hand pointing down. Here, you should feel like you're grabbing a big handful of water.
Hold this position for a second. Your elbow should stay above your hand, palm should be facing back, and your forearm should be like a paddle. And this is the catch you're setting up to pull. Think about reaching over the barrel and grabbing the far side. Your elbow should stay at the top of the barrel, and your hand reaches down to the other side. Again, your elbow should stay higher than your hand, and if your elbow drops, that means you're pushing the water down instead of back, and your forearm should feel vertical like a paddle ready to pull. And once you nail this catch position, you're actually holding the water instead of slipping past it. Now let's add the pull and recovery, and this is where you create speed. Now moving on to step 4, the pull and recovery. So this is where you pull the water past your hip and then recover your arm over the water. Think about pulling straight back under your body, then swing your arm forward with a high elbow. Now here is the drill we're going to work on. Single arm freestyle. So swim freestyle, using just one arm while the other one stays extended in front of you. You start the catch position from the step 3 with a high elbow and forearm vertical. Now first, you pull your hand straight back under your body. Your hand pulls in a straight line from your shoulders to your hip. Keep your elbow high during the first half of the pull. Don't let it drop, remember, that's the catch. And your hand should accelerate as it goes back. Finish by pushing your hand past your hips, or at least at the hips. Your thumb brushes your thigh as you finish, and this completes the pull. When your arm recovers over the water, your elbow comes out first, high and relaxed. Your hand trails behind, relaxed and loose. Think about leading with your elbow. Your hand just follows. And now, your hand swings forward and enters the water fingertips first. It enters in front of your shoulder. Your arm extends forward to start the next catch. The pattern is catch with a high elbow, then pull and accelerate your hand all the way to your hips, then recover over with a high elbow leading, and enter and extend with your fingertips first. Now quick checks. Your hand should pull straight back under your body, and if it's sweeping out wide, then pull it closer to your central line, and your elbow should lead during the recovery. If your hand is leading, relax and let your elbow come first. Once you get this pull and recovery down, you're generating real forward power with every stroke. Alright, now let's talk about the last step, rotation and breathing. So this is where you add your body rotation and breathing without messing up your streamline. Think about rolling the whole body from side to side. When you breathe, you rotate to the side, not lift your head up. And here is what we're doing. Swim full freestyle, breathing to one side only. You've got all the pieces from step 1 to step 4. Body position, kick, catch, pull, and arm recovery. So as your right arm pulls back, your body rotates to the right. The whole body rolls together. Your shoulders, your hips, and everything else. You rotate about 45 degrees to the side. Think about a rolling log, not twisting. As you rotate, your hand turns with your body to breathe. One goggle stays in the water, and the other one comes out. You're looking to the side, not up, not forward. Your mouth comes out of the water and takes a quick breath. As your arm right recovers over, your body rotates back to flat. Your head goes back down, facing the water, looking at the bottom of the pool. You're back in that streamline position. Then your left arm pulls, body stays mostly flat. Next right arm pull, rotate and breathe again. The rhythm is stroke, stroke, breathe, or every other stroke, or every third stroke, whatever patterns works for you at this point. Think about rotating the whole body as one unit. You're not just turning your head, your whole body rolls to breathe. And a quick check. Make sure you keep only one goggle in the water whenever you breathe. If both goggles come out, that means you're lifting your head too much or you over rotate. And your body should rotate together
and if it's just your head turning, then rotate from your core and hips. Once you get the rotation and breathing down, freestyle will stop feeling like you're drowning and it starts feeling smooth and powerful. And that's the complete stroke. The body position, the kick, the catch, the pull, recovery, rotation, and breathing all together. Alright, so here is how you put all together. Now here, you make sure that you feel comfortable with each level before moving on. And honestly, I spent years perfecting freestyle. And these 5 steps are really compressed in what it took me months into about 3 weeks of focused practice. Get these 5 steps down and you'll swim freestyle with smooth rotation and powerful catches. You're also going to swim easier through the water and breathing won't feel desperate again. But the big difference between just knowing these steps and actually mastering them is feedback. It's having someone to show you what you cannot see yourself. And because of that, I run a free school community where you can ask me questions, get feedbacks, tips, and much more. It's completely free, link down below. Now let me know in the comments which of these 5 steps are you actually going to try this week. Is it the catch? Is it the rotation? Or is the breathing? Or anything else? I read every single comment and I would love to see how you're progressing. And if this video helped you to understand freestyle technique, then hit the like button, subscribe to my channel for more step-by-step tutorials just like this. You can run for 5K, you can bike for an hour, but whenever you have to swim 100 meters, and here is the truth. It's not your fitness, but it's your technique. And in this video, you'll learn why fit people get tired so fast in the pool and how to fix it. And now watch this. See the difference? This is just one small change that did that. But in this video, I will show you exactly what that is. So stay with me. Hi, I'm Alex Coach. I'm a former Olympian and today I'll be your swimming coach. Look, I've taught swimming to thousands of adults just like you. And I see the same thing over and over again. Fit people, strong people, totally gassed out after just one length. Now here is the first reason why. You're fighting the water. You're not working with it. See how hard that looks? All the effort going nowhere fast. A quick challenge for you. Next time when you swim, ask yourself, am I pushing forward or am I pushing hard? Big difference. Now here is what I promise you, is that by the end of the video, you'll know the 5 real reasons you get tired. And none of them are fitness and all of them are fixable. I'll show you each mistake, then I'm going to show you exactly how to fix it with simple drills that you can try today. And if you fix all 5, these could change everything for you. And most swimmers never figured this out, and you will. The last mistake no one is talking about, and it might be the biggest problem for you too. Now let's dive in. Mistake number 1. You already saw this one, but let me explain why it happens. So whenever you feel tired, you try harder. You kick more, you pull faster, and then you tense up. But the water doesn't work like land. On land, more effort equals more speed. In the water, more effort equals more drag. Now think of it like this. Imagine that you're trying to run through a crowd. If you push and shove, you will slow down. As hard as you push, as hard as you slow down. But if you slip through the gaps, you'll move faster with less effort. And the water is the same. Now here's the fix that might surprise you. First, relax your face. And you might be thinking, why would I relax my face? I'm not using my face. Now think about, whenever your face is tense, the whole body tenses up as well. So make sure that you relax your face before everything else. Your hands should be relaxed. You tense your hand, your palm, the whole arm tense up too. So first, relax your hands. And second, relax your feet. Tense feet, tense leg. Now look at this example. Do you see how the splashing stops? And that's the energy you are saving. Soft hands, loose ankles, easy face. Now here is the drill that will help you. So swim 25 meters with completely relaxed hands. Let them flop like noodles whenever you're in the recovery phase. So focus on zero tension from your shoulder to your fingertips. The cue here to remember, shake your hands. Now mistake number 2 is actually holding your breath. And this is huge. Most tired swimmers do this. So first you take a breath, then you hold it in, then your face goes in, then air stays trapped there, and then pressure builds. Then you turn to breathe and you have to blow all out and breathe in at the same time. All this in a half a second. No wonder why you're gasping. So this is basically like trying to exhale and inhale at the same time. Now here is a simple fix. While your face is in the water, make sure you blow out your air constantly. The whole time your face is down. Do you see the bubbles? Now look if you see any bubbles. And that's what you want. A steady stream, not a big burst, just at the end. Then try this on land first. Breathe in through your mouth. Now hum out through your nose only. And you feel that? And that's the rhythm that you want in the pool. Now here's the drill that I want you to work on. Push off the wall, blow bubbles for about 3 seconds. Then turn and breathe. And then repeat. Focus on constant exhale and easy inhale. Make sure you blow bubbles the whole way. Now a quick challenge for you. Can you make bubbles last for a full 3 seconds? Now let's move on into the mistake number 3. Kicking too hard. I know, sounds wrong, right? But hear me out. Your legs have big muscles. Big muscles need big oxygen. And whenever you kick hard, your heart rate spikes as well, really fast. Now you feel like you might going faster, but you're mostly just getting tired. Elite swimmers, they barely kick any distance. The kick is small, steady, just enough to stay balanced. Now here's the fix. Kick from your hips, not from your knees. Small kicks, fast tempo. And watch the difference here. Big kicks makes the splash. Small kicks makes the speed. Now think of your legs as a small motor, not a jackhammer. Now here's the drill. Lie on your side with one arm out in the front. Kick gently for about 25 meters. Focus on straight legs, small movements. Now something to remember. Kick like you're flicking the water off your toes. Are you still with me? Good. The next mistake is the one that I see in almost every adult swimmer, and it's costing you way more energy than you think. And mistake number 4 is head too high. Your head controls everything. Whenever your head is up, your hips goes down. Whenever your hips goes down, your legs drag. And then whenever your legs drag, you kick harder to stay up. And whenever you kick harder to stay up, you get tired. Do you see the change reaction? It all starts from the head. Many adults swim like they're looking forward, water polo style. But here, you're not playing water polo, do you? You're trying to swim far. And here's the fix. Look down, straight down at the bottom of the pool. And do you see how the body flatters on the water? And that's what we want. Now try this on land. Stand tall and look straight forward. Feel how your neck stays relaxed, and that's the position in the water. Now here's the drill. Push off the wall in a streamline. Press your chin towards your chest. Not to the chest, but towards your chest. Now stare at the bottom of the pool. Glide as far as you can. Focus on the feeling of the hip rise. And let's move on to the mistake number 5. And here is the one no one talks about. No glide. Most tired swimmers rush. Pull, 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 pull. No pause, no glide, no rest. Every stroke takes energy, but gliding is your free speed. Whenever you extend and glide, you actually rest while you're moving forward. Elite swimmers do this naturally. They make swimming look easy because they're resting between the strokes. And here is the fix. After each pull, reach forward, stretch, pause just a moment, let your body glide. Now do you see how smooth that looks? Fewer strokes, same distance, way less effort. Now think about like ice skating. You push, you glide. Push again, you glide. And swimming works the same. Now here's the drill that I want you to do. Swim 25 meters, count every single stroke. Now swim again, and try to take 2 strokes fewer than that. Focus on reaching longer and glide more. Remember, Olympic swimmers rest between strokes. Now my question is, what's your stroke count per 25 meters? Drop this in the comments. Now let's recap what we learned today. 5 reasons you get tired, and none of them are because of your fitness. Relax and stop fighting. Breathe out underwater. Kick small and steady, and keep your head down. Glide between the strokes. Fix them all 5 and you'll swim further with less effort. You'll swim smoother, you're gonna have more control, less panic, more confidence. Now imagine finishing a 400 meters and feeling good. No gasping, no exhausted, just satisfied. And that's where we headed. One fix at a time. Now you want to keep improving? Then join my swimming community on School. This is where swimmers share the wins, enjoy progress, ask questions, and we learn together. Now drop an emoji in the comments if this has fixed anything today, or let me know what was your stroke count. I try to read every comment. And if this thing helped you, hit the like button, subscribe, tap the bell so you don't miss the next one. And if you haven't seen my video about 5 biggest mistakes, watch that next. It pairs perfectly with this one. See you in the water. You taught yourself to swim, you can finish one length, maybe a mile, but your fitness stuck. Your effort through the roof. In this video, I'll show you exactly why self-taught swimmers hit the wall and the 3 shifts that will finally break you through. There is one thing that almost every taught swimmer does it wrong. If it looks right, it feels right. But this is killing your speed, and I'll show you in a minute. Hi, I'm Alex Koch, I'm a former Olympian and your swimming coach today. I work with swimmers of all kinds. Adult swimmers, triathletes, children's, every single day. And here is what I see all the time. Self-taught swimmers build their stroke around survival, not speed. Now think of it like this. Think that you learn to dry by watching others. Maybe you can get from point A to point B, but that doesn't mean you're ready for a racetrack. Your stroke works, but it's built on shortcuts your body invented to keep you afloat. Now here is your first challenge. Film yourself swimming one length. Just watch, don't judge, and we'll come back to this. By the end of this video, you'll know exactly why your progress is not moving forward. I'm going to give you 3 key insights. Each of them targets a specific trap that self-taught swimmers fall into. Fix all these 3 and you'll swim faster with less effort, no doubt. You'll feel smooth in the water and you'll finally see your times drop. But here's the catch. The last insight is the one that most swimmers resist. And it's also the one that makes the biggest difference. So stick with me till the end. So let's start with number 1. You build on a survivor stroke. When you taught yourself to swim, your body had one goal. Don't drown. So it found a way. Head up, arms wide, legs kicking fast. And it worked. You survived. But survival strokes are not the fast strokes. Your body learned to fight in the water, not to flow with it. And here's why this matters to you. Triathletes and master swimmers have limited pool time. You can't waste on practicing on bad habits. And here is what most self-taught swimmers do. They pull wide, they lift their head, and they kick from the knees. Pulling wide creates drag, like opening a parachute, but instead, pull straight back, under your body, like you're reaching over a barrel and pulling towards you. Are you lifting your head to breathe? Your hips drop, you become a sinking ship. Instead, rotate the whole body. Your mouth will clear the water naturally. Kicking from the knees, lots of splash, no power. But instead, kick from the hips. Small kicks, fast kicks, like flicking your foot to shake off the water. And the benefit, you're gonna have less drag, more glide, and you'll go further with each stroke. And here is one drill to try, the fist drill. Swim one length with your hands in fists. Yes, close your hands, make a fist. This forces you to use your forearm, and it teaches you to pull back straight and not wide, focusing on that feeling of the water on your forearm, and that's your new power source. Make sure you remember this. The forearm goes first. Do several lengths with your fist drill in your next session, and notice how different the catch feels after that. Insight number 2. You never learn to rest inside the stroke. Self-taught swimmers treat every stroke like they're a sprint. All gas, no cruise control. Because you think more effort means more speed, but it doesn't. Great swimmers rest between the strokes. They have moments of glides and moments of zero effort. Think of it like a pendulum. It swings, then it floats at the top, and then it swings again. Your stroke should have the same float at the top. And this is huge for triathletes. You have to run after your swim, and you cannot burn all your energy in the water on your swim leg. Master swimmers feel this too. Recovery takes longer as we age, and you can muscle through every single workout. Rushing the stroke, pulling before finish extending, no glide. But instead, extend fully, pause for a split second, and then catch. Are you holding your breath? You're gonna have tension everywhere. The heart rate will spike, but instead, exhale steadily underwater. Relax your face, relax your shoulders. Are you gripping the water? White knuckles, tight neck? Instead, loose hands, fingers slightly apart, like you're holding the water, not squeezing it. And the benefit is that you're going to save energy. You will finish the swim with gas in your tank, and your legs are going to be fresh for the bike and the run. And the drill we're going to work on today is called the catch-up drill. One arm stays extended when the other ones complete the stroke, and they catch up at the front. This forces you to glide, and you can't rush it. Focus on extending fully and feel the pulse at the front. Something to remember is reach and wait. Swim all 4 lengths of catch-up drill, count your strokes, and aim for the fewer stroke per length. And the next inside is the one that nobody wants to hear, but is the one that changes everything. So stay with me. Insight number 3. You need your eyes on the stroke. So here is the hard truth. You can fix what you cannot see. Self-taught swimmers feel like they're doing everything right, but feeling and reality are different. Your brain fills with gaps, and it tells your elbow that is high, which is not, and it tells your kick is smooth, which is splashing everywhere. The idea here is that you need feedback from a coach, from a video, from someone who knows what to look for. Triathletes and master swimmers are smart athletes. You do the research, you watch YouTube videos just like this, and you're trying new things. But actually swimming in the pool is a bit different. Small mistakes feel invisible, and they compound over time. Swimming alone for years, never getting any feedback, you're cementing bad habits. But instead, get a video analysis, even just once, and you'll open your eyes, and trust me, it will help you so much. Do you think that YouTube is enough? Watching a drill and assuming that you're doing everything right? But instead, have someone watch you. Compare your stroke to the model. Spot those gaps. One thing is that sometimes believing that you're too old or you're too experienced to need help, that does not help you. Remember this, every elite swimmer has a coach, even Olympians. And this is what separates swimmers from tired swimmers, swimmers who invest in their feedback. Tired swimmers keep grinding alone. And here is what to do this week. Film yourself underwater if possible. Side view is the best. Watch it 3 times. Once the catch, once the kick, once the body position. Pick that thing that looks different from what you expected and work on that specific thing for a week or 2. Again, something to remember. Film yourself, watch yourself, fix one thing. If you need further help, join my community. Ask for some feedback. Even just one will help you a lot. Now let's zoom out. You have learned 3 things today. 1, that your stroke was built on survival. Now it's time to rebuild it for that speed. 2, great swimmers rest inside the stroke, and then you can too. And 3, that you need your eyes on the stroke. Feedback is not optional. Fix all these 3, and here is what happens. You'll swim faster without working harder. You will finish your swim feeling strong, and you'll stop dreading at the pool and start loving it again. And then for the triathletes, you're gonna have fresh legs off the bikes, you're gonna have faster run splits and better results. For masters, longer careers, fewer injuries, and more joys in the water. Now picture yourself at your next race. You're gliding through the swim. You exit the water smiling, and you got energy left. And that's what's waiting for you. You're not starting over, you're rebuilding on everything you just learned, just with better tools now. And if you want more help, check out my Ocean Swim School community on School. It's where we go deeper, video reviews, drills, and support from swimmers just like you. Now drop a swimming emoji in the comments if you're a triathlete or master swimmers, and tell me what's your biggest swimming challenge right now. I read every comment. And if this video helps you, hit the like button, subscribe to my channel, and hit the notification bell. And if you haven't watched my last video that I talk about why swimming fatigue, it doesn't happen because of your fitness level, then watch that next. See you in the water. You're kicking hard, you're pulling hard, but you're not going anywhere. Why? Because you can't glide through the water. In this video, you'll learn the 4 body mistakes that destroys your glide, and the exact fixes that will make you slice through the water. Most adult swimmers miss this one thing about the hip rotation, and I will show you that in a minute. Hi, I'm Alex Koch. I'm a former Olympic swimmer and a technique coach for self-taught adults. And here is what I hear all the time. I'm working so hard, but barely moving forward. And here, most of the time, the problem is not the effort, but is the glide. You're creating drag instead of flowing through the water. Your body is actually pushing the water instead of slicing through it. This is like driving a car, but with a parachute attached. So next time, whenever you go to the pool, check your stroke. Does it feel smooth between the strokes, or you're constantly fighting to stay moving? If the answer that you're fighting, then you need to keep watching. By the end of the video, you'll glide through the water like you're on ice, nice and smooth. You'll go from that choppy stroke and exhausting to a smooth and effortless swimming. I'm going to show here the 4 body position mistakes that are killing your glide and the exact fixes Olympic swimmers use. These are simple changes that could cut your effort in half just in 1 week. And if you've been swimming for months or years but still working hard, this is why. Just a quick one, if you want ongoing support and personal feedback, then join my Ocean Swim School on School, link below. Inside, you can get video analysis of your stroke, complete training plans, and a community of swimmers just like you. Try for free. If you like it, if you want more, the link is down below. Let's move on with the mistake number 1. Can't glide through the water efficiently. Here is what's happening. You take a stroke and immediately your body slows down. You have no glide between the strokes. You're constantly pulling and kicking just to maintain that speed. And this happens because most self-taught swimmers create drag with their body position. Your head is too high, your hips are too low, your body is shaped like a banana instead of an arrow. So what it does, it kills your momentum, exhausts you in 100 meters, and makes every stroke feel like you're starting from zero. This is like riding a bike uphill whenever the road is flat. So basically, you're working twice the effort to go half the speed. So how do we fix this? Well, basically, your body needs to be in a straight line, almost pointing down, not banana shape. Alright, so you understand a bit better. Let's practice something on land so you can understand and feel it better. Stand up straight. Now lean forward slightly, like you're about to fall forward. Now do you feel that? Your weight shifts to your toes. Now imagine like a laser beam going through the top of your head, through your spine, and all the way through your feet. That straight line is what you want in the water. Now here's the right way. Your head is in the neutral, chest pressing down, hips up, and body in a straight line. Now do you see the difference? When your body is streamlined, you slice through the water instead of pushing it. This will make your stroke feel smoother and takes half of the effort that you previously done. You'll instantly feel more glide and less drag. This is an easy fix if you know what you're looking for. Small adjustments, huge difference. Try this in your next session and feel the difference. And here is how you practice it. First, you push from the wall in a tight streamlined position. Arms locked overhead, one hand on top of each other, and head between your arms. Now what you should do is press your chest down slightly and lean forward into that glide. Then start kicking gently and hold that position for about 5 seconds and see how far you can travel without pulling. Make sure you think long, tight, and a slightly bit downhill. Do about 425s, focusing only on maximizing your glide. Once this feels easy, try adding single arm pull and notice how far you go then. And if that thing helps you, wait until you see the next fix. This next mistake is why your stroke feels choppy on one side. Mistake number 2, uneven rotation. And here is what I see all the time. Your stroke feels smooth whenever you breathe to one side, but choppy and weak whenever you breathe to the other side. Or you rotate great to one side and barely rotating at all to the other side. Your body twists unevenly and your stroke loses rhythm. This happens because you learn how to breathe on one side only. And that side will rotate naturally and then the other side stays flat. So what it does, basically it creates an unbalanced stroke, slows you down on one side, creates shoulder pain as well, and makes bilateral breathing impossible. This is basically like walking with one leg longer than the other. You're constantly compensating and wasting energy. Now here is the fix. You need to train on both sides equally, even if it feels awkward at first. Let's practice this on land first. Stand with your feet shoulder width apart. Now rotate your hips and shoulders to the left. Hold it for 3 seconds. Now rotate to your right and hold it for 3 seconds. Now ask yourself, Does one side feel tighter or weaker? And that's the side you need to work on more. Now here is the wrong way. Deep rotation to your breathing side and flat and stiff to your non-breathing side. But let's look at the right way. Equal and smooth rotation to both sides and balanced strokes on the left and right. Now do you see the difference? When both sides rotate equally, your stroke becomes smooth and symmetrical, and you will swim straighter with less effort. And you will finally feel like a real swimmer, not someone fighting the water. And this is the difference between exhausting yourself and swimming more efficiently. Now let's see what can we work in the water. We're going to do a single arm freestyle, but alternating sides. Now swim for 25 meters using your right arm and left arm stays extended in the front. Now rotate fully to breathe on each stroke. Now swim 25 meters on the other side. Now here, with the focus that you rotate your body the same amount on both sides. And remember, equal rotation, equal power. Do about 450s, 25 right arm, 25 left arm. And once this feels easy, swim normally and try to notice how balanced is your stroke on both sides. And the next mistake is the reason why you can't stay horizontal in the water. Mistake number 3, the body position in the water. Now here is what happens here. Your legs sink, your hips drop, and you're swimming at an angle. You feel like you're swimming uphill even though the pool is flat. Your legs are dragging like anchors behind you, and this happens because most swimmers don't understand where the horizontal position comes from. I'm pretty sure you think it's about kicking harder or engaging your core, but it's not. What it does, it creates massive drag, kills your speed, and exhausts your legs really quick. Basically, you're using 3 times the energy to go the same distance. This is like trying to run uphill on a sand dune. Now here is the real secret and how do we fix this. Horizontal position comes from pressing your chest down, not trying to lift your hips up. And let's practice this on land. Now press your chest down towards the floor while you're keeping your head in the neutral place. And feel how your hips naturally rise to balance, and that's what we need in the water. Now add this. Tighten your core like if someone is about to punch you in the stomach. And that's the core tension that keeps your body straight. Now here is the wrong way. Chest high, head lifted, hip sinking, and legs dragging. But here is the right way. Chest pressed down, the core here is tight, your hips are leveled with the shoulders, and your body stays horizontal in the water. Now do you see the difference? And this keeps your body flat and streamlined. You will instantly feel less drag and more glide. And this is another fix if you know what you're looking for. And you can fix this in your next swim session. Try this on your next length and feel the difference. Now let's work on a drill that we can fix that, the flutter kick on your back. And here is how you practice it. Push off the wall on your back, arms in a streamline or by your sides. Now try to press your chest up towards the ceiling. Same concept, but different position. Now tighten your core as well and kick gently. Your hips should stay at the surface and body completely horizontal. Starting position, streamline on your back. Movement pattern, gentle flutter kick. Make sure you keep your core engaged. And something that you should focus on is keeping your hips and your chest at the same level as much as possible. Think flat like your kickboard. Do about 425 meters, focusing only on this one thing. And once this feels easy, try it on your stomach in the streamline position as well. Now here is that technique that makes rotation feel effortless. Mistake number 4, using your kick to rotate instead of your hips. And here is what's happening. Basically that you're kicking wide to twist your body from side to side, almost like scissoring kick. Your legs are scissoring, your rhythm is choppy, and you're exhausted after 50 meters. And this happens because I'm pretty sure no one explained you where the rotation comes from. I believe you think rotation comes from your shoulders or your kick, but it doesn't. Rotation comes from your hips, and what it does, it wastes massive amount of energy, destroys your streamline, kills your glide, and makes everything feels really slow. Basically, this is like trying to swing a golf club by twisting only your feet instead of your hips. You lose basically all that power and efficiency. Now here is how we fix it. Now basically your hips drives the rotation, your kick supports it, and your kick does not create it. Now add a small flutter kick motion while you're rotating your hips, and your legs should stay narrow and steady. Your hips do the rotating. Now here is the wrong way. Legs scissoring wide, hips locked, and rotation forced by kicking. Now here is the right way. Hips rotating smoothly, legs kicking narrow and steady. Rhythm is smooth. Now see the difference? When your hips drive the rotation, your whole stroke becomes effortless. And here you swim faster with less effort. And this is the difference between exhausting yourself and swimming more efficiently. And this makes swimming feel 10 times easier. Try this right now and let me know if you can feel it. Here we're going to work on a side kick with rotation. And here is how to practice. Kick on the side, bottom arm extended overhead. Every 6 kicks, rotate to the other side. Focus here on rotating your hips to switch sides, not scissoring your legs. Your legs should stay narrow, and your hips twist your body from side to side. And what you should focus on is hip leading the rotation. Leg stays narrow. And remember this, hips rotate, legs kick. Do about 425s. Once this feels easy, try single arm freestyle and apply the same hip rotation. Now let's briefly recap to what we learned. You'll glide through the water like you're on ice. You will swim with better balance, less fatigue, and way more confidence. And you will swim further without getting tired. And you also finally feel like a real swimmer, not someone fighting in the water. You will stop feeling self-conscious in the pool. You'll swim that 1K that you've always been working towards, and you'll keep up with faster swimmers in your lane. You will also be ready to join Master Swimming without embarrassing. And if you're still watching, you're already ahead most of the swimmers. Just by learning these fixes, you've taken your first step of becoming a better swimmer. Most swimmers never figured this out, but you just did. Now picture yourself jumping in the pool, calm, strong, and confident. And now imagine swimming at 500 meters and still feeling fresh. Now think about how good it feels when someone is asking your swimming advice. But do you want my personal feedback on your stroke? Then join Ocean Swim School community on School. Here you can try it for free to access the community, technique tips, and some training resources. Upgrade to premium for more personal video analysis of your swimming stroke, complete training plans, and live Q&A coming soon. Link in the description. Join the 400 plus members getting better together. Drop an emoji in the comments if it fixed at least one of your mistakes today. Tell me which mistake you struggle with the most. And if this video helped you, hit the like button, subscribe for more weekly technique tips. Ring the bell so you don't miss any of my next videos. If you haven't watched my previous videos about freestyle technique, please watch those next. Last month, a swimmer that I coach had never put her face in the water before. She swam her first 25 meters without stopping. Not only, but she did it with a good technique that swimmers train for years to develop. How? By using this exact method I'm going to show you. If you struggle to feel comfortable in the water, or if you're embarrassed about not knowing how to swim properly, this video will change everything for you. I've coached over 3,000 adult beginners to swim with confidence, and I've noticed the same patterns holding people back. Fear of the water, improper breathing, sinking legs, and inefficient movements. Sounds familiar? So in this video, I'm going to show you 3-part progression that helped my beginner swimmer go from fearing the water to swimming smooth freestyle in just weeks, not months or years. As an Olympic swimmer and now full-time coach, I refined these techniques through thousands of hours in the pool. The difference between my approach and what you might have tried before is that I focus on the right foundational skills in the right sequence. What I'm about to share with you isn't theory. It's about what it actually works based on measurable results from real swimmers I've coached. First one, water comfort and breathing. So the number one reason why beginners fail to progress is rushing past the water comfort. And let me tell you about a swimmer that I coach who came to me after 3 failed attempts at learning to swim. He could barely put his face in the water without panicking. He was taking other lessons before, but the instructor kept pushing him to swim before he wasn't even ready. Within our first session, I had him to do something counterintuitive. We stood chest deep water, focusing only on the breathing rhythm.
the hum bubble drill. Here is exactly what he did, and I want you to try as well. Stand in the shallow water, waist deep water. Take a breath, then put your face partially in the water, and slowly hum out through your nose while making bubbles. Repeat this for 10 breaths, focusing on slow and controlled exhales. So what makes this effective? Most beginners hold their breath underwater, creating tension. By humming continuously, you learn how to exhale smoothly underwater, the key to a relaxed swimming. After just 1 week of practicing this for 5 minutes daily, he could put his face in the water with zero anxiety. 2 weeks later, he was gliding across the pool. This is nothing unusual. I've seen this transformation hundreds of times. 2. Body position and the float. So once you feel comfortable with the breathing, the next practical step is the body position. Meet another adult swimmer who couldn't move through the water but exhausted after her just 1 lap. When I analyzed her swim, I noticed that her legs were constantly sinking, forcing her to kick super fast just to stay afloat. This is the most common energy drain I've seen in beginner swimmers. Her muscles were actually fighting against poor body position instead of working for the forward movement. And after measuring her swim metrics, I just realized that she was using 70% more energy than what was necessary because of this single issue, the Superman glide drill. So push up the wall with your arms extended forward in a streamlined position. Keep your head down between your arms, looking at the bottom of the pool. The key part here is to press your chest down slightly while engaging your core. Hold this position as you glide as far as possible without kicking. Aim to create a straight line from your fingertips to your toes. When she actually mastered this drill, her body position completely transformed. Her metrics show that she has been using 40% less energy just to cover the same distance, and within 3 weeks she could swim 4 times further without fatigue. And what's happening here? By pressing your chest down slightly, your hips and legs naturally rise to the surface, and this creates a foundation for effortless swimming. Part 3. The progressive freestyle. And once you develop the comfort and position, we can build your actual stroke. This is where most beginners get overwhelmed. Try to coordinate the breathing, arm movement, and kicking all at once. And let me share what worked for another swimmer who was 50 years old, who had taken lessons for years, but he still couldn't swim freestyle properly. His coordination was off and he would get exhausted after just a few strokes. But guess what? Instead of teaching him the full stroke, we broke it down using what I called a progressive freestyle approach. And here we just start with 1 arm extension drill. Now extend 1 arm forward while keeping the other one by your side. Now take 3 strokes with just the extended arm while the other one stays by your side. Roll to breathe after each stroke, returning to the same side. Switch arms just before after completing 3 strokes. So this drill actually isolates each arm movement, letting you focus on a proper technique without coordination challenges. And what makes it really powerful is the way it teaches you the natural body position and the secret to efficient freestyle. And after practicing this drill for just 2 weeks, my swimmer's stroke efficiency has improved by about 30%. I measured this by counting the numbers of the stroke he needed per length, dropping from 32 to 21. That's nearly 40% improvement in stroke efficiency. But more importantly, now he could swim continuously for 10 minutes without stopping, something he would never accomplish this before. Before I summarize these techniques, I'm curious to know what's been your biggest struggle with learning how to swim. Drop this in the comments below and I might address your specific challenge in my next video. Also, take a quick moment to pause and visualize your body position. Are you pressing your chest down slightly to help your legs rise? This mental check can make a huge difference. Now let's recap what it actually works for beginners based on thousands of swimmers I've coached. First, master breathing with the hum bubble drill. Exhaling continuously underwater is the foundation of relaxed swimming. Second, fix your body position with Superman glide, pressing your chest down slightly to bring your hips and legs up. Third, build your stroke gradually with 1 arm extension drill, focusing on proper technique 1 arm at a time. These aren't just random drills, they're a proven progression. Each skill builds on the previous one, creating confident swimmers without the frustration most beginners face. I've seen swimmers of all ages use this exact method to go from fearing of the water to swimming freestyle confidently in just weeks. And if you're ready to take your swimming to the next level, check out my beginner to 50-meter freestyle program in the description below. It's a complete system that I've used with thousands of swimmers with detailed progression for each stage of your learning. And I'm also curious to know what swimming milestone are you still working towards. Swimming your first 25 meters, mastering freestyle breathing? Let me know in the comments below and I might pick one goal to focus in my next video. And if you find this video helpful, hit subscribe for weekly swimming tips from my coaching experience. Remember, everyone can learn how to swim with the right approach.
What if you're not out of shape and you're just swimming flat? Hi, I'm Alex Koch, 2012 Olympian, and let me tell you something. 80% of self-taught swimmers swim like a plank instead of rotating 30 to 45 degrees. And this happens not because of your lack of endurance, but because you have learned from videos that focus on arms and legs only, and nobody showed you the exact rotation angle. 3 steps, 45 degrees rotation, let's do it. If you change all 3, you're gonna swim easier in tonight's practice. After coaching thousands of swimmers, I can tell you this, the difference between exhausting yourself and swimming efficiently comes to your body rotation. Most adult swimmers swim completely flat. Now by the end of this video, you'll understand exactly how to fix your rotation, and I'll give you 3 drills that you can practice today. But first, think about your last swim. Were you rotating or you were swimming flat like a plank? And here is what you're going to learn today. The 3 biggest rotation mistakes that exhaust you. Why rotating saves energy and increases speed, and the exact 3-step progression to master rotation even if you have been swimming flat for years. By the end, you'll swim smoother, faster, with less effort. And near the end of the video, I will share one drill that fixed my rotation whenever I was training for the Olympics. And if you want ongoing support and personal feedback on your stroke, then join my Ocean Swim School community. Inside, you're gonna get video analysis of your technique, complete training plans, and a community of swimmers just like you. Try it for free first, link in the description. Now let's start with the biggest mistake, swimming completely flat. Most self-taught swimmers look like this. See how the body stays horizontal? No rotation at all. Now this happens because you learn from online videos. You focus on moving your arms and legs, but nobody told you how to rotate your body. Now here is the problem. When you swim flat, you create massive drag. Your shoulders are wide. Your body is like a wall pushing through the water. Some study shows that it can slow you down by 30%. Plus it kills your breathing. Whenever you do not rotate, you have to lift your head way up to breathe, which drops your hips and creates even more drag. And this is exhausting. Now watch this. Now see the difference? Here I rotate 30 to 45 degrees on each stroke. The body position slices through the water instead of pushing against it. Less drag, less effort, more speed. And this is the difference between fighting the water and gliding through it. And here is how you fix it. On the first part, think of your body as a log rolling in the water, not like a surfboard. On the second part, your shoulders and hips should rotate together. On the third part, rotate enough to get one shoulder out of the water on each stroke. Now let me show you how this looks on land first. Stand up, extend your arm overhead. Now rotate your shoulders and hips together. Left, center, right, center. Feel that? And that's the rotation pattern. Now in the water, see how the shoulders and hips move together as one unit? Now that's the key. You'll instantly feel less drag and more glide. Small adjustment, huge difference. Now here is the drill to fix it. Push up the wall on your side, right shoulder pointing down, left shoulder pointing up, or the other way around. Kick on your side for 25 meters. Focus only on staying balanced on your side. Then switch sides and kick 25 meters on the other side. Do about 425 alternating sides. And make sure that you stay on your side and you do not roll flat. Once this feels easy, try adding some arm stroke per side. Now if this mistake alone is killing your efficiency, but the next one is even worse. The second mistake is rotating only your shoulders while your hip stays flat. I see this all the time. Swimmers think they're rotating, but their shoulders move, but their hips don't follow. Now watch this. Do you see it? Shoulders turn, but the hips are staying flat. And this happens because you're thinking about pulling with your arms and not rotating the whole body. Now here is the problem. Whenever your hips stay flat, you're creating drag from the waist down. Plus, your catch is weak. Without a hip rotation, you can't engage your core and the back muscles. You're pulling just with your arms, which is exhausting. Olympic swimmers rotate the entire body, shoulders and hips on every single stroke. Now think a bit like boxing, right? If you're trying to throw a punch, you don't just move just your arm. You're moving the whole body into it, right? Now here is the fix. First, feel your hip pointing down as you rotate. On the second, imagine your belly button pointing to the left, then to the right, then to the left with each stroke and again and again. And third, the core stays tight. You're rotating as one unit, not twisting like a noodle. Now let me show you first this on land. Now lie on your back, extend one arm overhead. Now rotate your hips to the left or to the right and feel how your hips drop towards the floor. And that's the feeling you want in the water. Now, going back to the water. See how the hips follows the shoulder, the whole body rotates together, and this is what makes your stroke more powerful and efficient. Now here's the drill for that. Start on your right side kicking. Count to 6. Take one full stroke and then rotate to the left side. Kick again for 6 times on your left side. Stroke again, rotate back to the right, and so on. Do about 450s. Focus on that feeling from the hip pointing down to each side. One mental cue, hip down with the whole body rotates. The drill forces you to feel the hip rotation on every single stroke. If you're still watching, wait until you see the next fix. The third fix is over-rotating. Some swimmers rotate as much as they're almost on their back. Now watch this. See how you're nearly on your back? Now that's too much. This happens whenever you overcorrect. You learn that you should rotate, so you rotate as much as possible. Now here is the problem. Whenever you over-rotate, you lose your streamline. Your body twists too much, creating drag on the side. Plus, you can't pull efficiently. Your arm can't catch the water properly whenever you're too far on the side. And the sweet spot will be somewhere around 30 to 45 degrees. Enough to reduce drag, but not so much that you lose your streamline. Now here is how to find the right amount. First, rotate just enough to get your shoulder out of the water. Second, if you can see the ceiling, that means you're rotating a bit too far. Third, think about quarter turn and not a full roll. Now let me show you the right angle. Now see the difference? Correct rotation, shoulder is out, body is angled. Over rotation, nearly on your back, twisting too much. And you want that 30 to 45 degree sweet spot. Now here's the drill to dial in the right rotation. Hold your kickboard with one arm extended. Swim freestyle with only one arm. Focus on rotating to breathe on the right or the left side, but not rolling too much. Do about 425 per each arm. The mental cue, only shoulder out, not fully on the back. This drill lets you focus on one side at a time, and it makes you feel the correct body rotation angle. Now let's recap what you have just learned. Mistake number 1, swimming flat creates massive drag. Fix it with the side kick drill. Mistake 2, rotating only shoulders, not hips. And fix it with 6 kick switch drill. Mistake 3, over rotating. Fix it with single arm freestyle. And here is what this means to you. You'll swim with less effort. Rotation will reduce the drag by 30%. You will breathe easier. Rotation makes breathing natural instead of being forced. You'll swim faster with less drag, which equals more speed without more effort. Now picture yourself jumping into the pool, swimming calm, strong, and confident. Now think about now how good that feeling is. And if you're still watching, it means that you're already ahead most of the swimmers. Just by learning these fixes, you've taken the first step to swimming better. But if you want personal feedback on your rotation, join my Ocean Swim School community on School. And here is what you're going to get. On the free tier, try it for free, you access community, technique tips and posts, and some training resources. If you want more, you can access the premium tier, $39 a month at the moment. You upgrade this from the free tier if you want personal video analysis of your stroke. Basically, I'll watch your swimming and tell you exactly what do you need to fix. Plus, you get complete training plans, other courses, and live Q&A session with me coming soon. Link in the description. Join the 600 plus swimmers getting better together. Drop an emoji in the comments if this has fixed at least one body rotation today. Now tell me, which mistake do you struggle the most? I read every comment. And if this video helped you, hit the like button, subscribe to my channel for weekly technique tips. Ring the bell so you don't miss any of my next videos. And if you haven't watched the other freestyle related videos, please watch them next. See you in the pool. So most people think that butterfly is an arm stroke. Wrong, it's a core stroke. The arms are just there along for the ride. I've seen this with probably thousands of swimmers who try to muscle through butterfly and get absolutely destroyed after 25 meters. But the thing is that you're probably fit and you're not weak. You're just swimming it wrong. In this video, I'm going to show you exactly why the butterfly exhausts you and specific fix that will make it easier. And honestly, mistake number 3 is the one that is most important, because once you know it and you will feel it, you will be annoyed that you didn't learn it years ago. Hi, I'm Alex Koch. I'm an Olympic swimmer. I represented Romania in 2012 Olympics, 200-meter butterfly, and this is my event. I swam this competitively for 21 years and more. Now I coach all kinds of swimmers, most of them self-taught adults, which I work now with Ocean Swim School. So the biggest mistake I see with butterfly, the thing is, I've seen literally 90% of adult swimmers who try the butterfly. Basically, you're powering only with your arms. There is no core, there is no undulation, just going with your arms through the water and hoping for the best. Now here is what actually happens whenever you do this. Your shoulder will burn out in like 30 seconds. You barely can breathe because the timing is off and you feel like drowning. And maybe you're gonna think, oh, but butterfly is too hard for me. It's not. You're just missing the engine. I had this triathlete years ago and he was trying to try something new. But he was absolutely convinced that he wasn't strong enough for butterfly. But the guy was actually super fit. He was cycling for hours, he was running for hours. No. So that wasn't the problem. So I showed him the body undulation in one session, and after that, he was actually swimming a 50 meters continuous within a month. He was literally frustrated to realize how simple it was once he got it. But by the end of this video, you will also understand how butterfly actually works. Probably, I mean, you still need to practice. But yeah, if you get this core engagement piece sorted, butterfly will become significantly less awful. Quick thing, if you want personal feedback, join my Ocean Swim School community on School. It's free to start and a community support and all that. We have also the premium where I actually analyze your video personally. Inside, you'll get also video analysis of your technique, complete training plans, but try for free first and see if you like it. Link in the description. Anyways, let's back to the mistakes. Right, so mistake number 1, you're swimming butterfly with only your arms. And here's what I mean. Whenever you take your stroke, you're pulling with your arms and kicking with your legs, but there is no wave connecting them, so there is no undulation. Your chest isn't pressing down, your hips are not lifting, and you're just arm pull, kick, you're doing an arm pull, and then you kick, and everything is disconnected. I see this constantly, probably 85% of adult swimmers who try butterfly, maybe even more than that. Basically, you're doing the motions, but the body is really stiff. It's literally like a plank doing the arm movements. And why does this thing happen? Because you watch online videos and they showed you the arm and the kick, but they don't really explain the wave, the undulation, the core engagement that actually connects everything. So you copy the arm pattern and then you wonder why it feels nothing like in the videos. Basically, this is like trying to crack a whip by just moving your hand. It doesn't work. The power actually comes from the wave traveling into that whip, not the hand movement. Now, same thing with butterfly. The proper power actually comes from the body undulation and not from the arm pull. So how do we fix this? Learn the body wave first before the arms, not the other way around, the undulation or the wave, and this is crucial. Actually, let me back up. Now let's do this on land first, so you can actually feel what I'm talking about without drowning. So stand up, shoulder width apart, put your arms by your side for now. Now press your chest down and forward, and not bending from the waist, but actually pressing from the sternum. Do you feel that? And that's your hips will naturally want to go back slightly. Now reverse it. Chest up, pressing forward and down. And this is a wave moving through your body. Chest down and hips back, chest up and hips forward. Do this until it actually feels smooth, and that's your engine. Now here's the thing. On the first part, chest presses down in the water. Hips will rise, and then on the second part, the chest rises and hips are pressing down and kick. And the third part is actually you repeat. The kick happens when your hips are pressing down, and that's the timing. Your arms, they pull when your chest is pressing down, and then they recover over the water when your chest is actually raising. The arms will actually follow the undulation and they don't create it. And this butterfly mistake is less exhausting. Honestly, you'll feel it immediately and you'll get the timing right. But instead of muscling through with your shoulders, you're using the whole body. The core, the hips, the chest, which is much more efficient. And try this on your next session. Just focus on the body undulation pattern. Forget about the arms for now. Arms extend at the front. Just practice the wave and the kick and the timing. Oh, if nothing changes for about 2 to 3 sessions, then you're probably still initiating with your arms instead of your core. And that's whenever the video analysis actually helps, because a coach can actually see if the undulation is breaking down or not. And the drill we're going to work on is vertical dolphin kick. Find the deep end, tread the water vertically, arms should be across over your chest or by your side, or just raise them up. Now do dolphin kick vertically. Your whole body should have a wave, and keep yourself above the water using this big wave. Now do this for a good 10 to 50 seconds, rest, and then repeat as many times as you feel improving. Some of the focus points here is feel how the undulation travels from your chest through your hips all the way to your feet. But if you're just kicking with your legs, you will sink. You need the whole body moving. And once this feels easy, I mean actual easy, not kind of easy, try it with your arms extended overhead. Same wave, but now in the streamlined position. Now if that fix alone saved a lot of your energy, and I'm not exaggerating, but the next mistake honestly is driving me absolutely nuts because it ruins the whole rhythm. Mistake number 2, you're breathing too late and lifting your head way too high. Now here is what happens. You finish your pull, then you're trying to breathe, but at that point your body is already moving forward and down into the next wave. So then you have to lift your head way up over the water. It kills your body position, it breaks the rhythm, and it's exhausting. I see this happening in so many butterfly swimmers. You're chasing basically the breath instead of timing it properly. Why? Because it feels safer to wait until your arms are going through before you breathe. It makes sense, but butterfly doesn't wait for you. The undulation is keep moving, and if you're late, you miss the window. This is like trying to breathe in freestyle after your hand entered already in the water. It's too late. And this is the same thing. Basically, breathe as your hand exits the water and not after. Timing here is everything. As your hand presses back and start to exit, that's whenever you need to lift your head to breathe. Not whenever they're already out. It's when they're exiting. Your chin should barely clear the water surface. You're not lifting it up, you're just lifting with the forward momentum. Minimum movement, just enough to get air. And here is the sequence. Hand pull back and exit, then chin lifts forward and not up for the breath, then hands recover forward, the head goes down before the hands enter, which is crucial, and if your head is still up whenever your hand hits the water, that means you're too late. And let's practice this timing on land first. Stand up and mimic the arm pull. As your hands come back into the recovery, chin forward for the breath. Your hand recover, the head drops, and this is the rhythm, and get it going. Now in the water, try to focus on one stroke at a time. Focus entirely on the breathing as the hand exits the water. Head down before the hands enter in the water. And that's it. The drill we're going to work on is single arm butterfly with breathing. So one arm stays extended, and then the other one takes the butterfly stroke. Breathe every single stroke and time it exactly as the working arm exits. 25 meters with the left arm. Focus here is the breathing timing only. Then, after you do that, try a full butterfly for 15 to 25 meters. See if you can keep with the same timing on both arms. Mistake number 3, the second kick is basically non-existent. So butterfly has 2 kicks per arm cycle. Most people do one big kick whenever their hands entering the water and then nothing. The second kick, the small one during the pull, is actually missing. This destroys your rhythm and makes the stroke feel choppy. And I've seen this a lot. And maybe if you do this, you probably feel guilty whenever you're tired. The second kick actually disappears and suddenly butterfly feels awful. Is that you? Basically here, add the second kick during the pull. First kick is when hands enter in the water and a big kick down. And the second kick happens whenever your hands are pulling through, which is the small kick down. The second kick is actually smaller, but is really essential to the rhythm. It keeps your hips up during the pull phase, and without it, your hips sink and you're fighting the water. Think more of a kick rather than kick, pause, kick, which are two distinct kicks. The drill we're going to do here is butterfly with exaggerated second kick. This will actually emphasize the second kick for 25 or 50 meters. Then go back to your normal butterfly and see if you can maintain the both kick rhythm. So if you fix all three mistakes, here is what changes. Butterfly will become sustainable. Not easy, butterflies is never easy, but sustainable. You will swim 25, 50 meters without feeling that you're dying. Maybe 100 meters depending on where you are right now. Your shoulders are not going to burn out in 15 seconds because now you're using the core instead of just your arms. Your breathing gets easier because the timing now is just right. And honestly, the confidence shift is massive. You'll actually stop avoiding butterfly in your master sessions or your training sessions. If you're still watching this, let me tell you that you're already ahead of most of the swimmers. Most of the swimmers try butterfly twice and fail and they never touch it again. But you're actually learning it, the right technique, and that's what matters. Now picture yourself swimming butterfly, jumping in, swimming calm, know exactly what to do, what to focus on. You're not just swimming 50 meters, you're actually feeling control. And that's a good feeling to have. But if you want to accelerate things, then join my Ocean Swim School. There is a free community, has loads of resources. Try free first, get a lot of good stuff, and see if you like it. And I also have premium, and if you want more, like video analysis, I'll break down the stroke, I'll show you exactly what to fix, and point you to the right drill. Most people see improvement within the first month because they're actually finally getting some sort of feedback and they know what they're doing. Link in the description. Drop a comment and tell me how it goes. And if this video helped you, hit the like button, subscribe for weekly technique tips just like this, ring on the bell so you don't miss any of them. Alright, that's it for now. See you in the pool. Now be honest with me. How many swimming tutorials videos have you watched in the last month? 10, 20, probably even more, right? Now here's the thing. I bet that your technique hasn't even improved that much. Maybe not at all. In this video, I'm going to explain you exactly why just watching swimming tutorials keeps you stuck and what actually you need to do instead. And honestly, the step number 3 is the one that most swimmers never do. And it's uncomfortable, but it's the only thing that actually works. Hi, I'm Alex Koch. I'm a former Olympic swimmer, and now I coach swimmers through Ocean Swim School. So here is what I see constantly. Probably about 70% of all the swimmers who watches these videos. You watch maybe hundreds of other tutorials before this, and then maybe you can explain the technique perfectly, but whenever you need to actually swim, it looks nothing like what you've been watching. The thing is here, knowledge doesn't equal execution. You can understand what actually a perfect technique should look like, but that doesn't mean that your body can actually do it. They're two completely different things. I know someone right now who's watching every single video of mine on YouTube, on Facebook, or whatever, can quote technique cues back to me word by word, but his catch is still wrong. Who knows, maybe he was watching 6 months of watching these videos with zero improvement. Now let me explain you why this happens. By the end of this video, you'll understand exactly why tutorial watching alone does not work. And more importantly, what actually does. I'm breaking this into 3 parts. First, why watching creates illusion of progress. Second, what's actually required for a technique improvement. And third, how to set up a proper feedback loop so you actually get better. And this is based on coaching thousands of adult swimmers until this point. Same pattern every time. People get stuck in tutorial hell until they make one specific change. And one quick thing here. If you want a structured progression with actual video feedback on your technique, join Ocean Swim School. Free to start, but we have a premium as well. Premium is $39 a month if you want me to analyze your swimming videos personally. But start for free, see if it's useful, link down below. Now let's back to the video. Okay, so here's what happens. So you watch tutorial videos about, let's say, high elbow catch. Makes perfect sense for you. You understand the biomechanics, you see the demonstrations, and you feel like you learned something. And you actually have. You've gained knowledge. The problem here is that your brain tricks you into thinking that knowledge equals ability, which it doesn't. Now let me show you what do I mean. So this is what a tutorial shows. Clean, smooth, high elbow. You got it? Makes sense, right? Now this is what actually happens whenever you try it. Your elbow drops, your hand crosses in the middle. Nothing like in the tutorial. Why? Because your body doesn't really know what it's actually doing. You don't have the proprioception. Basically the internal sense of where your body is in space for that movement yet. Because you've never really done it correctly before and your nervous system has zero reference point. Now here's the sneaky part, which I learned just a few days ago, which actually makes so much sense whenever I actually relate it to something else. So watching tutorials or watching someone who can do it correctly actually activates the same brain regions as actually practicing. And this is no kidding. It's the same like visualization. The more you're actually practicing visualization in your head, the more probability is that you're going to execute it better. If you're doing a race, if you're doing your technique, and so on. And there is an actual research on this, and make sure you go and check it out after you watch this video. So you can look for mirror neurons or motor imagery, all that stuff. So basically visualization. So basically your brain lights up like, yeah, I'm learning this. I feel productive. The dopamine hits, and then you close the video feeling like you're really accomplished. But at this point, you haven't actually moved, right? Because you're still at home or on your phone watching the video. Your muscles hasn't practiced yet. Your nervous system hasn't really adapted to nothing. Nothing has changed except that you feel like you learned something. Now, honestly, I do this too, by the way. I watch tutorials about, I don't know, cooking or whatever. I feel like I learned something. Then I pick up the knife and I realize that I have no clue what I'm doing. And this is the same thing. Most swimmers, and I had this conversation probably loads amount of time on a daily basis through the messages and comments, are actually stuck in this loop. They watch tutorials, they feel good, then they jump in the pool, can execute it, get frustrated, come back home or whatever, watch another tutorial, hoping that this one will be different. It won't be. The tutorial itself is not the problem. Your understanding that the tutorial isn't the problem. The problem here is actually there is no feedback loop. So basically you don't know what you're doing wrong. Now let me tell you about one of my premium swimmer. Joined my program just a few months ago. Had watched every single tutorial on my YouTube channel. He understood the proper body rotation, could explain it to me back perfectly, send me his video. Body rotation was kind of barely there, maybe around 15 degrees or so. Should be around 30 to 45, nowhere close. I asked him, how much do you think you can rotate? He said 45, maybe 50. He genuinely believed that he was doing it right, because in his head, based on all the tutorials that he's been watching, that's what he actually felt like. But the actual video showed the reality, a completely different one. In one video analysis, I showed him the difference, gave him some feedback. He fixed that in a few pool sessions after months of being stuck. Why? Because he finally had some sort of feedback and what actually was doing, not what he thought he was doing. Alright, so that's why just watching alone does not work. Now here is what actually does. Alright, so you actually want to improve your technique. Not just to understand it, but actually improve it. You need three things. Not one, not two, but all three. On the number one, you need conceptual understanding. And that's what tutorials give you. Two, you need physical practice. Actual swimming and actually doing the drills. Three, you need a feedback loop. Knowing what you're actually doing. Most swimmers have number one and number two. They understand it and then they go to practice. But without three, the feedback loop, they just practice the wrong thing over and over again, ingraining bad habits even deeper. Now think of it like this. Trying to throw darts blindfolded, right? Now here you can understand the dart throwing perfectly and you can practice it like this throwing all day. But if you never remove the blindfold, you don't know exactly where the darts are landing. So basically, where is the improvement? You're basically throwing blind. Now swimming is the same. If you can't see yourself, then you cannot feel what you're actually doing. You need some sort of external feedback. Now here is what trips people up. They just trust their feelings. This feels right, so it must be right. But that's wrong. that is so wrong, especially with the technique changes. When you've been swimming correctly for years, and most self-taught adult swimmers have been, correct the technique feels wrong at first, uncomfortable, it feels weird, and your body thinks that this cannot be right. And that's the proprioception. The internal sense basically is calibrated to what you've always been doing, not to what is actually correct. So that feeling can be trusted, not at first. You need to see yourself, video yourself, get feedback, compare what you think you're doing to what you're actually doing. And that's where the magic happens. Okay, so here is what a proper feedback loop looks like. Step 1. Learn the concept. Watch the tutorials. Understand the technique. Step 2. Practice with intention. Actually do the drill and actually focus on one thing. Step 3. Record yourself. Phone in a waterproof case. Have a friend to film you. Whatever. Work it out. Step 4. Compare reality to your goal. What does it actually look like versus what should it look like? Step 5. Get coached feedback. Someone who actually knows what to look for and to tell you exactly what you need to adjust. Step 6. Practice those specific corrections from the feedback. Step 7. Record again and check if it actually improved. And that's the cycle. Most swimmers stop at step 2. They practice, they never record it, they never compare, they never get feedback, they just keep swimming hoping it gets better. But it doesn't, not without feedback. And this is how I actually trained for the Olympic Games. Every single session was filmed, and I'm not even exaggerating. It was every single session multiple times within a session. I watched back immediately, the coach analyzed it right there on the spot, adjusted, filmed again, and constant feedback loop. And that's exactly how you actually improve. Now, honestly, you don't have to do that every single day because my goal was different than your goal right now. And I personally took extreme measures. Right. So step 1, start recording yourself. I know, maybe it's uncomfortable. Maybe you don't want to bother. Nobody wants to see themselves out swimming, but do it anyways. All right. If you're not allowed at your own swimming pool to film yourself, and I know a lot of swimming pools that's not allowed, but just take your phone, ask the lifeguard, hey, it's just going to be a 20-second thing, just one length. Maybe you can work it out. Get a waterproof phone case, $10 to $20 on Amazon, or have your training partner film you on the pool deck. It doesn't need to be a professional quality, just need to show what you're actually doing. Film one length, freestyle, breaststroke, whatever you're working on. Above the water and underwater if it's possible. One length should be just enough. Now do this every week or every month. Same stroke, same focus. Build a library of what you're actually doing over time. You'll start seeing patterns that you haven't noticed before. Step 2, get someone who knows what they're actually doing in swimming to watch your videos and tell you exactly what's right or what's wrong. But here, not necessarily your swimming buddy, not your partner who's trying to be supported, but someone who actually understands the good technique and can diagnose your issue. Now this is the hardest part. Most swimmers don't really want to pay for coaching. Now I get it. Maybe $39 a month feels a lot whenever you have loads amount of YouTube videos out there. But here's the reality. You can watch free tutorials forever and stay exactly where you are. Or you can get feedback on your technique, specifically on what you're doing wrong and actually what can you improve. Your choice. In my Ocean Swim School community on the premium, and this is what I actually do. You send me the video, I tell you the top 1 or 2 things to fix. You send me another video, we adjust it, and that's the progress. Most people see a lot of improvement within 2-3 video analysis because they're actually finally getting personalized feedback instead of a generic tutorials. But if my premium is not for you, it's totally fine. Just find someone, in-person coach, online coach, technique clinic, something. You need feedback, and without it, you're just guessing. Step 3, when you practice. So practice one thing, not everything, just one specific thing. And this is where swimmers go wrong. They try to fix everything all at once. The body rotation, the breathing, the hand entry, the catch, the recovery, all in one swim. But that doesn't work like that. Your brain can only focus on one technical element at a time, maybe 2 if you're experienced. Pick one thing of your feedback, just one thing, just let's say a high elbow catch, and that's your focus for the entire session. Every single length, you're thinking about the high elbow position. You feel it, you check it, you deliberately practicing it, not worrying about anything else. You can film yourself again at the end of the session. Did it improve? Even slightly? That's good. That's real progress. On the next session, you can continue with that, or maybe you move to a different priority. One mental cue here to use is one thing, one session. Keep it simple. Do this constantly. Weekly practice with specific focus. Weekly videos check. Feedback every 2 to 3 weeks or a month, and you'll improve significantly within 2 to 3 months. Actually improve, not just understanding more concepts, actually getting better. But you're gonna have to do the uncomfortable part. Film yourself, get feedback, you can't skip that. So if you're actually going to implement this, not just watch the video and nod along, but actually do it and see what actually changes. You'll break out this tutorial how. You'll stop watching endless videos hoping that the next one will be a magic solution. You'll start actually improving week by week with measurable progress. You'll then gain clarity on what you actually specifically need to work on, not just generic advice, your actual issues. Most swimmers have no data what they're actually doing wrong. Feedback gives you that kind of clarity. And honestly, the confidence boost is massive. You'll know what you're actually improving because you can actually see on your videos, not just hoping that you're going to get better, but you're going to have a proof, evidence, and that feels amazing. Now, if you practice this along, like actually committed to filming yourself this week, you're already ahead of 90% of swimmers out there. Most people will watch this, think, oh, this is good points, and change nothing. But I know that you're different. And I know that you're going to film yourself, and I know that you're going to ask for feedback, and then you'll actually improve. Join my Ocean Swim School if you want me to analyze your technique. Free community has loads of more resources and an amazing and supportive community. Premium gets you personalized video analysis, courses, training plans, and much more for just $39 a month. Link down below. Now drop a comment if you're actually going to film yourself this week and tell me what technique you're actually working on. And if this was helpful, like and subscribe. I post regularly swimming tutorials every single week. Ring the bell so you don't miss them. And watch my next video if you're working on freestyle. Alright, see you in the pool and go and film yourself. So you've been swimming maybe 3 or 4 times per week for months, maybe a year, maybe 2. And you're still getting exhausted after 200 meters. And maybe probably someone told you just swim more laps. Wrong. That's the worst advice I hear constantly. And I'm going to show you exactly why this is keeping you stuck and what to actually do instead. Honestly, the mistake number 4 is the one that makes me literally throw my kickboard across the pool because it's so backwards. Hi, I'm Alex Koch, I'm a former Olympic swimmer, and by now I work with thousands of self-taught adult swimmers. The thing is here is that I see this in new members. You've been told that swimming is about cardio. Just do more volume, more laps, more time in the pool. And let me tell you something, that's a rubbish advice. Now here is what actually happens. You get more tired, your technique falls apart, you reinforce that bad habits, and then you plateau hard. Then you think you need more volume. But this is just a cycle that's keep taking the... honestly. So I had this adult guy years ago and he was swimming 5 times a week. 5 times. Absolutely knackered after each session. He couldn't swim more than 300 meters continuously. And he was telling to me, yeah, Alex, but I'm fit, but I don't know what's going on. Basically, he thought that he needed better fitness. Nope. He needed better technique and smarter training. Eventually, we fixed this in about 6 weeks or so. Eventually, he was swimming 2 kilometers by now, training 3 times a week and not 5 times a week. By the end of this video, you'll understand that why volume is not your problem. Probably, I mean, if you actually apply this stuff. I'm covering 4 massive mistakes people make whenever they follow just swim more advice. Each one keeps you stuck. Each one has a specific fix that makes swimming significantly easier. Now these are the same principles that I teach in my premium coaching inside Ocean Swim School. Most adults never figure this out because everyone is telling them to do more and more laps. Oh yeah, and near the end I'm gonna show you the training principle that honestly changed the way I approach coaching entirely. I use this with probably 500 adult swimmers by now and works every single time. Anyways, let's get back to why swimming more is a terrible advice. Mistake number 1. More volume with bad technique just makes you better at swimming badly. And I'll say it again. More volume with bad technique just makes you better at swimming badly. Now let's say that your catch is slipping. Your hand slides forward or outside instead of actually grabbing the water properly. Every single length you swim, you practice that slip. You do 50 lengths, that's 50 lengths of reinforcing wrong movement patterns. Your body learns what you repeat, not what you intend. So what you actually doing. I see this constantly, probably 90% of self-taught adult swimmers. They swim 2000 meters or 2000 yards with terrible technique, and they wonder why they're not improving. This is like basically you're practicing piano with the wrong finger position for hours. You're just getting really good at playing wrong. And why does this thing happen? Because swimming feels hard. So you think, I need more fitness. It makes sense, no? But the real reason why it feels hard is that your technique is inefficient. More volume doesn't fix your efficiency. It just exhausts you more. And the fix? Technique first. Always. Not swim until you're exhausted. Swim until your technique is breaking down, then you stop. And that's your working threshold. Now here is how to do this. On your next session, swim a 50, focusing on one technical element. Let's say your head position. Make sure you have neutral spine, looking at the bottom of the pool. If you can maintain this perfectly for 50 meters or 50 yards, do another 50. If your head lifts, your hips will drop, and you're basically starting to fight the water. You need to stop here and rest. That's your technical threshold. Most adult swimmers can do about 200-400 meters before the technique is falling apart. And that's fine. Training at that distance with good technique. Basically, don't push to 1000 meters with terrible form. Something to keep in mind. Perfect practice, not more practice. Do 650s with 20 seconds rest. That should be enough. The focus here is to maintain technique the entire set. Speed does not matter yet. And if your technique holds, add more distance next week. And if it breaks, stay 50 meters and drill more. The 52-week program that I have in Premium structured this progression properly. Starts with the technique building, then adds volume only whenever the form is actually solid. But this is a technique threshold concept and it's your starting point. That alone probably saves you months of wasted training. Now let's move on to the mistake number 2. Swimming the same pace for the same distance does not improve anything. So here is what happens. You swim 1000 meters at comfortable pace every single session. Same speed, same distance, same rest. Then your body adapts to that exact stimulus. Then you stop improving. Basically you plateau really hard. Why? Because swimming is not just aerobic endurance. It's also technique endurance, lactate threshold, sprint power, and breathing capacity. If you only train one speed, you only develop one energy system. This is like trying to go to the gym and then you lift every single day 10 kilos, dumbbells, forever. At this point, you need the progressive overload. Different intensities, different challenges. And I see this with maybe 70% of adult swimmers. They find a comfortable pace and just stay there for month after month, maybe a year or two. Then they get frustrated because nothing happens and nothing changes. So let me tell you a quick story. So in London, between my coaching sessions in the afternoon, I used to go there and swim. Then go to the gym before actually starting my afternoon coaching session. There was this triathlete that came every single day in the pool. All he was doing, he was putting his goggles, there was no pre-pool warm-up, goggles on, cap on, jump in the water, swim for about an hour. So at one point I realized that this person has basically the same routine. So one day I swam in the same lane as him and eventually he finished the training after an hour or so. And then I asked him, are you training for anything? And then he told me that he is actually training for Ironman. So every day basically he was swimming 2K. He swam 2K every single session at the same pace. The exact same pace. And then whenever I asked him more about his triathlon and his racing in general, he actually told me that his bike and run were improving, but he was stuck at swimming. And then I was like, no wonder. Of course he was stuck at swimming, because every single day he had one speed, he had no structure, anything, jump in, jump out, and that's it. Now how do we fix this? Train different energy systems in different sessions. So for example, on Monday you can do technique focus, low volume, perfect form, and drills. On Wednesday, for example, you do intervals, you push your pace and build some lactate tolerance. On Friday, you do endurance, longer steady swims at moderate effort. Now here are some oversimplified sets that you can actually put together into your own swimming session. On Monday, whenever we have technique, do 850s, for example, single arm freestyle with 20 seconds rest. The focus here is on the perfect catch position. On a Wednesday, you do the intervals training, right? And then you're doing 6 times 100 meters at 80% effort with 30 seconds rest. Make sure that you hold your technique while you're pushing your pace. On Friday, you do 800 meters continuous at 60 to 70% effort. Focus here on relaxed and sustainable technique. And this, like I said, is oversimplified, but there are different stimulus for each session. Your body has to adapt to multiple demands. Make sure you do some sort of polarization. You don't go just 80%. Some days you go 90% or 100% and you do a bit more shorter distances. Your body has to adapt to those multiple demands. And that's actually how we break triple toes. Oh, and if you're training 5 or 6 times per week with no variety, cut that into 3 sessions with proper structure. You will actually improve faster, trust me. Mistake number 3, swimming every day with no rest days. Let me tell you something. Your body does not improve during training. It improves during your recovery. So basically, training is your stimulus and recovery is when the adaptation actually happens. Now let me give you an example. If you swim 7 days a week, you're constantly breaking down the muscles without giving actually time to rebuild it stronger. Basically, you're accumulating fatigue, your technique gets worse, and your motivation drops. Basically, you're burning out. And I've seen this loads amount of time. Someone starts swimming, gets super enthusiastic, go every single day for about 2 to 3 months. They completely loses interest because they're actually knackered and not seeing any results. Why? Because there is no recovery. Look, I was an Olympic swimmer and we trained 10 times per week, plus another 3 sessions of gym, plus another jog on Saturdays after training. But we also had recovery protocols. I could get basically a massage every single day if I wanted. We did stretching after training. I've done ice baths, ice packs after single session. The sleep was optimized. I had access to loads amount of vitamins. The nutrition was spot on, and so on and so on. Most adult swimmers are training probably about 2 to 5 times per week with none of that. Basically, you're working full time, you're dealing with stress, sleep maybe, who knows, 6 to 7 hours if you're lucky, then you're hitting the pool exhausted. This is not sustainable. Less is sometimes more. And the fix here, do only 3 or 4 sessions per week maximum, with at least 1 full recovery day between those sessions. Now here is the proper structure, again, super simplified. Monday, you swim. Tuesday, you rest, or you can do a light dry land, stretching, mobility, and so on. Wednesday, you swim. Thursday, full rest. Friday, swim. Saturday and Sunday, rest, or maybe an optional easy swim, maybe a jog, or whatever you want to do. And that's it. 3 solid sessions with recovery actually beats 7 mediocre sessions with accumulated fatigue every single time. And honestly, if you're over 40 years old, you might need even more recovery. You'll probably need to go 2-3 times per week with 2 full rest days in between. So something to keep in mind, that rest is also training. The premium plans into my Ocean Swim schools that actually build on that. Sustainable, progressive, and effective. Please check them out. And mistake number 4, and this one makes me go bananas because I get this every single day for loads amount of times a day. So you assume that your fitness is your problem when it's actually the technique. So here is the reality. Most swimmers get exhausted because of 1. They have terrible breathing mechanics, they are holding their breath, they panic breathing, and they have a late timing. Or 2, they have a weak catch, their hands are slipping, basically are not grabbing the water. 3, they have poor body position, the head is up, the hips are down, and their hips are dragging all over the pool. It's not the cardio. You could have an amazing cardiovascular fitness and still get exhausted after 100 meters if your technique is inefficient. Because inefficient technique requires more energy per stroke. So fix the technique first, and suddenly swimming will feel much more easier. Not because of your fitness improved, but because you're actually working smarter. And how do we fix this? Basically, you need to identify what's your actual limiter. Not what you think it is, but what you actually is. So film yourself swimming, seriously. Get someone to film you for 50 meters from the side of the pool, maybe the underwater, obviously, if it's possible. Now, what you should look for? Are you looking forward? If you do, that's a body position problem. If your hands are slipping forward on your entry, that's a catch problem. Are you lifting your head whenever you breathe? And that's a breathing problem. Now fix the biggest one first. Don't try to do everything at once. Inside the Ocean Swim School, the video analysis lets you upload the footage and I will break it down to you and we're gonna find what's your actual limiter. Most people are actually shocked to see their stroke. Oh, that's why I'm exhausted, right? Self-awareness here is everything. You can fix something that you cannot see. So, if you stop following Just Swim More advice and actually train smart, here are what changes you're going to make. You're going to swim with less effort. Your breathing gets easier because now you're not fighting the drag. You'll actually improve instead of staying stuck at the same level for months. And honestly, the best one, the confidence shift, is actually massive. And do you remember that feeling where every single length feels like a survivor? Okay, that goes away whenever your technique is efficient and your training is structured properly. And if you're still watching, you're ahead most of the swimmers out there. Most people keep doing more volume and they're hoping that something changes. You're actually learning these principles behind that improvement, and that's what it matters. Now picture yourself 8 weeks from now swimming maybe 800 to 1000 meters continuously without feeling destroyed. And that's exactly what we're going after. Smart training beats more training every single time. Join my Ocean Swim School if you want more structured progression. The free community has loads amount of resources, also get you to monthly video analysis where I break down your stroke specifically and tell you exactly what you need to train on. Now it's $39 a month, it might be different in the future. Link below. Drop a comment if you're gonna cut the volume and you're gonna focus on technique this week. And tell me what you have been changing. I read every single comment honestly. And if this thing helped, then hit the like button, subscribe for more weekly tips just like this because I post every single week. Ring the bell as well. But all these changes from this video would not work out if you don't watch my next video. And that's it. See you in the pool. Did you ever wonder why your shoulders keep hurting you for like 3 months straight? Or why you're getting slower even though you're swimming more? Yeah, I see this pattern constantly, probably with hundreds of swimmers every month. A lot of adult swimmers come to me at this point confused why their swimming isn't working anymore. And in this video, I'm going to break down exactly what happened to your body position whenever you swim with a bad technique. And honestly, some of this stuff is reversible if you wait too long. And that's the bit that worries me the most. Hi, I'm Alex Koch. I'm a former Olympic swimmer. I competed in 2012 for my home country, Romania. Now I coach adult swimmers, mostly who has been swimming for years, but never had a proper coaching. Now here's the thing that is going to sound harsh, but this is true. Most adult swimmers are practicing bad technique thousands of times per week. You're literally training your body to move wrong. Then you're confused whenever things are starting to break down. By the end of this video, you'll understand exactly what bad technique does to your body, not just it's inefficient, but the actual consequences, injury plateaus, all of it. I'm gonna break this down into 4 main areas because bad technique does not affect one thing. It's a cascade effect, honestly. Each problem creates more problems. And this is the stuff that I see every day coaching in Ocean Swim School. And the thing is that if you cut early, most of this is fixable. Wait too long though, and you're looking at months of rehab. Sometimes surgery, who knows? Hopefully we're not gonna get there. I had swimmers right now telling me that they need probably surgical intervention because they ignored the warning signs for too long. Oh, wait, I'm not trying to scare you here. Well, maybe just a little, right? But mainly I want you to recognize these signs of early so you can actually fix those things before it actually gets serious. All right? Are we good now? Now let's dive in. But just one thing before we actually get into the heavy stuff. If you want video analysis on your technique so you actually know if any of this applies to you, join my Ocean Swim School on School, free to start. Inside you get technique breakdowns, community support, training plans, courses, all of that. I can literally watch your swimming and tell you, yes, you're heading to the injury, or no, you're just fine, continue like that, and you can improve with other exercises that I'm going to give you. Premium is $39 a month if you want me to personally analyze your video. But start for free, see if you find something useful, and then you can join the premium later on if you wish. Link in the description. Now let's get back to what's happening to your body. The first thing is the big one, overuse injuries. Whenever you swim with the bad technique, you're using the muscles in a way they're not designed to be used. Your body tries to compensate then it creates tension patterns. Over time, it becomes inflammation, then it becomes chronic pain, and then a structural damage. Most common, swimmer's shoulders. It's technically called shoulder impingement. So basically, your rotator cuff tendons get pinched between the bones, and that causes that sharp, stabbing pain whenever you're trying to lift your arm. Now here is what happens. Look at this freestyle stroke. See how my elbows drop below my hand during the pull? And this creates an internal rotation at the shoulder. Pinches the tendon. Do that 2000 times per swimming session, 3 times a week, for 6 months, and you've got tendonitis. Keep going, and now you've torn something. Now let me show you the difference between the wrong technique and the right technique. On the first one, on the wrong technique, dropped elbow, internal rotation, shoulder impingement. On the right technique, I'm having a high elbow catch, external rotation, and no impingement. Other overuse injuries I see constantly. Lower back pain from arch body position, neck pain from lifting your head too high, the hip flexor strain from incorrect kicking, tennis elbow from hand entry issues. So the thing is here that they don't show up immediately. They build, then you feel a little bit tightness, then soreness, then pain, and then injured. By the time you realize that this is serious, you've already done a significant damage. So one mental cue to keep in mind if you're worried. Pain that shows up after swimming and it doesn't go away after 2 to 3 days, that's not normal soreness. That's your body basically telling you that something is wrong. Now let's move on to the second thing. You stop improving. Literally, that stop plateau. So most swimmers think that, oh, I need to train harder. So what do? They add more volume. They swim more laps, they push harder, but it doesn't work like that. And you know why? Because a bad technique has an efficiency ceiling. There is a limit to how fast you can swim with poor mechanics, no matter how fit you're gonna get. So basically, you're working against the water instead of working with the water. Now, I see this all the time with people who have been swimming the same speed for literally years. Same pace, same distance, same practice, same everything. Then they get frustrated, burned out, and they cannot figure out why they're not getting faster. Now, I had this guy probably about mid-40s, I forgot his name, but he was stuck at 210 per 100 meter freestyle for about 2 years. Literally 2 years. Now came to me to Ocean Swim School, we fixed his hand and body rotation. Within 6 to 8 weeks, I can remember more, he was already at 155s in 6 to 8 weeks, literally in about 2 months time or so. Now that's 15 seconds drop from just the technique. Now here is what happens mechanically. Bad technique creates drag. So you're pushing the water forwards instead of pushing it back. Your body position is all over the place. Your hips are dropping, head is high, legs scissoring. You know all of this because I've been saying this in the past videos. So you're basically swimming uphill. Now, right. So let's say that you can generate 1,000 units of force with good muscles, basically with good technique. Maybe 70% of that force goes into forward propulsion. But with a bad technique, you're lucky if you get 40 that goes forward. The rest goes wasted, creating drag, moving the water in wrong directions, fighting your own body position. At this point, you can train your cardio as much as you want. Yes, you will get incredibly fit because you're still working your cardio, but if your technique is capped at 40% efficiency, that's basically your ceiling. You're never going to break through that without fixing the mechanics. Then, the frustrating part, you don't know what you don't know. You think you're doing freestyle correctly because you've been doing the same thing or the same way for years. Feels normal to you, but normal does not mean correct. Let's move on into the third thing. And this one is actually really sneaky because you hardwire bad movements pattern into your nervous system. So basically your brain learns through repetition, right? You do something enough times and this will become automatic. That's brilliant whenever you're actually learning the good technique. Terrible whenever you're learning the bad technique. Every time whenever you swim with incorrect mechanics, you're strengthening those neural pathways. You're literally training your brain that this is how swimming works. After probably, who knows, 500 hours of bad technique, it becomes deeply ingrained into that muscle memory. Then whenever you're trying to fix it, your body fights against you. It feels wrong. It feels awkward, uncomfortable, because now your nervous system is like, no, you've been doing this way for years, and that's the right way. Now let me tell you a quick story. I remember this whenever I was about maybe 14. I had this weird breathing pattern in butterfly. Slight head lift, but actually rotated a bit too far to one side. So whenever I was breathing, I was kind of tilting my head a bit slightly to the side. Probably swam like this for like 2 million meters with this pattern. At one point, my coach had basically enough and he said, okay, let's try to fix this together. And generally, it took us 6 months to fix that problem. 6 months to unlearn what I hardwired previously with the bad technique. Now, you might argue, oh, but wait, Michael Phelps used to breathe to the side. Yes, he did used to breathe to the side, but then he also corrected so he could breathe forward. Now, here is the problem with this. The longer you swim with the bad technique, the harder it becomes to fix it. It's not impossible, definitely it's fixable, but it requires way more conscious effort and time. Beginner fixing technique after 6 months, maybe 2 to 3 weeks to rewire. Intermediate fixing technique after 5 years could take between 3 to 6 months of focused work. And this is why I always tell people, fix them early, don't wait. Every single session with the bad technique makes the eventual correction harder. Now let's move on into the fourth thing. You burn way more energy than is necessary, you get exhausted, and you start hating swimming. The bad technique is inefficient. Simple as that. You're working basically 3 times harder so you can go the same speed as someone with a good technique. Your heart rate goes through the roof, you're gasping for air, your muscles are screaming. Meanwhile, the person in the next lane is gliding past you looking relaxed. And this creates a mental problem. And then you start thinking, oh my God, I'm not a good swimmer. Or swimming maybe is not for me. Oh, maybe I don't have the fitness level. But actually, is your technique just making everything way harder than it needs to be? So here is what typically happens. On the month 1 to 3, you're excited, you're motivated, you're swimming frequently. On the month 4 to 6, you're not improving much, you're a bit frustrated, but you still push it through. On the month 7 to 12, you're actively getting slower and more tired. You're starting to dread swimming sessions. On the month 12 and beyond that, you either quit swimming or you're barely swimming once a week and you lost all your motivation. And all this because the bad technique had made it unnecessary, exhausting, and unrewarding. And the swimmers who stick with this long term are almost always the one with decent technique. Not perfect, but decent. Because it's enjoyable whenever you're not fighting the water every single stroke. So if any of that sounds familiar, shoulder pain, plateau, or just feeling exhausted after each session, you probably need to fix your technique. But here's the good news. Caught early, all of this is reversible. Seriously. I worked with hundreds of swimmers who had at least one of these issues. They fixed the technique, problems went away. Sometimes in weeks, other times in months. But here you're gonna have to actually address it. Hoping it will improve on its own, it doesn't work. Swimming more laps with bad technique just accelerates the damage. And if you have been swimming for months or years and you never had your technique analyzed, like actually analyzed by someone who knows what to look at, you probably have issues you don't even know. And this is not criticism. This is the reality of self-taught adult swimmers. I personally, like I said, didn't even realize that my butterfly breathing was actually wrong for years. I thought I was actually doing correctly, but my coach would keep telling me, but back then we didn't really have any smartphones available. Now picture this. You get your technique analyzed, you fix the major issues, and suddenly swimming feels different. Easier, smoother, you're not in pain anymore, you're actually improving again, and you look forward to swim every single session instead of dreading them. And that's where you can be in weeks or months if you commit to fixing your technique issues. And if you want all of that, join my Ocean Swim School. If you want video analysis, I'll watch your swimming, tell you exactly what you need to fix, give you drills, point you at the correct training, and premium is $39 a month. Link down below. Drop a comment if this video made you realize that you need to fix your technique, Tell me which issue resonates the most. Was it the shoulder pain, plateau? Honestly, I'm curious. And if this thing was helpful, hit the like button, subscribe. I post technique every single week, so ring the bell so you don't miss any of them. And if you're still working on a freestyle, watch my next video. Alright, I'll see you in the pool, and seriously, get your technique checked. Future you will thank you. Do you swim great with a pool buoy but terrible without it? No worries, you're probably not the only one. Most swimmers use the pool buoy even more to build the upper body strength and improve their pull. But here's the truth. The pool buoy is teaching your brain to drop your hips, and every single lap with it makes swimming without it much harder. Hi, I'm Alex Koch. I'm a former Olympic swimmer. I competed at London 2012 in 200 butterfly. Now I coach adult swimmers who taught themselves. Now here's what I see constantly. You grab the pool buoy for drills or for training. Feels brilliant. Your stroke is smooth. You're not gasping for air. You actually feel like a proper swimmer for once. But the second you take it out, it's a complete disaster. Your hips are dropping. You're working twice as hard. Your breathing goes to the bin, and you're thinking, what the hell just happened? By the end of the video, you'll understand why the pool buoy is sabotaging your swimming. Probably. I mean, if you're using it correctly, it's actually great, but most swimmers aren't. Here I'm covering 4 specific ways the pool buoy is making you worse, not better. Each one has a fix. They're not complicated, just small adjustment that will make massive difference. These are the same principles I use with my premium members in Ocean Swim School. And honestly, if you've been swimming with the pool buoy for months and you cannot swim without it anymore, it's probably because one of these mistakes. Most swimmers never realize this because they think the pool buoy is actually helping them to improve. But sometimes it's not. Oh, and near the end, I'm going to show you one drill I use with people to take off their pool buoy. So basically, not to rely too much on them. And this basically changed the way I coach body position entirely. Works in maybe 2 to 3 sessions if you actually practice it. Now let's go into the first issue. Your pool buoy is teaching your body the wrong position. Now here's why. When the pool buoy is between your thighs, your legs naturally want to squeeze it. Makes sense. Otherwise, will fall out. But to squeeze it properly, your hip flexors has to engage. Your knees will bend slightly and your hips will tilt forward. Now why does this matter? Because that hip position, whenever it's flexed, almost like a pike position, and is also tilted forward, is the exact opposite that we want. Basically, what we want in the water is you want your hips high, your core engaged, and your body in a straight line from the head to the toes. Now, let's say that this is the head and these are the toes. But here, the pool buoy is telling you to be in this position. Because if you have your pool buoy here, just at your thighs, it will lift your hips up naturally. Every single lap, you're literally practicing the wrong body position while you're thinking that you improve your pulling. I see this with probably 70 to 80% of the swimmers who use pool buoys regularly, maybe even more than that. It's like, imagine that you're learning to run with weights on your ankles. Sure, you're working your legs harder, but you're also learning a completely different running style. Then whenever you take your weights off, you wonder why your form is different. And this is the same principles. I work with a triathlete right now, and before we even started, he was actually convinced that the pool buoy was making him faster, which was doing exactly this. His pool buoy times are actually decent for his age and his goal. His regular freestyle is actually slower, 15 to 20 seconds. That's massive. No wonder he actually thinks that the pool buoy makes him faster swimmer. But what did we do? We filmed he's underwater. No pool buoy, hips dropped like a stone, legs were dragging behind. His brain has literally learned 2 different swimming positions. Stop using the pool buoy as a crutch. Use it strategically. Now here is what I mean. Pool buoys are brilliant for isolating the upper body if, and this is critical, you maintain the same body position as regular swimming. That means that first, you engage your core before you put the pool buoy between your legs. Feel your abs tight, hips are high, and glutes slightly engaged. Second, place your pool buoy between your upper thighs and not on your knees. Higher placement means less hip flexion required to hold it. Third, actively think about getting your hips high while swimming. Don't let your hips drop forward just because the pull buoy is there and is holding you. And this will make a pull buoy a tool instead of dependency. You're working your pull while maintaining a proper body position. Makes sense, no? Try this in your next session. Swim 50 meters with a pull buoy while actively engaging your core the entire time. Then you're trying to swim another 50 without it, trying to maintain that same hip height. Film both if you can, so you can actually see the difference. Oh, and if your hips are still dropping significantly without the pull buoy after practicing this, then it's probably a core strength or a kick issue, not the pull buoy's fault. And that's whenever video analysis actually helps, because you can actually see what's going on. Now the drill for this is actually a pull buoy plus core engagement contrast. Now here is how you do it. You swim at 25 meters with the pull buoy while you're consciously engaging your core. Think about pulling your belly button towards your spine. Really focus on it. Then immediately swim at 25 meters without it, trying to maintain the exact core engagement and hip position. Focus points here. Your hips should feel almost the same height in both scenarios. If they drop massively without the pull buoy, that means you're not engaging properly with it. One mental cue to keep in mind, that the buoy supports you and it doesn't replace anything else. Short and simple. Do 4 50s, 25 with a pull buoy, 25 without a pull buoy, rest anywhere 20 seconds rest. There is no rush here, and think about awareness and not the speed. And once this feels similar with the pull buoy and without it, I mean actually similar, not kind of, only then you're ready to use the pull buoy as a training tool instead of a crutch. Right, so that's sorted. But here is where it gets more interesting. The next one is even more common, and honestly, it drives me absolutely crazy because it's so preventable. You think you need better fitness. Wrong. The pull buoy is actually hiding your real problem. You're using your pull buoy to avoid fixing your actual problem. The thing is, I've seen with probably 90% of the pull buoy dependent swimmers, the pull buoy is not the solution. It's a band-aid covering whatever is actually wrong. If your hips dropped without a pull buoy, that's either a weak kick, poor body position, or a breathing issue making you to lift your head too much. Maybe all three. Your breathing is easier with the pull buoy? That's because your hips are higher, which means less drag, which means less effort required for you to breathe. But here, you're not fixing the why your hips drop in the first place. Do you feel faster with the pull buoy? Of course you do, because you're eliminating the drag of your legs and your hips. And sometimes that's making you a better swimmer. Basically, it's making you dependent on a piece of foam. Right now in my Ocean Swim School, I work with triathletes, training a lot with the pull buoy for years. They come to me initially saying basically, Alex, I want to improve my freestyle, but I can only swim with the pull buoy at this point. Then they film themselves because it's important. And this example that I'm going to give you is not necessary for a specific person, but mainly in general. Without the pull buoy, your head position maybe is lifting every single breath, which will drop your hips, which will make your legs sink, and which will make breathing even harder. And that's basically a classic death spiral. The pull buoy is basically hiding all of it. Most of the swimmers think that the pull buoy is actually improving their pull strength, which definitely is not far from the truth. But some of this reality is actually just avoiding dealing with the head position during the breathing. So my suggestion here is actually identify what the pull buoy is hiding and be brutally honest about it. Now here's the process. Swim 100 meters with the pull buoy and film if it's possible. Notice here how your breathing feels, how your hips feel, and how much effort it requires. Then you swim 100 meters without a pull buoy. Film yourself again. Notice if there is any changes. Does it feel harder? What position feels different? The difference here between the two swims is actually your problem. Not your fitness, not your pull strength, but that specific technical issue the pull buoy is masking. So some of the common culprits is the head is lifting during the breathing. This is most common, probably in 60% of the cases. Weak or non-existent kick, poor core engagement, over-rotation on the breathing, or legs too wide apart. Once you know the actual problem, you can fix it directly. The 52-week freestyle program in Premium has specific progression just like this. But here the comparison between your swim is the starting point for identifying which progression you actually need to work on. And if you're fixing this nicely, wait until you see the next one though. This is probably costing you about 30% of your efficiency and you don't even know that it's happening. And why does your kick feel useless? Because the pull buoy lets you completely ignore your kick. Your kick serves these purposes. 1. For the propulsion, it actually moves you forward. 2, and this is the big one, it keeps your hips and legs high to reduce drag. And 3, for rotation and balance. And 4, for the timing and rhythm of your stroke. When you use a pull buoy constantly, your brain learns to swim without using your kick for either of these purposes. The pull buoy does all the work. Your legs just exist right there. Then you take your pull buoy out and your kick is absolutely useless. Not because you have weak legs, you probably don't, but because you haven't trained the timing and the coordination of your kick with your pull. This is basically like learning to drive an automatic car for years, then trying to drive manual. The clutch timing feels impossible because you never practice it. I see this constantly with swimmers who train primarily with the pull buoys. The kick is there, but it's not connected to their stroke, and it's just flapping them behind them and do nothing useful. Make sure that you train your kick separately, then integrate it. On the phase 1, kick only sets. No pull buoy, no kickboard. Just streamline position, arms extended, control kicking for about 425s. Focus on small, fast kicks from the hips and not from the knees. On the phase 2, you do single arm freestyle, obviously without a pull buoy. One arm is extended, the other one is swimming. Focusing on maintaining the kick, the hips should be high on the surface, and we're going to do 425s on each arm. On the phase 3, we're doing a full stroke, but we need to think about your kick every 3 to 4 strokes. And you're actually thinking if your kick is actually helping your hips to stay high on the surface. This will rebuild the connection between your kick and your body position. And that can take about 3 to 4 weeks if you practice consistently. More than that, the drill here, we're going to do a side kick. One arm extended and the other one by your side. Face should be down and control breathing. Every 3 or 4 kicks, turn your head to breathe. Don't lift it up. Feel how your hip stays at the surface from that kick alone. Do about 425s, rest 20 seconds. If your hips are dropping, then your kick is either too deep, or your knees are bending too much, or you're too slow. That fix alone will change how swimming feels like. But this last one is that most swimmers are doing right now and they have no idea. And if you're using a pull buoy for more than 25% of your training, you're making this mistake. You're using the pull buoy for about 60 to 70% of your training. I see swimmers who do pull buoy work every single session, building the upper body strength, they say, focusing on technique, they say. But here's the thing, if you're training mostly with the pull buoy, you're not training to swim. You're training to swim with the pull buoy. Those are two different skills. And if you're competing for a triathlon or an Ironman, guess what? You're not going to swim with the pull buoy when you're racing. Swimming here requires a full body coordination. Timing your kick with the pull, rotating properly, maintaining the position while breathing. The pull buoy removes all that from the equation. And this is like trying to learn the piano, practicing only with your right arm, for example. Sure, your right arm gets stronger, but can you say that you're learning the piano? And that's the same thing. Your pull buoy work should be maximum 20 to 25% of your training. That's it. Now here is a simple and balanced week that you can probably do. On the session 1, you do 80% regular swimming, 20% pull buoy specific for your upper body drills and so on. On the session 2, you can do 100% regular swimming technique work, or maybe 90 to 10%. On the session 3, you do 75 regular swimming, 25 with the pull buoy plus a kickboard work, 50-50 split. This is obviously oversimplified. This keeps your pull buoy as a tool for isolating specific aspects of your stroke, not as a crutch that you depend on to your training. Oh yeah, and if you cannot complete a workout without a pull buoy, then that's your answer right there. You're basically dependent on it. and it's time to let it go slowly. And the drill you're going to do here is progressive pull buoy reduction. This week, count how many laps you can do with the pull buoy versus without it. Next week, reduce that by 20%. The following week, another 20%. And keep going until you have about 20 to 20% max of your total of swimming within that week. And track it, write it down, because most swimmers don't actually realize how much they're doing until they're actually count. So if you fix all these 4 mistakes, here is what's going to change. You will swim properly without a pull buoy, no more panic when you take it off. Your hips will stay high because you train the right body position, not because of the pull buoy is holding them up. Your breathing gets easier because now you're not fighting the drag from those dropped hips, and you will swim faster without getting absolutely knackered. I'm talking here about 800 to 1 kilometer, obviously depends on where you're at right now. And all because you're using a full body efficiency instead of just using your arms. And honestly, the mental shift is massive. You'll stop relying on the equipment to feel competent, and you'll start swimming beautifully with nothing other than your swimsuit, your goggles, and maybe your cap. And that can be you. And this is how. Now, if you're still watching this video, well done to you, because most of the swimmers never question whether their training tools are actually helping them or hurting them. And because you're still here means that you're actually thinking critically, and that's what it matters. Now, join my Ocean Swim School if you want to accelerate this. Try it first, then the free community has loads of resources. The premium gets you monthly video analysis where I break down your stroke and your body position specifically and show exactly what's happening, and I'm going to give you some sort of guidance of how you should train. It's $39 a month, link down below. Also drop a comment if you're going to reduce the pull buoy usage for this week. And tell me what's your current percentage and where do you want to be. And if this video helped you, hit the like button, subscribe for more weekly tips just like this. I post every single week. And ring the bell so you don't miss any of them. And if you haven't watched the other freestyle videos, please watch them next. See you in the next one. Are you stuck at 2 minutes per 100 freestyle? Here is what you're actually doing wrong. So you're swimming, you're putting in the work every single session, and you're still stuck at the same pace you were 6 months ago. 2 minutes per 100 freestyle. Every single time. Now let me tell you that I know this situation because I make polls on YouTube where I ask people, what's the problem? And maybe I counted about 60 to 70 swimmers in the last year alone, and almost every single one had this problem. And the thing is not about a fitness problem. It's almost always a technique problem. Specifically, the one of the 4 that I'm going to show you today. And honestly, make sure that you stick around until the end, because one of the mistakes nobody really talks about, and it's probably the one killing your pace right now for months without you even realizing it. Hi, I'm Alex Koch. I competed in London 2012 Olympics, and now I coach adult swimmers who are teaching themselves or they're self-taught mostly, and I work with probably thousands of swimmers by now. Now let me tell you something that it's actually true. So if you're fit, that means you're not lazy, right? Because otherwise, how can you be fit, right? So basically, you're showing up to the pool regularly, and you're still stuck at 2 minutes per 100 meters or 100 yards, depends on how you count it. And this video is specifically that will help you to go under that. And by the end of the video, you'll understand exactly why your pace has been plateaued, and you have 4 specific fixes that you can try today or this week. And you're probably going to drop about 10 to 15 seconds of your 100 in the next month or so if you're actually going to do this stuff. I mean, if you're actually going to practice it, obviously, and actually put the work in. But yeah, the changes are real, and if you follow everything, you are going to get there. I'm going to cover 4 mistakes, and each one is literally that simple once you see it, and I will give you a drill for each one, so you're not just nodding along the video and forgetting everything in the second that you hit the water next. Now let's start with the mistake number 1. Your hips are sinking and you don't know it. Now I spoke a lot about this in my swimming channel, but this is a good reminder why you cannot go under 2 minutes. Now right, so this is probably the biggest one why people get stuck at 2 minutes. You're basically swimming along and everything feels fine from your perspective, obviously. So what happens underwater? Your hips are dragging, literally like anchors. Now I see this a lot with a lot of adult swimmers. You're basically swimming uphill the entire length of the pool and you have no idea. Now why this thing happens? your head position. Most self-taught swimmers look slightly forward. Now makes sense because, you want to know where you're going. But your body position is like a seesaw. Let's say that this is the head. If your head comes even slightly bit up, your hips are dropping. If it comes more, obviously the hips are dropping even more. That's basically simple physics. Then you basically, as you travel through the water with this position, the frontal resistance of the water hits you, and with each stroke you move, you're moving harder and harder and harder, as opposed you'll be flat and moving through the water. Now, to give you a bit of a further explanation, now think of it like this position will be like you're driving with the handbrake on. Now, obviously, you can do it, but everything else will be so much harder, and it's really exhausting. And this is the same thing. Now, how do we fix it? Really simple. Keep your eyes down, not forward, but down. The water surface should be at your hairline and not on your forehead. But first, let's try to do this on land. So stand up straight, tuck your chin slightly, and that's your head position in the water. Now keep that and try to reach forward and feel how your back stays flat, and that's exactly what we want in the water. In the water, we're going to do 425s, fingertips touching your thighs, kicking only, and your head completely neutral, eyes looking straight down. Focus here on the feeling of the hips near the surface of the water. They don't have to be perfect at this point, but you just need to feel them higher than they were before. Do about 4 reps, or actually you can even make it 6 if this is a new feeling for you. Now, only that fix alone will probably save you about 15 to 20% of your energy per each length. But the next one is where the most 2-minute swimmers are really bleeding time. Mistake number 2, your catch is doing nothing. So, your hand enters in the water and then just slides forward before it does anything. So basically, you're just moving through the motion without catching anything. I see this constantly, and probably this is the most common technical error that I see in adult self-taught swimmers. You've been told to extend and to reach, but then you're extending on the surface, you're gliding forward, then whenever you need to catch, you're basically losing pressure on every single stroke. So you're basically wasting about 8 to 12 inches or about 30 centimeters of potential propulsion before you even start pulling. Now think of it like this. Imagine that you're trying to climb a rope, but instead of actually grabbing the rope each time you place your hands on it, you're literally sliding down the rope and then you just catch it halfway. Now the thing is, and I could be wrong about this specifically, but I think most people learn from my videos that shows a long glide phase, and then they copy the glide without understanding it's meant to be an underwater catch and not a surface slide. Does it make sense, or am I over explaining this? So the way we fix it is that fingers are pointing down at the entry, not forward, but actually down. But actually, let me back this up. Let me show you on land first. Now stand up, reach with one arm forward, like you're about to do the stroke. Now rotate your shoulders. Now press your palm down so your fingertips are pointing to the floor. Now elbows come up slightly. And then do you feel that? And that's the catch position. So basically you're setting up to grab water from the very start of your stroke. Now in the water, hand enters shoulder width apart with fingertips pointing down and then forward as you glide through the stroke, then immediately down, forearm will follow and then pull back with the glide and not sliding too long through the water. You grab and pull. Now as a drill, we're going to do single arm freestyle with a non-stroking arm at your side. You're going to do 6 strokes with your left arm, 6 strokes with your right arm. Focus here on the feeling of fingertips down to the moment that you finish your slide glide, and if you cannot feel it, you're probably still reaching forward way too long. One of the mental cues that I constantly saying on this channel is reach over the barrel. If you're reaching over a big barrel in the water and grabbing the far side, and that's the arm position, and that's it. Do 425s, rest 20 seconds in between, and don't rush on this one. Mistake number 3, you're breathing way too late. Right, so this is probably the one that nobody really talks about. And honestly, this might be the single biggest reason why you're actually stuck at 2 minutes and not moving forward. Most swimmers at this level who actually plateau, that are actually turning their head to breathe way too late in their stroke cycle. by the time you're actually inhaling, you're already in the pulling phase of the opposite arm. Your rotation is off, your body position collapses, and you're basically spending a massive amount of energy just to get air. And here the fix is about timing and not the effort. So the way we fix it is that you need to start your head rotation when either your stroking arm enters in the water, not whenever it's halfway through the pool. Think of it like this. Think of a smooth movement. The arm enters in the water, your head begins rotating, and by the time the other arm is about to exit the water, and that's whenever your mouth is already at the surface, ready to take a breath. So the drill we're going to work on here, it's catch-up drill with the breathing focus, with both arms, as one arm waits in front while the other one completes a full stroke. And this basically slows everything down so you can actually feel the timing. Do about 4 25s. On every breath, just start your rotation as the lead arm starts entering in the water. And you're probably going to get it wrong at first for the first couple lengths, but that's fine. That's actually the point. And mistake number 4 is that you're kicking from the knees. And last one, and this is probably one of the subtle ones, but here it could actually be from few different things going wrong here. But the most common version I see is actually kicking from the knees down instead of from the hips. And most adult swimmers, especially the ones that are coming from the running background, and probably 80% of the triathletes who I work with, have the cycling and the running movement patterns that's deeply ingrained into their brain. So whenever they're trying to kick, they bend their knees slightly a bit more than it should be. So basically, with a big knee bend, lots of energy, and almost zero propulsion. Now this is probably going to make you really tired from not getting almost anything back to you. Your kick should come from your hips. Your legs should be relatively straight, not rigid, but there is a soft bend in the knee. And then the movement is initiated from the glute and hip. The foot just follow, and your feet are just the end of a whip and not the engine. The way we fix it is think of a long legs, and whenever you kick, imagine that your legs are actually slightly longer than they actually are. And this will naturally reduce the knee bend and shifts the movement back towards your hips. So the drill we're going to work on here is that we're going to do kickboard work, but with a twist. We're going to do 4 25s with the kickboard, but hold it vertically instead of horizontally. And this is actually called the tombstone kick, and it actually removes the urge to actually push off the board and forces you to find propulsion from a proper hip-driven kick. Now, we need to focus slightly on keeping those legs long, small movements from the hips, and ankles should be relaxed. And one of the mental cues here is that we need to have floppy feet, long legs, and say this to yourself every single length if you need to. And if you fix all these 4 things, here is what's gonna change. Your pace will drop, but not overnight, maybe within few weeks or actually real focus. You're probably going to look at about 10 to 20 seconds of your 100, maybe obviously depending on where you're actually starting. But I cannot promise you these numbers because everyone is different, but the direction is always the same. So you stop getting completely knackered after 200 meters, and that's something that exhausts you before you were hitting the wall. Because before that, it was actually the drag, it was the inefficiency of your stroke, and it was not necessarily the fitness. Fix the technique and suddenly your fitness will improve, which actually is there, I assume. And honestly, the confidence boost is actually massive. It's when the moment you actually realize that the swimming actually clicks, and hopefully you can go under 2 minutes. And if you're still watching this, it tells me that you're not a lazy swimmer. You're just a swimmer who has been working hard until this point, but without the right information. And that's a solvable problem, and this is how you solve it. Join my Ocean Swim School if you want to accelerate this. The free community has loads amount of resources. You can interact with the people in the community, and also good swimmers that are actually working through the exact kind of plateau. Premium opens that I can analyze your actual stroke video, and I will tell you exactly what you need to fix. Not generic tips, just your stroke, your problems, link in the description. Write me in the comments because I read every single one and I try to answer all of them. And not only that, sometimes I make videos based on what people say down here, and it's worth telling me. And if you haven't watched the other freestyle videos, please watch them next. Alright, that's it. Go and fix it. So you're swimming and you feel like you're working hard and you're tired after 200 meters and you don't know why. At this point, I had probably plenty of swimmers telling me the exact same thing word by word. Alex, I'm fit, I run, I cycle, I go to the gym, but why I'm absolutely knackered after just 2 lengths. Now every single time, every time is the same thing. Technique errors that they cannot see. Now in this video, I'm going to show you 3 mistakes that are probably destroying your swimming right now. The thing is, you won't feel them and you won't notice them until someone actually shows it to you. And the mistake number 2 is honestly one that drives me a little bit mad because it's invisible from swimmer's perspective. Completely invisible. You have no idea that you're doing it right now, and I bet you that. Hi, I'm Alex Koch. I'm an Olympic swimmer. I competed at London 2012 in 200 butterfly. Now I coach adult self-taught swimmers, work with probably thousands by now. By the end of the video, you'll know exactly what to look for and what to fix. Probably, and I mean, you have to get into the pool, do the drills obviously, because I cannot do that bit for you. But these 3 mistakes, they're fixable. Each one has a specific correction, a dryland cue that you can practice just right now in your house. And obviously the water drills for your next sessions. That's simple once you see them. And these are the same things and more that I cover with my premium members in Ocean Swim School. Proper structure feedback on these exact issues. And honestly, if you've been plateau for months, not improving, no matter how many laps you do, is probably one of these 3 things. Almost certainly. Oh, and the third mistake near the end of the video, I've never seen a self-taught swimmer who doesn't have this problem. Not once, so stick around to see that one. Mistake number 1. So this one, right, I would say probably 75 of adult swimmers do this, maybe higher than that. This is just an estimate number. You're dropping your elbows during the pull phase. Most people think that they're pulling the water. They think the arms is doing the real work. But actually what happens with the elbow is that it's falling down and forward, and you actually end up kind of scooping a bit of the water. Now this is something like you're trying to dig something out from underneath you, instead of actually grabbing the water and actually push it back. Now why does this thing happen? Because it feels like you're pulling. It generally feels correct from inside the water. So basically there is no alarm going, so there is no pain. So the body doesn't tell you anything. Just inefficiency that you cannot detect. We need to fix the elbow catch. So the fix for dropped elbow, you need to set up your elbow before you do the pull. Not after, but before. So let me do this on land first because it's so much easier to actually feel and to also practice it at home. So stand up, reach with one hand forward. Now keep your elbow high, roughly shoulder height, maybe just slightly below, and let your forearm and your fingertips just drop down. This is like you're going with the arm over a barrel and reaching the far side. Now do you feel that? And that's basically your catch position. Elbow is an anchor, forearm and hand will do the work. Now in the water, your hand enters in the water and immediately find that position before you actually start pulling. Elbow stays up, then forearm and palm drops, then you drive your arm straight back. But this one alone is worth. Honestly, I don't know how to make a specific claim because everyone is different, but some swimmers feel immediate difference. First length, because suddenly you're actually holding the water instead of sliding through it. And a simple drill that we're going to work on is single arm freestyle with a kickboard. One arm holds the kickboard out in front, the other one takes a full stroke, focusing entirely on setting the high elbow before every single pull. Do 4 strokes to one side and then switch to the other side. Or you can do one length and one length, whatever works for you. Do maybe about 4 to 6 25s, just like this. Alright, so now the mistake number 1 is sorted. Now let's move on to the mistake number 2. And this is invisible, as I mentioned. And honestly, this one is generally frustrating me because I watch so many swimmers struggle for years without anyone pointing this at them. Now let's go. Mistake number 2 is breathing rotation, breaking your body position. And if you watch my previous videos, you just realize that I mentioned this a lot. Your breathing is basically breaking your body line. Alright, so here's what's happening. Whenever you breathe, you lift your head, just slightly. Maybe you don't even notice, but that tiny bit that you lift, your hips drops a bit as well. So body goes towards diagonal, drag increases immediately with every inch that your hips drop. Now I see this with a lot of swimmers who come to me with exhaustion problem. Basically, it's everywhere. Now why this thing happens? Because breathing feels urgent, right? You want air, desperately sometimes. So basically, you lift your head a bit. Your brain is basically telling you, just get your face out of the water. So what do? You get the face out of the water. But this is basically tanking your efficiency every single breath. So guess what? If you breathe every 2 strokes, which most self-taught adult swimmers do, and that's a lot of body disruption for each length. And the thing is that actually I want to be careful of how I explain this, because there is a bit of a nuance. So your head should rotate with your body, not lift independently. You're not a periscope coming up. You're basically a log rolling sideways, and just take a breath. So I have these swimmers right now, around 50 years old, proper triathlete, strong cyclist, as he told me, who came to me because swimming was ruining his race times. That's a bit of a classic, because every triathlete, more or less, swimming is their worst leg. So he was brilliant at the bike. In the water, he was fighting everything. We looked at the breathing with underwater footage, and then his hips were dropping about 20 to 25 degrees on every single stroke. Every single breath, massive drag, no wonder why I was struggling. And especially if you do an Ironman or a triathlon swim, that's a lot of kilometers or miles to cover. So it took him about 5 to 6 weeks to retain that good habit. Not a quick one, okay? Maybe even more for some of you. But by the end of the swim split, he was actually had a significant improvement. I can't remember the exact number. He was actually enjoying it for the first time, which he never really said that about swimming before that. So basically the way you fix it, you rotate your body and let your head follow. Think of it this way. Your body is rotating already from side to side as you do the stroke. Whenever you breathe, you're just extending that rotation slightly further for your mouth to clear the water. You're not adding a new movement here. You're just extending what's already existing in the rotation. Now online, lie on your side on the floor. Face should be down. Now rotate onto your side. So one goggle in the water, one goggle out. That's the cue for every breath. In the water, as a drill, we're going to work on the single arm, but 11 drill. So both arms extended in front of you, 11 position. Take about 3 kicks, then 1 full stroke cycle with the breathing. Then back to the 11 position. Then pause for a second at 11 position for you to feel your body position before and after the breathing. Now the focus here, and you need to ask yourself some of the questions. Does your body stays in line flat after you breathe, or do your hips drop right immediately? Then just try to observe this at first. Do about 425s or 6, rest in between, go slow. Am I over explaining this or am I oversimplifying this? Let me know in the comments down below if you want more details or less details. Genuinely happy to do a full video just on breathing rotation. So, if you fix the breathing alone, you got it right. Swimming gets noticeably less exhausting. Noticeably. Now wait until you see the last one, because I meant what I said earlier. Nobody who's self-taught escapes this one. Mistake number 3, crossover on entry. Now basically this one is that your arm is crossing the center line on entry and then carries away all the way into the pool. So your hand enters in the water in front of your head, but it should enter in line with your shoulder, not crossing over the middle, not passing your nose. So most self-taught adult swimmers cross this over. So hand enters past the center line of their body, and then what it does, it creates a snaky movement, wiggly movement through the water, and your whole body starts to fishtail left and right to try to compensate, which creates more drag, more effort. You're basically zigzagging down to the pool without knowing it. Instead of you swimming at 25 meters, you may be swimming at 27 or 28 while you're zigzagging from one side to the other. Now I would say that honestly maybe it's around 80 to 90% of self-adult swimmers, which is an estimate, right? But maybe they do this at some degree. Could be wrong, but this is basically what I see constantly and is very common. But why? Because it feels like you're actually reaching further. It feels like much more powerful to you. But you actually, what you're doing, you're destabilizing the whole stroke. Now, how do we fix this? Think about the 2 train tracks. Imagine 2 parallel train tracks running along the pool from the wall to wall. Your left arm stays on the left track, the right arm stays on the right track. They never cross, they never touch each other in the middle. That's it. 2 train tracks, that's simple. And a drill we're going to work on is zip up drill. So basically, as your recovery arm comes forward, drag your thumb along your side of your body, up to the armpit, along your shoulder before extending forward. This keeps your entry wide and in the correct track. Focus here is that your thumb is the zip. So basically, you're trying to zip up a wetsuit. Do about 4 to 6 to 8 25s, up to you. Exaggerate this at first and make sure that you make it obvious. You want to feel what's the correct entry position is, and once you got it, you're trying to ease that exaggeration and you're trying to maintain the track. It will feel weird and uncomfortable, but that's probably correct actually. The wrong position feels natural because you've been doing this for years, and the right position will feel strange at first, but that discomfort is actually information. So if you fix all these 3 things, here is what's gonna happen. Your stroke stops fighting itself. You'll feel smoother, not effortless, but noticeably less work per meter. Your breathing gets easier because now you're not exaggerating the extra drag every single time you breathe, and you will go further because of that. Probably depending on where you're starting right now. Is that 400, 500 meters becomes realistically without stopping. Maybe more than that, like I said, depends on where you are right now. I always say these things, but honestly, the confidence that shift whenever you stop dreading the pool, when you get in and now you know what you're working on, you have a plan, you're not just playing around and hoping, and that's massive and that's worth a lot. And if you're still watching at this point, but properly watching, not just having it in the background, you're already different from most of the swimmers. Most swimmers just swim laps and they wonder why they don't improve, but you're actually learning why, and that's what it matters. But if you want to accelerate all of this, join my Ocean Swim School, free community to start. Premium is $39 a month, video analysis of your specific stroke, and I'll let you know exactly what you're doing and what to fix first. Link down below. Drop a comment if you're actually going to fix any of these this week, and let me know which one you're actually working towards. And if you enjoyed this video, hit the like, the subscribe, share it with someone that will help them as well. And if you haven't watched the other freestyle videos, watch them next. Alright, that's it. See you in the next one.